Honorable members, let's pray. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and county assemblies for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor as your servants whom you have been pleased to call to performance of important trusts in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here, assembled, and grant that we shall treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful and a manner as to promote your honor and glory and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our county and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. I never heard anyone saying amen. Is it because His Excellency is around? Good morning, honorable members, and His Excellency the Governor. Good morning to you and your legal team. I know you are sitting in a familiar place, but nevertheless, you are most welcome. I can see that they have squeezed you. I hope you are safe. And I have seen my friend Katwa Kigan, he's around. Nevertheless, so honorable members, we are going to proceed with the order of business of the day.
Order number 1, administration of oath.
Next order.
Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, I have 2 communications to make. I have been informed by the clerk of the county assembly that there is an incident that occurred in the assembly today early morning at around 4 a.m. Unidentified persons threw a Molotov cocktail, also known as a petrol bomb, which landed on the assembly roof with an intent of burning down the assembly. Luckily, our security officers were able to put out the fire on time. We have since filed a complaint with the National Police Service and investigations are ongoing. Honorable members, I urge the Directorate of Investigations to speed up investigations so that the arsonists are apprehended. Honorable members, I wish to condemn this act with the strongest terms possible. The County Assembly is an independent institution as per the Constitution, and nobody should interfere with its role. It is important to note that there is need for the leaders to be held accountable for their actions and respect independence of constitutional bodies, including this County Assembly. Honorable members, I have the second communication relates to the procedure for conduct of the business under order number 8, and you have your order papers, and I wish to convey it as follows. On the procedure for conduct of today's sitting, and as such, the following sequence will be observed. Number 1, upon being satisfied to the compliance by the provisions of Standing Order number 73, the mover of today's motion, Honorable Kiprotich Rogony, will take the floor to move his motion and make the necessary contributions and or debate on his motion. Number 2, thereafter, the mover of the motion will call a seconder to second his motion. The seconder may second and may make his or her contribution to the motion. Number 3, honorable members, I will then propose the question in terms of the motion in line with the provisions of Standing Order number 65-1. But instead of immediately opening the floor of the honorable members to make their debate, I will invite His Excellency, the Governor, either by himself or by counsel, if present, which I have seen they are present, to make any representations that he or she may have as per the Standing Order number 74-1B. Honorable members will thereafter be allowed to debate after the first opportunity for response is accorded to His Excellency the Governor. Honorable members, should His Excellency the Governor forego this opportunity, members will proceed to make their debate on the motion in line with the provision of the standing orders. Number 5, thereafter, His Excellency the Governor will again be accorded the opportunity to respond to the debate of the honorable members in line with the provisions of the standing orders number 75.3 before the mover of the motion is called upon to reply. Number 6, the mover will then be called upon to reply, and thereafter I'll put a question in terms of the motion in line with provisions of standing order number 75.3. Honorable members, number 7, however, this being a motion that requires a threshold of 2/3 of members, honorable members will take a vote as will be guided by the standing orders, and thereafter I will announce the results of the vote. This House is accordingly guided. Clerk, next order.
Order number 3, messages.
Next.
Order number 4, petitions.
Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Next.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Next.
Order number 8, special motion, proposed removal from office of the Governor for Kericho County, Honorable Dr. Erick Mutai, by impeachment.
Honorable members, the provision of standing order number 75 provides that when the order of the motion is read, the Speaker shall refuse to allow the member to move the motion unless the Speaker is satisfied that 1, the motion shall specify the grounds and particulars upon which the proposed motion is made. 2, the proposed motion is signed by the member. And 3, the member is supported by at least 1/3 of all members of the Assembly to move the motion. To this end, honorable members, I have with me the motion as approved by the Office of Clerk and my office. I can confirm that the same was scheduled by the House Business Committee, and this sitting is properly convened as per Gazette Notice number 11100, dated 7th August 2025. Honorable members, I am therefore persuaded that the attached list is duly prepared and the signatures contained therein exceed the provided 1/3 threshold. Consequently, I therefore direct the mover of the motion, the Honorable Kiprotich Rogoan, to take the floor and move the motion. Please note the Honorable order, Honorable Rogoan. The mover to read the motion in verbatim, as well as you shall be making your contribution at the same time. I hope you are okay and well guided. Then you can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm guided by your directive. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move a motion being the proposed removal from office of the Governor for Kericho County, Honorable Dr. Erick Mutai, by impeachment. Honorable Speaker, I beg, with the support of the members of the County Assembly of Kericho, that is the County Assembly, whose names, signatures I have annexed here too as Annexure 1, to move the motion for impeachment of His Excellency Honorable Erick Mutai, the Governor of Kericho County, for...
Order, Honorable Kiprotich Rogoan. Just as a reminder, because of the magnitude or the weight of this matter, I'm being reminded by the Honorable Leader of Majority that members, if you don't have a hard copy, you can, of course, access the motion via the usual application that we normally use. I'm told it has already been forwarded to honorable members. So please keenly follow from that platform. Sorry, Honorable Rohan, you can now continue.
Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the communication. Let me begin. Honorable Speaker, sir, I beg, with the support of the members of the County Assembly of Kericho, the County Assembly, whose names and signatures I have annexed hereto as Annexure 1, to move the motion for the impeachment of His Excellency.
Yes, sir, Honorable Paul B. Is a point of information or point of order? Order, Honorable Rohan. The chair is on the mic. Order, Honorable Paul B. A point of information or point of order? Seems you are not sure. Continue, proceed, Honorable. Point of order, as you, honorable members. I don't want to, because you know His Excellency the Governor is here, and our legal experts. You know what the standing orders are saying. I don't want to remind you. If it is point of information, unless that member wants to be informed. Secondly, if it's point of order, let me just remind you, because we are starting the debate, is you quote the standing order on, let us follow those rules. Honorable members, refer to your standing orders kindly, please, as we give to Honorable Kiprotich to proceed. Honorable Kiprotich.
Mr. Speaker, and I'll request so that you protect me from unnecessary interruptions. The member doesn't even know the standing order number under which he is raising the point of order. Mr. Speaker, I beg, with the support of the members of the County Assembly of Kericho, that is the County Assembly, whose names and signatures I have annexed hereto as Annexure 1, to move the motion for the impeachment of His Excellency Honorable Erick Mutai, the Governor of Kericho, for number 1, Roman number 1, a gross violation of the Constitution of Kenya; Roman number 2, gross violation of various national and county laws; Roman number 3, serious reasons for believing that the Governor has committed crimes under the national law; Roman number 4, abuse of office; and Roman number 5, gross misconduct. The specific grounds of the motion are organized thematically as Roman number 1 outlined below, and Roman number 2 elaborated in the ensuing pages of this motion. Mr. Speaker, sir, the evidence in support of the motion is set out in Roman number 1, my affidavit in support of this motion, duly sworn on 5th August 2025, Roman number 2, the exhibits annexed to my affidavit in support of the motion, Roman number 3, the witness statements and affidavits to be presented at the hearing of this motion. Further, the affidavit presented herewith verifies the accuracy and reliability of the exhibits to the motion. Mr. Speaker, sir, whereas number 1, Article 2 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, herein after the Constitution restates the supremacy of the Constitution as the supreme law of the Republic and binds persons and state organs at both levels of government. And number 2, Article 10 of the Constitution, Section 3 and 16 of the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012, and Sections 9, 10, and 12 of the Public Officer Ethics Act 2003 establish, among others, the rule of law, democracy, human dignity, courtesy, respect, social justice, inclusiveness, equality, human rights, probity, professionalism, non-discrimination, protection of the marginalized, good governance, transparency, and accountability as part of the national values and principles of governance. Number 3, Article 10, 73, and 75 of the Constitution require the state officers at all times, whether in public or private life, to behave in a manner that, inter alia, Roman number 1, brings honor to the nation and dignity of the office that a state officer holds. Roman number 2, portrays selfless service based solely on the public interest, demonstrated by honesty in execution of public duties and declaration of any personal interest that may conflict with the public interest. Roman number 3, ensures decisions made by the state officer are not influenced by nepotism, favorism, and improper motives, demonstrates discipline and commitment in service to the people. And lastly, Roman number 4, avoid demeaning the office that the state officer holds. Number 4, by dint of Section 11 of the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012, enjoins the governor as a state officer to treat members of the public and other public officer with courtesy and respect. And further, by dint of Section 34 of the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012, the governor, being a state officer, is precluded from bullying any person by engaging in a behavior that is vindictive, cruel, malicious, humiliating, and is intended to undermine a person. Number 5, Article 73(2) D and E of the Constitution provides for accountability of a state officer to the public for all decisions made in exercise of the powers of the office they hold, and that accountability is a critical principle of leadership and integrity. Number 6, Article 10, 232, 235, and 236 of the Constitution, and Sections 59, 59A, 60, 62, 63, 64, and 65 of the County Governments Act 2012 provides for the values and principles of public service and establish an elaborate framework for the establishment of county public officers and the recruitment, employment, and dismissal of county public officers. Number 7, Article 179(4) of the Constitution reaffirms the governor's position as the chief executive of the county. Hence, the Constitution and the law vests primary responsibility for decision-making and ensuring the well-being of the county on the governor. This is a strong expression of the county governor's commitment and expression to provide effective leadership, strategic vision, and direction to the county in ensuring efficient and prudent use of public resources. Provides for the impeachment of the governor on grounds of gross violation of Constitution, gross violation of other written laws, where there are serious reasons believing that the county governor has committed crimes under the national or international law, gross misconduct, and abuse of office. Number 9, Article 201, 205, and in particular, Article 207 established the County Revenue Fund and clearly stipulates that the money shall not be withdrawn from the Revenue Fund unless the Controller of Budget has approved. Number 10, Section 33 of the County Governments Act obligates the governor to and rein on the rot, corruption, and unethical practices in the county. Instead, the governor has deliberately aided, abetted, condoned, and encouraged the misuse, misappropriation, misallocation, wanton theft, and pilferage of county finances. Number 12, the governor has, in multiple occasions, directly and indirectly engaged in acts and conduct which severally and collectively constitute gross violation of the Constitution, gross violation of other written laws, gross misconduct, and abuse of office. Mr. Speaker, we will be demonstrating most of this because we have the evidence so that we consolidate our ground for the impeachment of the governor before us. Number 13, by his act and conduct, the governor has exposed the office of the governor, the assembly, and the people of Kericho to ridicule, embarrassment, shame, and disrepute. Number 14, the conduct of the governor has been scandalous and embarrassing to the high office of the county governor, an office held in public trust and whose authority ought to be exercised in a manner consistent with the purpose and objects of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, Article 174 is clear on how even a governor ought to conduct his business in management of this county. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, more often than not, the governor has continuously violated such an article. And Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate. Number 15, the conduct of the governor has made it impossible for the county to be governed as it ought to be, compromised service delivery, and jeopardized the functions of both arms of government of Kericho. It has therefore become untenable for the governor to continue being in office. Number 16, the governor has seriously committed constitutional wrongs that subvert the structure of the government and undermine the integrity of the office and even the Constitution itself. The significant effects of the conduct that is undermining the integrity of the office, disregard of the constitutional duties and oath of office, arrogation of power, and abuse of the governmental process has had adverse impact on the running and the administration of the Kericho County government. And number 17, the governor's continued stay in office has and will continue to undermine effective service delivery to the detriment of the people of Kericho County, in whose the trust the governor holds the office. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Assembly resolves to impeach the governor under Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33 of the County Governments Act, and Standing Order number 70 and 70A of the Kericho County Assembly Standing Orders on the following grounds. Ground number A, gross violation of the Constitution and other laws. Mr. Speaker, gross violation of the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya 2010, the County Governments Act 2012, the Public Procurement and Disposal and Asset Disposal Act, the Public Finance Management Act 2012, and Kericho County laws. Number 1, misappropriation and misallocation of county finances. On various occasions, since his election as the governor and subsequent assumption of office, the governor has engaged in various acts of gross violation of Article 10, 183, and 201 of the Constitution, Sections 102 and 109 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, and the provisions of the Kericho County Rating Act number 5 of 2019 as follows. Roman number 1, fictitious payment of works, goods, and services. Mr. Speaker, between January 2025 and July 2025, the governor engaged in gross violation of Articles 10, 183, 201, 207, and 208 of the Constitution, and Sections 102, 109, and 110 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, and Section 33F of the County Governments Act 2012. The governor aided, abetted, and or condoned the fictitious payment of goods and services and works which were neither delivered nor done, occasioning the county loss of 85 million shillings, 522.90 in number A, services which were not rendered and or partially done, e.g. maintenance of 15 residential houses in Kipkelion West Sub-County at a cost of 2.999 million. Mr. Speaker, the report by the committee, the ad hoc committee that just concluded its business, chaired by the Honorable Albert Kipkoech, were able to visit the site, Mr. Speaker. The contractor was paid very early in the year, that's around February. By the time they went to visit the site, works had not been done, partial works had been done, there is no report, the contractor has been paid fully. In this county, Mr. Speaker, you can work. Even before you start working, you're already paid. It is illegal, it is wrong. We have contractors, Mr. Speaker, who've rendered services to this county, they have never been paid. Case in point, I know of contractors whose family members are unwell, and they have never been paid for works they have already done. But here is a contractor who's not done anything, and the county government of Kericho, because by virtue of Article 179(4) and County Governments Act, Section 33F, places the governor as the authority in this county. When this happens, the governor is squarely responsible, Mr. Speaker. Number B, goods not delivered, including soybeans, maize jam, sunflower seed cake, and cotton seed cake, alleged to have been supplied for Kenya shillings 14,980,640. And this, Mr. Speaker, even my own ward is affected. I have a cooperative society called Kosiach Time, where in around April, some 100 bags of these materials were supplied. Even the chairman of the society was not aware. And when the committee looking into this matter, paid a visit, it is shocking. We were expecting 35 tons of these raw materials. But what was supplied, Mr. Speaker, is hardly 10 tons. They cannot explain the remaining tons. And number two, Mr. Speaker, this particular supplier was already paid in full. Mr. Speaker, this is illegal, and this is wrong, and the governor cannot in any way challenge even this. Another society called Torochtan in Kapsaos Ward was affected. When the committee visited, the supplier even tried at night to sneak the raw materials. Mr. Speaker, this is the height of impunity, which we will never condone as an assembly. And Mr. Speaker, we are doing our work. The corruption that has gone, beyond reasonable limits in this county ought to be stopped. Mr. Speaker, there is even one society in Litain, where the Honorable Vincent Kirui comes from, called Kipagenge. I'm made to know it was closed close to 2 years ago. It's not operational. And the allegations are that the same society was supplied with this raw material. There is one, Cherobu, in Chebo in Ward. Again, even the Honorable member, Honorable Francis Terrer, was a member of this committee. And he established that we lost these raw materials. And the member has audacity at the moment to take a photo outside there to claim we cannot fight for all these corruption cases. Mr. Speaker, we will show the members of the public what has happened in this county. Number C, overpriced goods, including sodas, alleged to have been bought for about Kenya shillings 500 per 300 milliliters bottle, and a bale of tissue paper alleged to have been bought for Kenya shillings 2,750 per bale of 10 tissue papers, and a hand towel priced at Kenya shillings 3,600. Mr. Speaker, we watched live when the committee looked into this in these same chambers. The CEO in charge of water, who was grilled, confirmed that indeed, he kept on even saying noted chair, meaning he agreed to the allegations that were posed before him. Mr. Speaker, how do you erase? Because we have the Hansard. Later on, they are claiming, there was an error, we didn't supply everything. The question is, when the committee requested you to supply any document relating to transaction into such things, what happened? Then you come here and tell us the soda was 100, even if it was 125 shillings, that is on the highest side. Where do you buy a soda for 100 bob in this county? Mr. Speaker, the hand towel, the first, is it the hand towel for 3,600? It's unheard of. Number D, works, goods and services alleged to have been procured for Kenya shillings 5,172,715.60 from companies including Mengro Products Limited, Hildama Construction and Supplies Limited, Brissac Construction and Supplies Limited, Prospera Ventures Limited, and IBM Pro Construction Limited, without any supporting documents. Mr. Speaker, initially, the committee was investigating 80 million shillings that were lost. In the process, they discovered additionally there is 5 million that were paid to these subcontractors, and there is no supporting documents. Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy the governor is here today, because the committee went an extra mile to request for these documentations. There is not a single supporting document. And Mr. Speaker, this is illegal because you paid for something that was never supplied or done. Mr. Speaker, losing 5 million shillings, these can build or can do a water project that will benefit more than 500 households. And we cannot, as a county, Mr. Speaker, allow this to happen. And that is why we are saying, Mr. Speaker, this time round, Your Excellency, without ill will, this one, you must answer to the charges, because at this point in time, we want to fight for the people of Kericho. Number E, payment of contractors from the retention account for the works done more than 5 years ago, some of which companies had already been paid, and therefore misappropriating county funds through double payments. Mr. Speaker, if indeed the committee, through its report, was able to uncover this, how on earth will you pay for a company that had already been paid the retention? In fact, Mr. Speaker, the chairman and the committee requested for the retention register because it was going to prove who had already been paid and who had not been paid. Mr. Speaker, I can give you a funny account. In my own ward, there is a road that was done, and within 2 months, the contractor had already been paid, the road is not complete, and the retention money was again being processed. It is unimaginable. Mr. Speaker, we will definitely prove so that we know who to hold. Even before we go to that officer, first of all, the governor is the chief executive of this county. And where there is a mess, we begin with the head, which is the chief executive. Number 2, some of the goods and services, works were procured without following procurement processes. No tender opening committees were formed contrary to Section 78 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act, number 2015, as read together with Regulations 25 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Regulations 2020. Similarly, there were no professional opinion done on the accounting officers contrary to Section 84 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015. In this case, Mr. Speaker, there was a funny scenario where a contractor was awarded works, and within 3 days, even without a professional opinion being given, the contractor had already been given an award letter, even an LSO. There was one which even made me to laugh, Mr. Speaker, where Honorable Hezron was questioning the CEO for water, where an award letter was given later when LSO had already been given out. Which one comes first? Because you produce an LSO once you have an award letter. But then award letter was given 3 weeks later. But then the LSO had already been printed. These are the many irregularities we have in this county. Number 3, there was deliberate circumvention of competitive tendering of some goods, services, and works by splitting contracts to suit the request for quotation method, thus violating Section 54 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015, as read together with Regulation 43 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Regulations 2020. And this was very clear during the interrogation of the CEOs who appeared before the ad hoc committee on fictitious payments. Number 4, most of the goods, services, works were procured outside the approved budget as required under Section 44(2)(a) of the Public Procurement and Disposal Act 2015. Number 5, the documents used by the departments were not clear and did not bear references to the procurement requirements. Provision of the dates, especially invoices generated and signatures of the respective officers. There was therefore blatant violation of the provision of Regulation 68 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Regulations 2020. Number 6, no market survey was conducted as required under Regulation 43 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Regulations 2020. The contractors therefore supplied goods with exorbitant prices contrary to Section 54(2) of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act. Case in point is the case for the sodas and all the tissue papers, because, Mr. Speaker, in a nutshell, they should have conducted the market survey before giving those suppliers the requisite documentation for them to supply to the county government of Kericho. Number 7, all of the subject goods, services, and works were paid for in advance, yet the county has accumulated pending bills over the last 3 years of close to Kenya shillings 1.1 billion, which have been verified and are yet to be paid from the time the governor assumed office. And Mr. Speaker, the Controller of Budget in the report has continually, accused the county government of Kericho for failing to give a payment plan with regards to the pending bills. Mr. Speaker, and as I said before, we've lost contractors. There are contractors, Honorable Peter Kemoy can tell you, assets have been sold for what they supplied and delivered to this county, but they have never been paid. And here, we have a contractor who even before he or she goes to the site, he or she has already been given 8 million shillings. Let me put to you a case in point. In Kunyak, where we have the governor is establishing a very good health center worth more than 50 million. Even before the contractor scratched the ground, 8 million shillings was already paid. How was the certificate raised? When the chairman, and we are going to request the chairman implementation, swear an affidavit, because this is the team that went to site. The contractor was arriving, he delivered the material. Later on, around 4 days later, they gave a pictorial of some building that they are already doing walling. Mr. Speaker, it is wrong. Mr. Speaker, there is something they are building here at the referral hospital. If you look at the certificates they've raised, it is close to more than 100 million. For works that is not worth 100 million. It is wrong. There are contractors who've suffered. They have a huge pending bills. They have never been paid. Yet, under the advice of the governor, some of these contractors are paid in advance. We do not know why. Think about this. People were supplying the raw materials to our various cooperative societies. They were paid in February. They started supplying bit by bit in the month of June. How on earth can that happen? Mr. Speaker, we've got to stamp authority and help these contractors get their fair share, and they should be rewarded for what they have done. And anybody who's not done anything should not be paid. Number 8, the report of the ad hoc committee on the alleged fictitious payment tabled before the Assembly on 5th August 2025 made pertinent and damning findings and recommendations that point to the deliberate failure to act, neglect of duty, and even conspiracy on the part of the governor. 2, with number A, the documents shared with the ad hoc committee by the departmental heads called to testify were not accompanied by e-team's invoice. This lends credence to the suspicion that the documents may have been prepared to cover up the theft after the whistle was blown. And this was evident, Mr. Speaker. I was not part of the committee, but we followed because it was a matter of county interest. You could imagine you're requesting for them to give you documents, they are not. Later on, they claim we gave documents in bits. What happens for a properly documented work? If you are supposed to bring an invoice, why delay? And then later on, talk about the invoice was there. And Mr. Speaker, in so many, we have reports here which we've annexed as part of our evidence. In some instances, Mr. Speaker, you could inform them that we need this. They cannot give you. So that makes it that the whole thing that is being done is full of suspicion. Number B, the payments were made in advance before goods, services, and works were delivered or done. As at the date of tabling of the report, some of those goods and services and works remained undelivered to date. And that is the truth. Case in point is the raw materials meant for the various cooperative societies. If you look at the list, it was between 27 and 34 tons. But what was delivered to the various cooperative societies is hardly more than 10 tons. And I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, because the CEC in charge of agriculture was talking in one of the radio stations that most of these cooperative societies do not have stores. Then why order 35 tons of raw materials, yet you know they can only store 10 tons, and you pay for the 35 tons? How do you want us to treat you? That is staggering. That is theft in broad daylight, and you want us to defend the theft of the public resources for this county. Number C, documents that were used to process payments before bore the signatures that could not be authenticated. Subsequently, certain officers whose signatures appear in the said documents have denounced the documents. And Mr. Speaker, we are grateful for these gallant officers of this county. You know, this is a scenario where somebody uses somebody's signature, claim the payment. When the whistleblower came and raised an alarm, some of those officers said we cannot go down, yet we know who signed for these documents. We will follow up, Mr. Speaker. And that is why we began by saying, let us deal with the governor first before the due process is followed for the other officers. Number D, the gaps highlighted in the report point to a serious governance concern and weak internal control in the county government, that the appointing authority, that is the governor, policy makers, these are the CECs, accounting officers, those are the CEOs, and indeed all the officers entrusted to deliver services to the county have failed to do as required by law. Number E, there was an intention to defraud the county and violations of the Constitution 2010, the Public Finance Management Act 2012, the County Governments Act 2012, the Leadership and Integrity Act, the Powers and Privileges County Assemblies Act, the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015. If you look at the whole process, Mr. Speaker, it is in violation of every single law. And therefore, we feel that for quite a long time, the county government of Kericho has never respected the law. And we are talking about a serious government as this, where the governor, at his disposal, has advisors paid for by the taxpayers' money of this county. We have the economic advisor, we have the legal advisor, we have the political affairs advisor. All of them are not paid for by the governor, but by the taxpayers of this county. Why is the governor why are these officers under the watch of this governor making such serious mistakes? Number 9, Article 179 of the Constitution and sections, that is 179(4), and Section 33F of the County Governments Act 2012. The governor has the overall responsibility of being accountable to the management and use of county resources. Your Excellency, Mr. Speaker, this squarely puts the governor right in the crime scene, because you oversee a government that has no single structure, that cannot be accountable to the people who elected him. And number 10, it is a matter of public notoriety that when the whistle was blown on these fictitious payments, the governor on 26th of July 2025, while attending a function at Kamolok village in Cheboinwad, rubbished the claims and called for stern action against the whistleblower. This shows someone who is either unaware of the happenings in the county or was deeply involved in the scandal. And Mr. Speaker, at this point in time, I'll request that our IT team, we have two clips. A clip where the governor was so happy with the ad hoc committee members, led by the Honorable Paul Gischil, Albert Kipkoech, Honorable Cheriot Bet, our Deputy Speaker, Honorable Ezron. But immediately after that, Mr. Speaker, the governor again retracted. Now you go to one where the governor was in Bureti, not that one. That one, I think. Check, that is the one. Yes, the sound.
Order. Yes, you start playing as you okay.
Mr. Speaker, that is the clip where the governor was talking in Cheboinwad in a funeral. I'm aware the honorable member from Cheboin was present. The Honorable Paul Chirchir was present. You can play, then we see.
The Erick investigation is a very good committee. Use the interest. Not trust anybody for what and for all. Money as again they understand. So I will tell you again because that I'm saying because one of the most more everything to vaccination. But at the same time, you need to that my rituals not because the remaining or taking it a good time.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
yes, sir.
That clip, the governor had a lot of confidence.
Remember, in this house, we have, guests here who may not have understood your clip, so you probably translate a bit so that we can understand. Personally, when you are truly the chair, may not even be understanding that language too. So please clarify.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the guidance. And I also thought, Mr. Speaker, you'll use this opportunity to guide the governor because he is here to defend himself. And when you're in this house, you don't clap. You simply, and you don't even, you just stay still because you are the accused before the house. Now,
don't also assume the responsibilities of the chair. And you know the speaker is always blind.
Guided.
Okay, so
Thank
please
you.
continue.
I'm guided, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the governor in that function was praising the committee led by the Honorable Chair, Honorable Albert Kipkoech. The governor confirmed that immediately the findings of the report is tabled, he will implement those findings to the latter. Mr. Speaker, when the report was tabled, now there is the next clip. Can you play for us? Let us look at the reactions of the governor.
Just say again, the MCS, many of them I respect, but I want also to indicate that a number of those who were seated in the committee looking at the petitioner's issue are the biggest competitors of this country. I'm going to be forwarding a list of their proxy companies to the SEC. It is very disappointing that those who are investigating a very noble case chose themselves to investigate themselves. It's a case of a chief appointing himself to investigate how that happened, and yet they are themselves that force our officers and the CEOs and everybody to do crazy things. And they have been twisting and blacklisting our citizens. I just want to say this.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think, Mr. Speaker, at that point only, the clips that you've seen here points a man who is a master of double speak. That you can say this here, and you say the next. You know, Mr. Speaker, I expected the governor, when the findings of this report was tabled, even despite the fact that we had already raised an impeachment motion, he should have acted in good faith, because you cannot have faith in Honorable Albert Koech this minute, and in the evening, you are talking about, bad about him. Mr. Speaker, that is why I'm saying the governor even went an extra mile. It is not in that clip. He rubbished his own deputy governor, who became the whistleblower. Mr. Speaker, we are grateful for Engineer Fred Kirui, the deputy governor of this, because without him, we would not have known what has happened in our county. Mr. Speaker, allow me to go to Roman number 2. Misappropriation of national agricultural value chain development project, that is NAFCDP funds. Number 11, on various dates between the year 2023 and 2025, the governor has violated the provisions of Article 10, 183, 201, 207, and 208 of the Constitution, and Sections 48 and 159 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, and Section 30, 3F of the County Governments Act 2012, by aiding, abetting, condoning, and or overseeing the massive looting, pilferage, misappropriation, and misallocation of NAFCDP funds amounting to Kenya shillings 351 million as at 10th June 2025. Mr. Speaker, I want to inform the House that for the 2 financial years, the first financial year, the county government of Kericho got 151 million through the fund. This is a World Bank funded project. And in financial year 2024-2025, we got 200 million. That brings to a total of 351. Mr. Speaker, as at 10th of June 2025, county government of Kericho had already used 281 million, 266 million being from the kitty, and 15 million being the contribution by the county government of Kericho. So the total amount is 351. We will establish shortly how much is pending or yet to be dispersed. And Mr. Speaker, this fund was meant to build five value chains, from coffee industry all the way to pyrethrum. But Mr. Speaker, I'll in the process highlight what has happened in all our 30 wards, especially with regards to the fund. Number 12, from the report of the Committee of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries and Cooperative Management, Tourism and Wildlife on the implementation status of National Agriculture Value Chain Development Project, NAFCDP, in Kericho County, tabled in the County Assembly on 6th August 2025. The County Assembly noted the following discrepancies in the use of the fund. Number A, the expenditure was used for farmers' cooperative societies, that is farmer producer organization, found only in 19 out of 30 wards in Kericho County. This implies that the fund that were meant for the agripreneurs, whose role was to enumerate farmers and organize them into circles, was not adequately utilized. Number B, each ward was meant to get Kenya shillings 1 million. Yet, committee found out that of the 19 circles under the program, only 7 have ever received financial support since inception of the fund. Number C, it is further indicated in the report that some circles received nominal support in kind in form of office furniture and some farm inputs, while others have never received any support. Number D, even those circles and farmer produce organization which received support in kind did not receive delivery notes when the furniture, computers, and other supplies were delivered, and they cannot therefore ascertain the prices, source, and therefore quality of what was supplied. Number E, the procurement of furniture and equipment under NAFCDP program was conducted centrally with minimal involvement of key stakeholders. This does not only undermine the principle of transparency in procurement, decision-making, and lack of ownership, but also created room for pilferage and misappropriation of the fund. Mr. Speaker, I am not a member of any of the two committees that visited the various wards, but I can tell this House, Mr. Speaker, that through the fund, despite the fact that we've expended more than 266 million or 281, some wards do not have offices. Some wards have never been funded. Some of those circles have never received anything. The point is, Mr. Speaker, I want the governor, when he defends himself, he should be able to tell us where the 281 million has gone. And Mr. Speaker, we are also going to use the courts because we were supposed to get the statement from the bank account where this fund is in. Unfortunately, the office of the clerk was not able to be given that, despite the fact that we wrote to the bank. Perhaps, Mr. Speaker, we will be getting this even as we prosecute this matter elsewhere. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, there are a number of wards that do not even have offices, despite the fact that this county is getting huge amount from the World Bank. Mr. Speaker, this financial year alone, we are getting 231 million. That is already captured in the Kara Act. If the county government of Kericho, led by Dr. Erick Mutai, cannot explain the 281 million, what will happen to 231 that is coming this financial year? Mr. Speaker, number 13, the office furniture and the equipment supplied under the NAFCDP program are largely substandard. There was, therefore, no value for money and compliance with the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015, particularly Section 124, which obligates the procuring entity to select quality and cost-based selection, that is QCBS method, as the preferred method to be used and to evaluate proposals. Mr. Speaker, in some word, like Senator Cheptororiet ward, the Honorable Haron Rotich, our Chief Whip, is representing the cabinet, because through this program, anything that is applied has specifications. In Senator Cheptororiet, we were able to establish even the cabinet itself is broken. Now, the computers supplied to a number of these circles which have already benefited, that's around, they are not even more than 10. Most of those computers cost 120,000, but they are, refurbished. Mr. Speaker, we will, in due time, even produce some of those laptops, because it is important for us to prove that the county government of Kericho is misusing donor funds, which is not the case. These are the people who've come to help our county. Instead of us appreciating their effort, we are misusing what they have given us. Mr. Speaker, number 14, the manner in which the few projects which were implemented were done to show that they were done without following the project's implementation manual published by the World Bank to guide the implementation of the project. And Mr. Speaker, that was even the guiding principle. You can imagine, we already have a guiding implementation manual. Instead of those enforcing this, following the due process, they went overboard. In fact, Mr. Speaker, when I said there was so many withdrawals which were necessary, which we will prove when we get the statements, people thought we were joking. So, Mr. Speaker, the manual was disregarded. The person who is mandatory in the whole transaction is the coordinator. Then we have the project accountant. And then we have the chief officer. Those are the three signatories. Mr. Speaker, we'll soon know who has been ordering the withdrawals of this fund and for what purpose. Number 15, again, the governor shirked his overall responsibility under Article 179(4) of the Constitution and Section 33F of the County Governments Act 2012 to be accountable for the management and use of county resources. Number 16.
Honorable Ragoin. so that you take your seat first. You know, the governor is here as accused. And there is what we normally say, whoever alleges must prove. So I expect you, as you continue debating, you should be proving, not we will in future. So please be guided, because he's here already, so that he can answer to all those charges. Please be guided accordingly, the Honorable Kiprotich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand guided. So, number 16. There is evidence that the governor has been ordering withdrawals from the fund for reasons other than those for which the fund was created by the donor. Evidence of this shall be availed at the hearing and consideration of this motion. The mover will as well be asking the Assembly to issue an order under Article 195 2B of the Constitution and Section 27 1C and 2 of the County Assembly's Powers and Privileges Act 2017, compelling the relevant banks where the fund were drawn from to furnish this House with the bank statements showing the withdrawals of the fund from 2023 to date. And that is what we did, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, they were not able to supply us with the statements. Mr. Speaker, we will use another opportunity, perhaps through the courts, for us to get the statements, because analyzing the statements will vindicate my assertion with regards to the withdrawal of this fund, Mr. Speaker. Number 3, Roman number 3, misappropriation of funds and unfair distribution of projects under the Financing Locally Led Climate Action FLOCA Fund. Again, Mr. Speaker, this is a donor-funded project by the same institution, the World Bank. Number 17, on various dates between 2023 and 2025, the governor has violated the provisions of Article 10, 179, 183, 201, 207, and 208 of the Constitution, and Sections 102 and 107 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, and Sections 33F of the County Governments Act 2012, by presiding over unfair, skewed, and nepotic distribution of projects under FLOCA funds, imprudent use, misappropriation, and misallocation of FLOCA funds as follows. Number A, skewed and unfair distribution of projects under the fund with the governor's home ward, namely Chemosot ward, alone getting projects worth 21 million shillings, 701,590. While there are many other wards, not only in other sub-counties, but even in Bureti sub-county, which received not a single project under the fund. This nepotically skewed distribution of projects under the fund violates the national values and principles of governance under Article 10 of the Constitution, and in particular, the values of equity, non-discrimination, equality, good governance, integrity, transparency, and accountability. The principle of public finance under Chapter 12 of the Constitution, as well as the provisions of Sections 102 and 107 of the Public Finance Management Act, which enjoins the governor to ensure fiscal responsibility adherence to the values and principles of the Constitution in the management of the county funds. Mr. Speaker, this is even very interesting because the guidelines from this particular donor fund, they are supposed to roll out 3 projects in 3 key sectors. 1 is environment, number 2 is agriculture, and number 3 is water. Mr. Speaker, what is so shocking, and it cannot be a coincidence, is a ward getting all the 3 projects in 1 financial year. While there is a ward like Kipchebor. In fact, let me use the Bureti one, Mr. Speaker. We have the member of County Assembly representing Litei with 0 project in FLOCA. But her neighbor has gotten all the 4, agriculture, environment, and water amounting to 21 million. The source of this information is the report from the Department of Water. Mr. Speaker, I will play a clip up there to show that the governor, where he or she feels that particular MCA supports the governor, that particular ward is given more projects. You know, Honorable Anita is like my mother. Is like my mother. Mr. Speaker, I'm making my case. You will have an opportunity to prosecute your issue. I respect her. But then...
Unless she accepts and wait, or she's on a point of order, quoting the standing on the point of order, which refer to your standing order, and then
Mr. Speaker, I don't know. Pursuant to what standing order is she raising the point of order?
Yes, we give her an opportunity. Yes, proceed now, Honorable Anita. So you can take your seat, Honorable Rowan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for this opportunity to be able to be on point of order. Section 101 that talks about upon a motion, other than a motion by way of amendment to a question proposed by the Speaker, a member may second by rising in his or her place and signify acquittance by bowing the head. A member shall reserve same rights of speech as member would have had other members have seconded submotion. Mr. Speaker, allow me to interject and ask for support or evidence of the 4 or 3 departments that the mover of this motion has talked about having my ward benefited. Because, Mr. Speaker, sir, being a representative of the people of Chemosot and all of us in this house, Mr. Speaker, sir, I know that the Flocker project went through a committee, Mr. Speaker, sir, that approved all the projects to be done. Mr. Speaker, sir, for the motion mover to talk about Chemosot being a beneficiary and not look into what other committees from other wards provided for them not to qualify, Mr. Speaker, sir, this is not fair. Thank you.
All right, honorable members, I don't want to embarrass you when I say you refer to your standing orders. Honorable Anita, of course, you will have an opportunity to maybe raise those issues in the debate, because you've actually quoted 101, which you have a right of speech. At the same time, I know you have also Honorable Kiprotich standing order number 98, which actually I want to believe you are the one building on responsibility for statement of fact. So let us we can let us address the issues when that time comes, so that we also avoid maybe moving back and forth. So let's proceed on the one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was reminded that she quoted the wrong standing order. But then, Mr. Speaker, I want to beg that there is a clip that I wish be played where the honorable member herself is addressing the public. This was in Kusumek, in her ward, during the homecoming ceremony of the area director, one Mr. Langat. The ICT team. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if we play that clip to the end, the honorable member is already even trying to say that the neighboring member of County Assembly, that is Honorable Vincent Kirui, is suffering.
Honorable Kiprotich, can you just play it to the end,
Okay.
please? Yes.
Governor, kumapa Kericho nyi. Oya ngombe unani sana. Lakini ngete nano. Kuna sa menu. Chaka saibu ko kai neni. Kuma itu ogole governor mungu ka ke bare nano. Acha na sa bu unani. Kuma sa mene unani tangi buye. So ko komi ina to mai. Mun tam go ibu ande tu ko le ana ino no re to ko ni. Ai tu. Ko le ana jombe ko gere ve juta sai. Congo this one almost got 15 million target to make by now. Matamu ai kwa sababu ya njaa bila munda kama mimi mheshimiwa ndio kwa kusema. Kile mwanga wa nenge. Amungi lele kale sasa kwa bana. Angena le kama amungi bika bitte. Minse. Ogi tiana mbona tei lakini na sasa hapo tiktok.
Order, Honorable Members. Silence. Okay, proceed.
Mr. Speaker,
as you now explain.
translate.
Yes.
Let me translate for the sake of those who might not. Honorable Anita is telling the members of public what she is able to get from the governor, you know, more than what she has in her own budget. Mr. Speaker, she even goes an extra mile and says that she is going to ensure that she requests on behalf of the member of County Assembly representing Litein and the neighboring wards. Mr. Speaker, in short, we have what we call schedule, Mr. Speaker. If the Honorable Anita gets more projects than what is budgeted for a ward, that means that is what we call the skewed development, engineered by the governor. Because one of the most favorite items is for the governor is the Honorable Anita. I know because maybe that is where the governor resides, that is her MCA. But again, I'm aware Honorable Kiptuya, not Kiptuya, Honorable Vincent Kirui is where the governor comes from. I wish the very same treatment Honorable Anita gets is the very same treatment the people of Litein get, because that is what we need. Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that I have had issues with the governor in the manner in which projects are distributed. In the previous financial year, I lost 10 million worth of roads because perhaps I moved the previous impeachment. In this financial year that has come to an end, works from the committee on the pending bills, where I sat as a vice chair, and Honorable Vincent Godin was the chair, I lost close to 13 million shillings without explanation, Mr. Speaker. That is the money that goes to a ward like that one we've talked about, Mr. Speaker. And that is wrong because, one, Mr. Speaker, in law there is what we call jural correlatives. Where we have a right, there is a duty. The people I represent have a right to water, to roads, and anything. It is the duty of the governor to ensure the people of Sigawet are given all those things because they voted for us. Mr. Speaker, through this fund, I can confirm, and we have the report here, that Honorable Anita alone benefited in all the 4 projects in one financial year. We also have Honorable Dominic Mutai, who is a very good friend of the governor. He ended up getting close to 2 projects from FLOCA, both environment and water. The Honorable Dr. Naman Rop, who I'm aware is related to the governor, got 3 projects from the fund. Now, Mr. Speaker, where would you get that when Honorable
Order, Honorable Kiprotich, you know, when you make such allegations, you can substantiate whether Honorable Dr. Naman Rop is related to the governor. I don't know how you will prove it.
Mr. Speaker, you know, I come from the same sub-county as Dr. Naman Rop, and is my closest friend. Mr. Speaker, the governor and Dr. Naman Rob occasionally calls each other cousin. I'm made to know the mom of Governor Mutai.
Order. We want honorable members.
First one to stand in order number
It's
98.
important. It's important to substantiate such an allegation because
Speaker,
the governor is here.
First one
And
to
yes, if you can substantiate, can you substantiate?
Mr. Speaker, because this is a house of rules and procedures, first one to standing order number 98, statement of fact. The Honorable Dr. Naman Rob is seated in this house. He can either confirm or deny. If he denies, I will withdraw and apologize.
Okay.
If he confirms.
Honorable, order, you take your seat, Honorable. Honorable Dr. Naman Rob, there is an allegation here that you need to talk about. Please, Honorable Dr. Naman, the floor is yours. The only professor, Your Excellency, this is the only professor that we have in this house, an associate professor.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I think we are digressing from the critical motion that is before the floor of the House. How I wish we give the mover of the motion to continue with the critical matters that were being discussed, and then the other peripheral matters will be discussed later on. For the guidance.
Order. You either confirm, you know, those are very, as per the standing orders, Honorable Dr. Naman. You don't guide the chair on how to guide the House. So you just, respond to the allegations.
Honorable Speaker, sir, my relationships, whether close or distant, are only meant for the family issues. Anything that is for the public
question
can be meant for the public.
Order, Dr. Naman. It is either yes or no. You don't have to explain. Because remember, the Honorable Kiproti Chirogony, if you will not accept it, then he will need to substantiate by the standing orders. So no relationship.
No.
All right. So Honorable Kiproti Chirogony, no relationship. So you better withdraw your remarks, and I order the Hansard to stack it off.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I will withdraw and apologize, but there is a clip that I'll not be able to play here where the Honorable Member was addressing the members of the public.
Order now, overtaken by events. Honorable, proceed with
thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I was saying, in word, the ward got 3 projects from the fund. Again, that is in violation of the guidelines of the fund. The Honorable Speaker, let me just highlight some words. The Honorable Simon Koske of Kunya got nothing from the project in the 2 subsequent financial years. We are going to the 3rd one. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Philip Rono, MCA representing Kamashan, and who is our majority leader, got nothing. The Honorable Hezron Kipngeno, from the fund, the ward Chiljila did not get anything. The Honorable Speaker, in Bureti, Cheblanget ward, where the governor comes from, got nothing from the fund, despite the fact that we've gone through the 2 financial years. Mr. Speaker, that is why I'm saying.
Order, Honorable Rogon, there is a point of order. Take your seat from the Honorable Member of Cheblanget ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity to stand on a point of order number 98 on statement of facts. I'm lucky to have been a member to the Committee on Environment, and the flocker gave my ward a project. They supplied avocados of 2.9 million. So, just like you have said, Mr. Speaker, that you alleges must prove. Let Honorable Rogon prove or visit the flocker projects before he table a statement which is so not normal. I don't think what Honorable Rogon is saying is true. And what he said now proves that everything he's going to say is pure lies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, Honorable Rogon, you have heard the Honorable Kibet Kosuban.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the report is out, and we have the report. I'll be able to share with the member.
Is it part of the evidence that is here?
Yeah, it is part of the evidence.
Already that you have attached here?
Yes, in fact, in the report. up to 6 wards, except commercial is not captured. But Cheblanget is one of the wards which did not benefit. Now that the member has confirmed the court of avocados, allow me to proceed, Mr. Speaker.
Order, honorable members, so that we may not waste a lot of time, I'll direct that Honorable Kiprotich Rovanya, I would like you to stick to the very issues that are in this substantive motion. And even as you make your contribution, make reference to it so that we don't have a back and forth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number B, the Joint Committee on Water and Sanitation and Environment, Energy and Forestry and Natural Resources, in the report on the implementation of the implementation status of FLOCA programs, noted that some projects under the fund, namely Chemamul Water Project in Kabianga, Water and Environment Project in Serete Cheptoro Riet Ward, Toroich Tany Cooperative Society Milk Cooling Plant in Kapsaos, Soliat Water Tree Nursery Establishment Project in Soliat Ward, Ndonyo Mare Bohol Water Project and Lelaitich Water Project in Soin are marked as 100% complete, yet there are either defects in their works, incomplete and substandard works. Mr. Speaker, in some of these projects, the payment is already 100%, yet some of them are not complete, others have defects. Number 18, as a result of this unfair distribution of projects, wards like, and Mr. Speaker, from the report of the Committee on Water and Sanitation, Environment, Energy and Forestry and Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, I sit in Environment, and we paid a visit to a number of wards. Wards like Cheblanget, Litein, Chai, Kipchebor, Chilchila, and Kunyak did not get even a single project in all the categories under the fund, namely environment, agriculture, and water. Number 4, misappropriation of county funds under the equalizer Kazi Mtaani. And this one, Mr. Speaker, is very interesting because the Honorable Paul B. was the chairperson of this ad hoc committee. I sat as the vice chair. Number 19, on about 14th of February 2023, Mr. Speaker, it's a typo. It's supposed to be 14th of February 2023, not 31st of August. 31st is when we did the report. The governor engaged in gross violation of Article 10, 183, 201, 207, and 208 of the Constitution and sections 102, 109, and 110 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 by launching a program dubbed Equalizer Kazi Mtaani Initiative and drawing county funds towards the initiative without a legislation to anchor the initiative, public participation, prior approval of the county assembly and the controller of budget, and prior approval of the budget and appropriation committee approval. Mr. Speaker, under the fund, a total of Kenya shillings 39 million were paid without proper tendering, local service orders, and for the services which were not delivered. The county assembly's report on the ad hoc committee on Kazi Mtaani project pointed out various violations of the Constitution and the law in the rolling out and implementation of the initiative. However, the governor deliberately disregarded the report and it has hitherto not been implemented. Number 22, the deliberate failure, omission, and unwillingness to implement the report of the County Assembly on Equalizer Kazi Mtaani initiative undermines devolution, the doctrine of separation of powers, and is therefore unethical to the values and principles of governance. Under Article 10 of the Constitution, the objects of the devolution under Article 174 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, as I said, this was yet a very good initiative, but it had no legislation. Mr. Speaker, there was no policy. And Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate because I sat with the Honorable Paul B. and the committee. People, Mr. Speaker, were given jobs. There was not a single documentation. Mr. Speaker, in Kericho County, that is the Kericho municipality, 9 companies were given the tenders without a single documentation. In Litein municipality, it was supposed to cover the 2 municipalities. 6 companies were given the works. Mr. Speaker, for Litein one, from the report, because we have the report here, the then acting municipal manager, one Isaac Bosuben, and the board attempted to do some documentations, but of course, not a single LSO was generated, but all those contractors were paid. In fact, there was a funny case, Mr. Speaker, where a contractor who was given a job to do in Brook was claiming a pending bill of close to 2.7 million shillings. When we inquired from her, because we had to call them to ascertain their works, the lady could not even tell where she was given a place to work. Mr. Speaker, the program was supposed to run for 6 months. The county government of Kericho, led by the governor, through the 2 municipalities, allowed the program to run for close to a year, drawing all the development funds meant for the 2 municipalities in the first financial year and the subsequent financial year. And Mr. Speaker, we will prove when we called on the staff led by the former CEC, who is now an employee in this assembly, one Wakili Brad Langat. They were unable even to tell us who got a document. How will you pay for will you pay a contractor without even an LSO? Mr. Speaker, to date, it has never been resolved. And this one, Your Excellency, will actually pin you down because one, we did a report, not a single money was recovered from those fictitious payments that were made to the various contractors. Let me give you the last shocking revelation. Mr. Speaker, there was a contractor who appeared, the only contractor who appeared before this committee. He had 2 companies. One was pre-qualified and the other one was not pre-qualified. But then the fellow was paid for both. In Litein, there was a contractor with 2 companies and he was paid for works. And then lastly, the funny scenario, Mr. Speaker, a contractor who was given a job in Caps House, Kapsoit, and Kapsuser, gave a list of laborers who were working in Caps House. The same list was taken to Kapsoit, and the same list was taken to Kapsuser. How on earth is that possible? How will you take somebody who works in Caps House to go to Kapsoit, and then finally to go to... So the list that was generated, Mr. Speaker, was only meant to account for the money is paid to that contractor. Mr. Speaker, we lost 39 million shillings, and I'm happy because the report will vindicate the committee that sat to investigate the entire ordeal. Number 5, Roman number 5, misappropriation of funds under the strategic intervention projects, that is the SIPs. Number 23, in various dates during the financial year 2024-2025, the governor engaged in gross violation of Article 10, 183, 201, 207, and 208 of the Constitution, and Sections 102, 109, and 110 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 by overseeing misappropriation of various projects under the Strategic Intervention Project Fund. Number 24, for instance, the project of upgrading of Kunyak Dispensary to Health Center, which is retender project for the construction and renovation of various facilities within the health center by MS Belitra Enterprises Limited for Kenya shillings 44,756,846. A total of Kenya shillings 8,575,186 has been paid for no works done. Indeed, the County Assembly's Committee on Implementation visited the site. They found that the contractor had only supplied material, contrary to the Finance Department's report to the Assembly that the kitchen and staff house was at the walling stage, while the MCH is at the slab level. And this, Mr. Speaker, the chairman can swear an affidavit because this is a committee that went to the site. And the contractor that evening was rushing to the site because he had already been discovered to have been paid without beginning the works. Number 6, Roman number 6, other violations of the Constitution and the law. The present and former Chief Executive Committee members and the chief officers are variously reported coercion by the governor to make financial allocations for governor's own use from the funds allocated to their respective departments, and which funds they were required to remit through the governor's personal assistance. Mr. Speaker, the CECs who are fired, and Mr. Speaker, the governor holds a record in this county, having fired 10 county executive members since he was elected, and 5 chief officers since he was sworn into office in 2022. Mr. Speaker, some of which were even done without the due process. Mr. Speaker, one of the county executive members, Honorable Erick, and we have the affidavit. We have even including the M-Pesa statements. You will be able to see that in so many occasions, he was able to send money to the governor himself and to his aides, Rennie, and the other gentleman. Mr. Speaker, this confirms that the governor has, in so many occasions, forced his own employees to remit some of those monies through the PAs and some of his staff. Number 26, violation of Article 201 A, D, and E of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 on principles of public finance management, and Article 226 as read with Article 227 of the Constitution by presiding over glaring irregularities evidenced by number A, irregular award of contracts and evasion of accountability; B, willful interfering in the procurement process and the award of tenders; number C, skewed tender awards to various contractors at inflated rate and in collusion with fraudulent contractors and suppliers; number D, irregular implementation and unfair distribution of various programs in the county; and number E, intentionally and negligently presiding over massive theft of county public funds as evidenced by the Auditor General's report for the preceding financial years, which have raised red flags over various projects. And Mr. Speaker, some of these we've proven earlier on in a number of those other grounds. Number 27, on 15th August 2023, the governor compensated the victims of Londiani accident from the county emergency fund to cover up for the funds raised by the public and misappropriated by a committee he had formed to steer the fund drive, and without cogent explanation of how the funds publicly raised for the victims had been expended. Mr. Speaker, the violation is using the county money to pay for the victims of Londiani accident, despite the fact that there was a fundraiser that had been conducted to support the victims and to pay for the hospital bills. Evidence of the governor's engagement, connivance, and complicity in the aforementioned acts of misappropriation, misallocation, and illegal drawings of the county revenue and county finances is to be found in, number 1, the report of the ad hoc committee on the alleged fictitious payments, which we have the report, that is KCA exhibit number 1. We have it here, Mr. Speaker. This one. Number 2, a bundle of sample of vouchers, payment requisitions, delivery notes, LSOs, etc. The payments are made. That is KCA exhibit number 2, which is also here. Then we have number 3, Roman number 3, Joint Committee Report of the County Assembly on implementation status of National Agriculture Value Chain Development Project, NAFCDP, in Kericho County. Kericho County Assembly exhibit number 3. The report is here, Mr. Speaker. Number 4, World Bank Project Implementation Manual for NAFCDP, KCA exhibit number 4, which is here too. Roman number 5, Joint Committee Report on the implementation status of FLOCA programs, KCA exhibit number 5. It is also here, and that was done by the committee, Joint Committee on Water and Environment. Roman number 6, Reports on the ad hoc committee on Kazi Mtaani project, KCA exhibit number 6. It is also here, Mr. Speaker. Roman number 7, committee on implementation report on the motion of strategic intervention projects, KCA exhibit number 7. It is also here and it is ready. Roman number 8, a bundle of vouchers for the payment of various projects under the strategic intervention projects, KCA exhibit number 8. It is also here. Number 9, Roman number 9, affidavits of Mr. Erick, KCA exhibit number 9. And number 10, video clips, KV001 and KV002. Mr. Speaker, I would wish we play that video when I handle Roman number 2, that is the misappropriating and or abetting misappropriation of funds publicly raised for the victims of Londiani accident, because that is the clip. Number 1, on various dates between 4th July 2023 and 9th July 2023, the governor grossly violated provisions of Article 10, 73 and 75 of the Constitution and sections 29 and 34 of the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012 by number A, overseeing misappropriation of funds raised for the victims of horrendous Londiani Junction accident tragedy, in which over Kenya shillings 9 million of public raised funds were lost. Number B, redaging on his undertaking to implement the report of the County Assembly's ad hoc committee formed to probe the misappropriation of funds meant for the victims of the accident. There is evidence that the governor filed a suit and or supported a suit by those implicated in the report of the County Assembly's ad hoc committee. So, committee in Kericho, ELCR code petition number E006 of 2023. That is Dr. Wesley Bor and 5 others versus the governor, the county government of Kericho and others. And Kericho ELCR petition number E014 of 2023. That is Victor Tum and others versus the Kericho, the governor, Kericho County government and others. Number C, being personally and directly complicit in the flawed award of direct tenders for the service providers during the fundraiser and requiem mass of the victims of the accident. Number D, the county governor has in this regard committed numerous and various acts in the course of his duties that are contrary to and in violation of the Constitution and laws of Kenya. These include, number 1, the authenticity of various payments made cannot be confirmed. The fact that the exact amount of money expended from the sum collected during the fundraiser points to impropriety and suggests a clear fraud on those whom the funds ought to have benefited. Roman number 2, a total of Kenya shillings 13,682,660 was collected at the fundraiser. A sum of Kenya shillings 423,000 was purportedly expended as pastors' facilitation, transport fund, field preparation, lunches and refreshments, printing, publishing and radio announcements. Other payments that were approved from the fund were the Kericho County Referral Hospital, Kenya shillings 2,037,524, Londiani Hospital, Kenya shillings 1,534,190, Supertrix Limited, Kenya shillings 2,945,000, Supershine Limited, Kenya shillings 411,000, Race Hotel, Kenya shillings 100,000, County Commissioners Fuel, Kenya shillings 300,000, etc. Number 3, that when Kenyans from all walks of life voluntarily made contributions to aid the victims of the tragedy, it was never intended or anticipated that the funds would be misappropriated with the blessings of the governor, who had a higher calling to ensure the money is accounted for to the last coin, and whom the people bestowed their trust. Roman number 4, the governor issued contradictory statements insofar as the use of the fund is concerned. The contradictory statements point to his being complicit in the manner. Roman number 5. While the governor is on record indicating that the medical bills for all the victims would be waived and taken care of by the county government, it is not clear why had the money to be paid out from the fund collected to various public hospitals against the express and unequivocal representations of the governor. Mr. Speaker, we have the clips, and before even we play those clips, this was the most unfortunate incident that happened in July. Mr. Speaker, I know you come from Kipkelion East, and quite a number of times you pass by Londiani Junction. Mr. Speaker, look at those people who, conduct their businesses there. Those selling maize, those selling some food produces, the border fellows around that center. Mr. Speaker, these are the people who are trying to make the least out of what they sell. Think of those selling maize, choma, Mr. Speaker. The much that particular person can make out of that is 10 shillings per maize cob. Or I don't know what we call that, the Maindi choma. But then, Mr. Speaker, when the accident came, these are the people who could not afford even the medical bills. Mr. Speaker, the fundraiser was hurriedly done, and the members of the public gave their monies in kind. First of all, Mr. Speaker, immediately the accident happened, the former deputy president landed in the site. And I think other senior officials in this government, they even gave an amount in advance. Rigathi Gachagua himself gave Kenya shillings 2 million the same day. Mr. Speaker, it is unheard of for the county government, led by the governor, Dr. Erick Mutai, to misuse those monies that were meant to benefit the victims of that accident. I want to play the videos, Mr. Speaker, beginning with when the whistleblower came on board. That is when Engineer Fred Kirui raised the issue of misuse of those funds. Mr. Speaker, you formed another committee that was chaired by one Honorable Moses Rotich, the MCA representing, and it came as a result of a statement from the Honorable Vincent Korir. Mr. Speaker, when you formed the other committee, the governor called a press conference right in front of his office. And Mr. Speaker, the governor committed that he was going to act on the report. I want you to play that video shortly.
Circulating around the newspapers that money was lost in the process. Some other families have not received the money. I've been able to reach out to the committee which was concerned, and out of it be able to understand what exactly transpired, because just like any other person.
Mr. Speaker, that is when the governor came out, immediately formed the other committee after the statement was raised. In fact, there is a common phrase, Mr. Speaker, where the governor claimed in our local language, Mangetu Chito, meaning he was not going to spare anyone who was accused of stealing the fund. Mr. Speaker, I want you to play the next clip when now the report of the committee that was looking into the fictitious payments from the kitty. And we will have two clips. There is one clip where the governor claims he was going to foot all the bills, the medical bills, the tent, and any other cost by the county government of Kericho. And the money raised from the fundraiser was only meant to be shared among the victims of the Londiani accident. I want you to play that clip where the governor now called a press conference, calling the committee led by the Honorable Moses Rotich a funeral committee.
I must admit that having looked the committee, I have directed the committee that as of Wednesday last week, I have had directed them to pay all the money. However, the committee indicates to me that the checkbook that they were supposed to use in payment of the victims were in the hands of the funeral committee. Sorry, the ad hoc committee, but again it's a funeral committee though, because it was looking into mother's funeral. So the funeral committee of the assembly had the checkbook, and they were not able to disperse the money. And now that the funeral ad hoc committee has finished their work, I request them to provide the check, because it...
Mr. Speaker, if I had an opportunity to play the entire clip, because we were able to pick that one because of time, Mr. Speaker, the governor even went an extra mile and said that my hands are tied. You know, there are officers in this county government who are accused of mishandling that money. And one of the recommendations from the committee was that they be disciplined. Disciplining them means either they was going to be surcharged or made to repay the money that were paid to them. The governor came before the members of the public and said, I have no powers to discipline the chief officers and other officers who are mentioned. Mr. Speaker, I'm talking about the governor who contradicts himself in so many occasions. And number two, this is a governor who demeans a honorable committee that was looking into issues of the victims of Londiani accident. Mr. Speaker, calling the other committee that was looking into Londiani accident compensation a funeral committee is something that, Mr. Speaker, I'm worried. Because one, that act alone amounts to violation of Article 10 of the Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, that is why I still insist before this House, Your Excellency, there is no choice, but when the time comes for us to vote, you need to exit this county, Mr. Speaker. I mean, the governor has to, the governor has to go. And Mr. Speaker, let me read number E. By his acts of omission and commission, the governor has grossly violated Article 75 of the Constitution, which demands that a state officer shall, whether in public or private, behave in a manner that avoids conflicts of interest between personal interest and the public or official interest, or compromises public interest in favor of personal interest. Number F, by overseeing the misappropriation of the funds aimed at assisting victims of the accident, the governor violated Article 73(2), which demands from him selfless service based solely on public interest, demonstrated by honesty in execution of his duties, accountability to the public, A, Roman 2 and 3 of the Constitution, which demands that he at all times demonstrate respect to the people and brings honor and dignity to the office he holds. Number H, by allowing himself and senior officials close to him to benefit from the funds, the governor violated Article 76(2)(b) of the Constitution, which prohibits a state officer from accepting a benefit in circumstances that compromise the integrity of the state officer. Number I, by failing to ensure that decision-making in the executive office of the county governor are not influenced by corruption, nepotism, and other callous improper motives, the governor has failed to exercise objectivity, and impartiality, thus violating Article 73(2)(b) of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. Evidence of the governor's engagement, connivance, and complicity in the acts of misappropriating and or abetting misappropriation of publicly raised funds is to be found in Roman number 1, the report on the investigation of Londiani accident victims fundraising held on 4th July 2024, KCA exhibit number 10, which is, the report is here, Mr. Speaker. Roman number 2, affidavits filed by the governor in Kericho ELCR petition number E014 of 2023, KCA exhibit number 11, and video clips numbered KCA V3, KCA V4, and KCA V5. Mr. Speaker, those are the clips that we played, and we will get to play now the one that, whether the team was able to present it there, but we have them where the governor continues to contradict himself in the whole incident. And Mr. Speaker, lastly, when the committee sat in this house, Mr. Speaker, there was an accountant from the referral hospital who appeared before this committee. The governor had indicated that the county government of Kericho was going to foot all the medical bills. The county government of Nakuru, led by Governor Susan Kihiga, paid for all the victims of the accident. So there was nothing the county government of Kericho was paying. But from the report generated from the executive, led by the governor, County Referral Hospital, the accountant was called to ensure he come up with the bills, purposely for the governor to account how the money was used. Mr. Speaker, in one of these clips, not that one, of course he talked about that one. I want you to go to exhibit number what? Is it number 1? Yes, that one. Sorry? You go to number 4. That one. That one. That's the
First of all, we've been out and away on a number of issues that we've been trying to assist our country. Today, yesterday we have in trade partnership with the national government. That has been advertised and already procurement has been done for the same. And we're going to have a new market at Kapatets and a new market at Kapelek. The good news is that I've also talked with to add additional 4 markets. And the market we are targeting is Mutai, we are targeting Londiani, and Kapatets. For those 4 additional. I wish also to indicate that as a county, we have been able to move forward and close the Capsule project, which is the county integrated agro-processing zone of value addition. The national government has given us 50 million. The county government of Kericho has equally partnered with the national government with another 50 million. And this approach will be 500 million, and we're going to have the capsule that is introduced away. It's only opening the region and also value adding what you're producing in our farms. We're looking forward to do value addition in our potatoes, our sweet potatoes, our milk.
Let's be patient. It's almost getting to where we want.
Further to that, we can always find it on plan, and we are still collaborating with the MCA and the community, so that the remaining material is around 7 billion for its completion, together with equipment and private investors. We're looking forward to be able to run and complete the project so that we value add our vegetables rate and then expand the code of and surrounding community. We are here because as a country we had a very serious tragedy from Guyana, which saw a number of people lost. When we were on 52, and then went around the clock, reached out to.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Do you want us to continue that way?
What I want, or maybe I can explain. When what's there, the governor is making his commitment that the county government of Kericho was going to foot all the medical bills for the victims and the tent and anything that was going to be used throughout the whole exercise. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, from the report, the county government of Kericho, led by the governor, was able to pay Super Tricks 2.945 million shillings. Mr. Speaker, the county government of Kericho again budgeted for Londiani Sub-County Hospital and our Kericho Referral Hospital, and without blinking an eye, they also budgeted for the Nakuru PGH Hospital and Molo Sub-County Hospital. Mr. Speaker, how do you budget for what you had claimed the county government of Kericho was going to pay? How do you use the same fund to meet the expenses which you had authoritatively stated in that clip that the county government of Kericho was going to foot? Mr. Speaker, in the whole exercise, the governor was trying to account for the misuse of the fund that was meant to be paid to the victims of the accident. We will, of course, get a clearer video of that, that evidence we are adducing, because it is important. This is where we will not let the governor go, because when we went to Senate last time, Mr. Speaker, our case was not heard because of what most of our members know. So we are going to produce this as an evidence. The governor had the overall responsibility to ensure the fund was used prudently and to benefit the victims. Later on, Mr. Speaker, the governor, I want to believe in his own replying affidavit, is going to prove how he was able to retrieve or to get back the money that he eventually used to pay to the victims. However, Mr. Speaker, to date, there are victims of that accident who claim they have never been paid to date. Mr. Speaker, it is wrong, it is immoral, even to steal from the people who lost their loved ones. Number B.
Order, Honorable Gwen. Now that you take your seat, now that you have played a clip that is not clear and audible and not flowing, ensure that you perhaps you hand over to the office of the clerk a clear one, an audible one, and so that we, and the one that is flowing, so that we can also share with the governor. All right. Proceed.
I stand guided, Mr. Speaker. Number B, abuse of office. And Roman number 1, illegal appointments and lawful dismissal and transfers and usurpation of the constitutional and statutory functions of the county public service. Number 1, the governor has variously engaged in Roman number 1, gross misconduct, Roman number 2, gross violation of Articles 10, 73, 75, 232, 235, and 236 of the Constitution. And Roman number 3, gross violation of Section 17 of the Public Officer Ethics Act, Section 55, 59, 59A, 60, 62, 63, 64, and 65 of the County Governments Act, Section 4, of the Public Appointments County Assemblies Approval Act of 2017 and variously abused his office by, number 1, skewed uncompetitive and nepotic appointments of the county employees of various cadres. For instance, the governor recently hired his own brother, one Victor Mutai, as a revenue clerk. Similarly, the governor's personal assistant's wife, one Chepkirui Masi, who was recently hired as a nurse on contract basis, was confirmed. Yet there are a number of nursing staff who have been serving on contract for long without confirmation. Number B, illegally appointing one Mrs. Alice Bett, now a judge of the High Court, as the county attorney when there was a substantive office holder, an act of which the Employment and Labor Relations Court, Honorable Lady Justice Wasilwa, affirmed was irregular and procedural and unlawful in Sang versus Governor Kericho County and 2 others. Petition E001 of 2023. In that case, the governor was found by the court to be in gross violation of Article 73 and 232 of the Constitution. His actions found to be illegal and unconstitutional, and ordered to pay costs of Kenya shillings 2 million and costs personally. The governor has therefore been already adjudged to be in gross violation of the law and all the Assembly and the Senate. And this is very interesting, Mr. Speaker, because 1, the governor was taken through the justice system and the judge ruled that the governor violated Article 73 and 232 of the Constitution. And that means, Mr. Speaker, if the governor has been found to have violated the Constitution, you know, the governor stands adjudged. In this instance, Mr. Speaker, the governor even doesn't need to be brought to this house to be impeached. If a resident in this county was able to bring a petition, definitely the governor would cease holding office. Because 1, why would you hire somebody when there is an office holder? And the petitioner successfully petitioned through the courts, and the governor was ruled to have violated the law. Him even being ordered to pay Kenya shillings 2 million personally was enough proof by the courts that the governor was found to have abused office. Number C, causing the advertisement of the positions of doctors, nurses, early childhood education ECD teachers, just to endear himself politically when he knew the county government did not have capacity to hire. The applicants were subsequently not shortlisted, or the alleged vacancies fill up. And this is what came up, I think, around 2023. We have the advert, Mr. Speaker, where so many positions were advertised, and they were never filled. It is only recently when the health workers were successfully recruited, but then the other cadres in education and all the other positions have never been filled up. Revenue clerks, the other day, Mr. Speaker, we appropriated as a house, and of course in consultation with the executive, and we were able to hire 30 revenue clerks. Mr. Speaker, the other positions that were advertised were never filled to date. The replacement of ECD teachers has never been done, despite the fact that the governor, through his authority in writing to the County Public Service Board for advertisement, they did that. People applied, they were never shortlisted or interviewed. Of course, Mr. Speaker, that is wrong. Number D, illegally deploying health staff via notice dated 22nd July 2024 without any justification, authority, and involvement of County Public Service Board, thus creating crisis in the health sector. And this was very interesting, Mr. Speaker, because 1, the governor instructed the then county secretary for a number of transfers, which were reversed when the Committee on Health, led by the Honorable Erick B, intervened. Of course, Mr. Speaker, the duty pursuant to County Governments Act, Section 69 and 72 of the County Governments Act, vests the authority to the various chief officers within the department to do the transfers. And 72 is for the county secretary to do the transfers across the departments. In that case, Mr. Speaker, the then county secretary did transfers arbitrarily. It was chaotic. The staff lost, a number of them lost morale. Had it not been for the Committee on Health to intervene, perhaps, Mr. Speaker, service delivery was going to be hampered in this county. Number E, since his assumption of office, the governor has dismissed a total of 10 county executive members, 6 chief officers, 2 chiefs of staff, among other senior county staff, without any cause or reason, thus exposing the county to protracted litigation and the risk of huge compensation in damages. The governor has perpetuated this firing spree not for any reason, but as a show of might, power, and authority. And that is where the abuse lies. Mr. Speaker, the worst one was last year in December, where the county executive members, 6 of them, were fired via a Facebook post by the governor. In fact, the governor quoted Section 40 of the County Governments Act. And that particular section has already been repealed by the Senate. Mr. Speaker, using a law that is non-existent to fire county executive members is something that we need to worry about. And you know, Mr. Speaker, we have a number of staff who've lost their jobs without any cause. Mr. Speaker, I know of CECs who are very young as the governor. Some of them are going through problems now. Their families are broken. The governor has never considered even a single thought about such employees. Mr. Speaker, why would the governor just wake up one morning, dismiss the CECs? And when he's asked why, there was an instance, and I'm happy, Your Excellency, you're here, where I was calling him to inform him, don't fire this particular officer. He told me, I'm the appointing authority. That was a phone call conversation. And then, Mr. Speaker, I wonder, why would you hire somebody who had a job, a well-paying job, 4 months down the line, you fire that particular individual? Case in point is Malel Kipruto, who was the TSE director in Turkana. The governor implored on him to come, take up the job in the county government. This individual went through 4 departments within 4 months. He was hired, you know, Mr. Speaker, I'm a member of the appointment committee. When the name of one Malel Kipruto came to this house, he was the CEC in charge of public service management. Hardly 1 month later, he was taken to ICT. A month and a half later, he was in charge of lands. How will this particular officer learn the ropes to be able to, you know, offer services to this county? Yes, Mr. Speaker, the governor has continued to abuse office by firing left, right, center officers he himself, you know, proposed through this house for them to be hired. This is the height of impunity, you know, that the governor has continued to show ever since he was elected. Evidence of the governor's engagement, connivance, complicity in the foregoing acts of illegal appointments, unlawful dismissal and transfers, and usurpation of the constitutional and statutory functions of the county organs is to be found in, number 1, the judgment of Employment and Labor Relations Court in Kericho in the case of Collins Sang versus Governor Kericho County and 2 others, petition E001 of 2023. And it was in 2024, the judgment actually was published. That is KCA exhibit number 12. Roman number 2, a bundle of notices from the governor dismissing the CECs, CEOs, and other staff. KCA exhibit number 13. Roman number 3, copies of bundles of sample court documents filed in various cases. KCA exhibit number 14. Mr. Speaker, remember all the CCs who've been fired have gone to court. They have active court cases. And, you know, most of these labor-related cases, most of it, oftentimes, the employer always lose the case. And this county, led by the governor, if he continues to lead this county, we are going to pay damages amounting to millions because of the number of people the governor has fired. Roman number 2, subversion, discrediting, and impeding of the oversight role of the county assembly. Mr. Speaker, number 1, on 3rd of September 2024, the governor engaged in 1, gross misconduct, and Roman number 2, grossly violated the provisions of Articles 10, 73, 75, and 174 and 185(3) of the Constitution, and abused his office by writing to the Speaker, purporting to direct the Speaker on, inter alia, the timelines the Speaker should give the chief officers who are summoned by the Assembly for questioning in exercise of the Assembly's oversight mandate. Evidence of the governor's engagements, connivance, and complicity in the foregoing acts of subversion, discrediting, and impeding of the oversight role of the county assembly is to be found in number 1, a letter by the governor dated 20th August 2024 addressed to the Speaker of the County Assembly of Kericho, KCA exhibit number 15, and number 2, a letter from the Speaker to the governor dated 3rd September 2024, KCA exhibit number 16. And in this instance, Mr. Speaker, remember we had initiated a process of calling the CECs and CEOs to answer to any issue that we have in this house. The governor wrote back to us. In fact, in a funny scenario one time, the governor ordered a meeting in Nakuru when we had already delivered letters to them to appear before this house. That was a case of trying to evade answering to the question some of the members had raised in the various departments. Mr. Speaker, we are mandated by law to exercise our oversight role, and one of them is to interview most of his executives. We might not interview the governor himself, but the people he's given jobs are the people we were interested in. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the governor had audacity to write to you, informing you that you don't need to summon these people to your office, to the assembly to answer to the questions. And that was wrong. I'm happy because you replied that we have the mandate as an assembly to do the role that the people gave us. Number C, gross misconduct. Roman number 1, bullying, incitement, vilification of people and the county staff. Number 1, on various occasions, the governor has repeatedly engaged in Roman number 1, gross misconduct, and number 2, gross violation of the provisions of Article 10, Article 73, and Article 75 of the Constitution, and Sections 29 and 34 of the Leadership and Integrity Act by number A. The governor has been operating with impunity as though he is above the law. On the second day of being sworn into office, the governor led a mob to invade a private land owned by one Mr. Josea Kiblangat-Kogo within Kericho town and tore down the fence. The governor has since designated the subject land as an illegal dump site operated by the county government without the consent of the registered proprietor, National Environment Management Authority, NEMA, approval, gazettement by the county designating the parcel as a dump site, and in total disregard of a court order issued by the Environment and Land Court in Kericho in ELC petition number E001 of 2022, Josea Kiblangat-Kogo versus County Government of Kericho. The governor has also obstructed the enforcement of the orders by the police administration. The actions are illegal, contemptuous to the authority and dignity of the court and the rule of law, unethical and demeaning the office the governor holds. Further, as a result of the illegal actions of the governor, the county was condemned to pay costs. Mr. Speaker, we have the clip, and before we play, this is a case where the governor again lost. The proprietor of the parcel of land went to court And this was funny, Mr. Speaker, so that you know it is wrong to get it wrong from the word go. This is day 2 after swearing in. The governor led a mob, tore down the fence of that particular proprietor. Even if the governor knew that the land is claimed to belong to the county, there is a due process. You don't repossess illegally, make it a dump site without any approval. And then when the proprietor went to court, he won the court case. The county government of Kericho was ordered to pay 30 million and additional other costs. Mr. Speaker, I want the IT officer to play that particular, the last one, yeah. Mr. Speaker, you can clearly see the governor. In fact, he was shouting at one of the people who must have been working elsewhere around the land, forcefully instructing him or her to bring that djembe. I don't know what he was going to do with the djembe. But then, Mr. Speaker, you can see clearly the governor was even already misusing the powers given to him by the people of Kericho. When Governor Susan Kihiga was visiting Nakuru PGH to look at the state of the hospital, I saw one Governor Sakaja. He went to Pumwani Hospital to see the mothers who were giving birth and who had already given birth. Our governor, number one, was acting in bad faith. Already, even the actions by the governor is in contravention of chapter 6. I mean, that is, the integrity of the governor is already in question in day 2 when he was elected. Tell me, Mr. Speaker, why this governor should continue holding office, even with the judgment rendered by the courts that he was in violation of the constitution, that he forcefully entered into somebody's land, made it a dump site without any approval, Mr. Speaker. And that is why I'm here to say, members, giving him an opportunity, I do not know how this county will be run even until 2027. Number B, none of the dismissed CECs, CEOs, chiefs of staff, and other senior county staff were given fair administrative action, due process, hearing, thus violating the provisions of Articles 41, 47, Article 51 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, remember, even if you were to fire a CEC or a CEO, then you should be able to have accusations. I've seen CECs in other counties go to court and win the cases. I do not know for Kericho, because case in point, Mr. Speaker, is the December 23rd one, where the governor just updated a Facebook post, and days later he came up with letters of dismissal. The grounds to date is not known, but we will then prove, because they are our witnesses now. Mr. Speaker, in the case of Erick and the other 3, the governor actually messed up with their reputation. I want to bring to your attention, Mr. Speaker, Engineer Erick is a village boy who went to school, Kahaki Bay, Kapkeburu Primary, Kahaki Bay, as a day scholar, scored an A- from that small school, went to Kenyatta University, get the best grade. He worked, before even joining us, he had worked for Water Trust Fund. This is a young man who had ambitions. Now, firing him with a phrase of incompetence rendered the life of that young man useless. Mr. Speaker, this is a governor who wants to be given chance. Yet, whenever he has authority, he has never given chance to anybody who works for him. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, his continued to run the affairs of this county is untenable. And I want to beseech members, when the time comes, let us act, you know, with a lot of feelings to the many who've gone through the hard times through the leadership of this governor. Number C, the governor has persistently intimidated, molested, harassed county officers who do not sing to his tune, leaving officers jittery and creating an atmosphere of fear, uncertainty, and despondency in the county, and thus creating toxic work environment. This violates the principal provisions of Section 11 and 13 of the Leadership and Integrity Act. Number D, the governor has persistently used divisive and unbecoming language, which undermines the office he holds, contrary to Section 8 of the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012. Number E, the acts of the governor enumerated above have collectively brought dishonor and disrepute into the office of the governor in violation of Chapter 6 of the Constitution and the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012. Evidence of the governor's engagement, connivance, and complicity in the preceding acts of incitement, vilification of people and staff is to be found in number 1, affidavit of Joseph Langatkogo, sworn on 23rd September 2023, in support of the notice, KCA Exhibit number 17. Aroma number 2, judgment of ELC petition number E001 of 2022, Joseph Langatkogo versus the county government of Kericho. Number 9, we have the video clips. And Mr. Speaker, you've been able to see one. So, Mr. Speaker, to that far, we've come to the end of the motion. And before I call on the seconder of the motion, Mr. Speaker, I want to tell the governor who is before us, pursuant to standing orders of this county assembly and Article 51 of the Constitution, fair hearing. Mr. Speaker, it is important that the governor knows that on various dates ever since he was elected, his actions has brought us this far. Mr. Speaker, there is a clip there that we will get a clear on, where the governor admitted while they were installing the new managing director of Kewasco, where he admitted in public and in camera that in Londiani's case, funds were lost. I'm waiting to see his replying affidavit because it's confirmed in series. And you know, he claimed I was still younger. Now that I've now known how to run the county. This is somebody who's confirmed his own wrongdoings. I want to urge the members, let us vote with conscience. We will save this county, and the county of government of Kericho will vindicate our actions in future and for the generations to come. To this, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the motion. And the second of the motion is Honorable Vincent Korir, the MCA representing Londiani Ward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, thank you, the Honorable Honorable, before Honorable Vincent Korir takes to the floor, is the Deputy Speaker, first panelist, Honorable Philip. Yes, you can come over. As the Honorable Vincent Korir, you will take the floor, you second the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to second the motion. And before I second the motion, Mr. Speaker, I would like to contribute on what my colleague has stated. And this motion is
not only historical, it is also going to have a test of integrity to this House, a test of integrity to the members, a test of integrity to the governor before us, and everyone else who has been entrusted with an office. Mr. Speaker, the issue of leadership, as in this motion, because we are testing the leadership, is being accountable. And we are discussing the issue of accountability. We want to look at the issue of accountability of the resources of the people of Kericho County and upholding the Constitution and rule of law. Mr. Speaker, Constitution of Kenya 2010, Article 73, states clearly on accountability, rule of law, service to the public, interest of the public over personal interest. And Mr. Speaker, the Constitution also gives us mandate as this House under Article 181, read together with Section 33 of County Government Act. And this article gives this House mandate and authority to act wherever there is abuse of office, whenever there is gross misconduct on the question of governor and even any other leader. It's also stated on the actions that can be taken if there is breach of leadership. Mr. Speaker, this motion clearly also will test us as members of this House, Mr. Speaker. Because when you hear about the issues of fictitious payments, I, representing the people of Londiani, I will not tolerate a farmer who woke up very early in the morning, as I stated before, when this motion was being tabled, that I cannot tolerate the farmer who woke up to queue behind us and to support us to be given under supply of goods and services, yet they are supposed to get fair share of their resources and the revenue and taxes that we are appropriating in this House. Mr. Speaker, I will not tolerate that as a member. Mr. Speaker, there are issues that have been touched on corruption. There are issues of fake tenders. There are issues of inflated projects. There are issues, Mr. Speaker, of impunity. Last time, I don't have a word to call this because fictitious payments will attract even the worst names like thuggery, theft, and robbery, because that's not what we should entertain as a House. Mr. Speaker, consequently, when you breach these laws, for instance, the governor, the law says you will be impeached. For a public officer, you will be disqualified. You will still be prosecuted and the assets should be recovered. That is what the law says. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of leadership, it is not just a constitutional requirement. It is a test of a character of a person. And our silence in this House, Mr. Speaker, will not absolve us. The people are watching, history will judge us, and if money was stolen, then it means there is a hospital that is lacking drugs, there is a road that is not being repaired, and there is a Mambomboga now, currently, who is suffering out there because they have not received. There is a farmer who has not received the services that are required. Mr. Speaker, as a House, we have that mandate to interrogate these issues, to look. That is why we have the reports on the pending bills. We have the reports of Auditor General. We have the reports of fictitious payments. We have the reports on Londiani accident victims. We have deliberated as a House because we are doing the oversight, the role that we are mandated to do. And I believe today is a day because for the governor, all these reports, I believe they normally say documents have facts and facts don't lie. And I believe whatever was documented here are hard facts. And we cannot divert attention to try and blame any other person. because I saw in the clips played by my colleague here, where the governor was praising the committee and giving them good names. And later when the facts came out, the names of the committees changed to other names, name calling. We want to believe that in this house, we want to see facts. Mr. Speaker, on the fictitious payments, the 85 million, I'm very sad, because a contractor was paid way in advance, before even the services are delivered. Where on earth can someone do this? When we have genuine contractors who have done excellent job, and they have never been paid for a very long period of time, they are still waiting to be paid. And I want to thank the whistleblower, because if the whistleblower could not have mentioned all this, then it means whatever was being supplied to Toroch time last week could not have been supplied. Whatever was supposed to be supplied to Ruskebe, that is in our sub-county, could not have been supplied. Then it means whistleblowers are very important. We should thank the whistleblower for giving us this information as house. And we took the right step of investigating, looking at the documents, and it was done in public. It was all over in our social media. Everybody who has interest will have followed. And even the public told me, some of the members of the public told me, before the fictitious payments were being done, already the public had a report on their own, and they could be able to analyze the report. So it means, Mr. Speaker, these issues of gross misconduct, gross violation of the Constitution, is a test of our leadership. And today, Governor, before us, you see, I was elected by the people of Londiani, and I know my mandate is to do the oversight and representation. That doesn't affect the friendship, maybe between the governor and the MCA. But we have to put you in check and balance. And it is our role. It is not anything to do with politics. It is not anything to do with personal differences. But I'm doing my mandate as the area member of County Assembly from Londiani. And I'm representing that Mambomboga, or that person who queued before to elect us. Honorable members, it is not that we are the best in leadership. There are others who are supposed to be elected, but people trusted us. They given us trust to elect us to represent them, and that is the mandate that I'm going to discharge. Honorable Governor, Your Excellency, the issues mentioned, I'll leave alone the issue of all those stories. Let's pick one point of the housing in Kipkeliam, where a contractor, when there was a whistleblower was done, a contractor rushed at night. If it was not for the members of the public, then the contractor could have rushed there to do some job, so that it can appear that work was going on. Yet there was nothing going on. Money already was paid long way ago. Honorable members, it is our duty, and we are being watched. Not only in our county, we are being watched across the country. And it is our duty, if we fail today to send Excellency Governor Mutai home, then we are giving a leeway to the governors to assume that if they have some political support or small support, then it is their way to continue with corruption. We will never allow that. Mr. Speaker, when you talk of the issue of dismissed 10 CECs, 6 CEOs, 2 chiefs of staff, then my question is it coincidence? It cannot be coincidence, Mr. Speaker, sir. This alone. And I want to actually speak to the governor that when there are rats in your store, and the rats are raiding your maize that you have harvested for your children, you don't call people to come and burn the store, plus the maize and the rats. You kill the rat, and you remain with the store and the maize. Mr. Speaker, you see, there are doctrines. There is a doctrine of leadership.
where a leader, if you are the head of, or in authority, you are held liable for whatever your staff are doing. That is doctrine of leadership. If I'm a manager and there is a supervisor who has done repeatedly some issues, for example, stealing, then it means I'm the problem. And it's me who's supposed to step down or resign or be sacked. So to you, Your Excellency Governor, on the issue of Londiani accident, this is so touching to me because this is in the area where I come from. I managed to witness whatever happened during that day, that time. And actually, I don't want to describe the events that took place, but the saddest of all is when the fundraising was done, I was part and parcel, we contributed, and eventually, the money was lost. To me, that money was supposed to be helping those victims who had already died, some were injured. And to my surprise, there was also a whistleblower during that time. And true to the reality, the money was lost and it was misused when there is a family who are waiting to buy their victim. And you see the members of the public could not do a fundraising since they knew that already there was a fundraising held nationally. And it took time for that family. I remember I was in the ad hoc committee. We went through the committee, we looked at the details, and shocking enough, the promises that were made by the governor to waive the bills was never realized. In the real sense, that money was used in different way. If you can look at the details, I remember those people who are in the committee. If you can go into the details, then it is shocking because some of the finer details could not even match. Some of the expenditures could not tally. The officers who are called here to come and answer the questions, some could even cry and even they wanted to be seen in camera because there were issues that were being done behind the camera. Mr. Speaker, in this house, as the assembly, we must act. And the action is today. And any member who is here should be convinced beyond doubt, because this report has facts. Mr. Speaker, the issue of Kazi Mutai, I remember in May 2024, there were some 5 companies that were mentioned adversely in Kazi Mutai program. I'm a member of Lands Committee. As a committee member, we looked at the reports, and truly, you could find that there are so many irregularities that happened in this program, the Kazi Mutai programs. Some of the people who are recruited were never even paid. Some of the companies were not pre-qualified. And currently, there is a report, a preliminary report from the EACC, which show that truly funds was used in an irregular manner, and the companies, 7 companies were actually involved in misappropriation of the funds. This is a loss of funds. Mr. Speaker, sir, we are called to serve the people. We are serving the Constitution and God. Mr. Speaker, as I submit, as I second, Mr. Speaker, I would like to urge this House that today, having convened today to debate on this motion, I would like to urge honorable members that with your conviction, with the facts before us, that we do the necessary and vote to remove the governor of Kericho County from office so that we can continue to uphold leadership and integrity as required. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to continue much, but I would like to say that I am standing with the people and I'm standing for justice. I second, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, the Honorable Vincent Korir. Honorable members, now the motion have been moved and seconded. I now propose a question pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 65-1, which is, you will bear with me, I'll have to read the motion verbatim, but I'll be very fast. Special motion proposed removal from office of the Governor for Kericho County, Honorable Dr. Erick Mutai by impeachment. By Honorable Kiprotich Rogony, elected member of the County Assembly of Kericho, Sigawit Ward. Honorable Speaker, I beg with the support of members of the County Assembly of Kericho, the County Assembly, whose names and signatures I have annexed here to, as Annexure 1, to move the motion for impeachment of His Excellency, Honorable Erick Mutai, the Governor of Kericho County, for Roman number 1, gross violation of the Constitution of Kenya. Roman number 2, gross violation of various national and county laws. Roman number 3, serious reasons for believing that the governor has committed crimes under national law. Roman number 4, abuse of office. And Roman number 5, gross misconduct. The specific grounds of motion are organized thematically as outlined below and elaborated in the ensuing pages of this motion. The evidence in support of the motion is set out in 1. Affidavit in support of this motion duly sworn on 5th August 2025 by Honorable Kiprotich Rogony. Exhibits annexed to his affidavit in support of the motion. 3. The witness statements affidavits to be presented at the hearing of this motion. Further, the affidavit presented here verifies the accuracy and reliability of exhibits to the motion. Whereas Article 2 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, herein after the Constitution, restates the supremacy of the Constitution as the supreme law of the Republic and binds all persons and state organs at both levels of government. Article 10 of the Constitution, Section 3 and 16 of the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012 and Section 9, 10 and 12 of the Public Officer Ethics Act 2003 establish, among others, the rule of law, democracy, human dignity, courtesy, respect, social justice, inclusiveness, equality, human rights, probity, professionalism, non-discrimination, protection of marginalized, good governance, transparency, and accountability as part of national values and principle of governance. Article 10, 73 and 75 of the Constitution requires state officers at all times, whether in public or private life, to behave in a manner that inter alia brings honor to the nation and dignity of the office of the state officer holds, portray selfless service based solely on the public interest, demonstrated by honesty in execution of public duties and declaration of any personal interest that may conflict with public interest, ensures decisions made by the state officer are not influenced by nepotism, favorism, and improper motives, demonstrate discipline and commitment in service to the people, and 4, avoids demeaning the office that the state officer holds. By dint of Section 11 of the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012, enjoins the governor as a state officer to treat members of the public and other public officer with courtesy and respect, and further, by dint of Section 34 of the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012, the governor, being a state officer, is precluded from bullying any person by engaging in a behavior that is vindictive, cruel, malicious, humiliating, and is intended to undermine a person. Article 73, 2D and E of the Constitution provides for accountability of a state officer to the public for all decisions made in exercise of the powers of the office they hold, and that accountability is a critical principle of leadership and integrity. Article 10, 232, 235, and 236 of the Constitution and Section 59, 59A, 60, 62, 63, 64, and 65 of the County Government Act 2012 provide for the values or principles of public service and establish an elaborate framework for the establishment of county public officers and the recruitment, employment, and dismissal of county public officers. Article 179(4) of the Constitution reaffirms the governor's position as the chief executive of the county. Hence, the Constitution and the law vest primary responsibility for decision making and ensuring the well-being of the county on the governor. This is a strong expression of the county governor's commitment and expectation to provide effective leadership, strategic vision, and direction to the county in ensuring efficient and prudent use of public resources for the good of the county. Number 8, Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33 of the County Government Act, and Standing Order Number 70 and 70A of Standing Orders of the County Assembly of Kericho provides for the impeachment of the governor on grounds of gross violation of Constitution, gross violation of other written laws, where there are serious reasons for believing that the county governor has committed a crime under national or international law, gross misconduct, and abuse of office. Number 9, Articles 201, 205, and 207 of the Constitution forms a constitutional basis that guide the counties in raising and utilization of public finances. In particular, Article 207 establishes the County Revenue Fund and clearly stipulates that money shall not be withdrawn from the Revenue Fund unless the Controller of Budget has approved. Number 10, Section 33 of the County Government Act obligates the governor to provide leadership in county governance, be accountable for the management and use of county resources, and to promote, amongst others, good governance and competitiveness of the county. Number 11, the governor has in various instances failed to take charge and rein on the rot, corruption, and unethical practices in the county. Instead, the governor has deliberately aided, abetted, condoned, and encouraged the misuse, misappropriation, misallocation, wanton theft, and pilferage of county finances. Number 12, the governor has in multiple occasions directly and indirectly engaged in acts and conduct which severally and collectively constitute gross violation of Constitution, gross violation of other written laws, gross misconduct, and abuse of office. By his acts and conduct, the governor has exposed the office of the governor, the assembly, and the people of Kericho to ridicule, embarrassment, shame, and disrepute. 14, the conduct of the governor has been scandalous and embarrassing to the high office of the county governor, an office held in public trust and whose authority to be exercised in a manner consistent with the purpose and objects of the Constitution. Honorable members, I remind you, we are standing orders when the chair is on it, no movement. 15, the conduct of the governor has made it impossible for the county to be governed as it ought to be, comprise service delivery, and jeopardize the functions of both arms of county government of Kericho. It has therefore become untenable for the governor to continue being in office. 16, the governor has variously committed constitutional wrongs that subvert the structure of government and undermine the integrity of office and even the constitutional itself. The significant effects of the conduct, i.e. undermining the integrity of office, disregard of constitutional duties and oath of office, arrogation of power, and abuse of government process, has had an adverse impact on the running and administration of Kericho County government. And number 17, the governor has continued to stay in office, has and will continue to undermine effective service delivery to the detriment of the people of Kericho County, in whose trust the governor holds the office. The Assembly resolves to impeach the governor under Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33 of the County Government Act, and Standing Order number 70 and 70A of the Kericho County Assembly Standing Orders on the following grounds. A, gross violation of the Constitution and other laws. That is, gross violation of Constitution of the Republic of Kenya 2010, the County Government Act 2012, Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015, the Public Finance Management Act 2012, and Kericho County laws. 1, misappropriation and misallocation of county finances. On various occasions since his election as a governor and subsequent assumption of office, the governor has engaged in various acts of gross violation of Article 10, 183, and 201 of the Constitution, Section 102 and 109 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, and the provision of the Kericho County Rating Act number 5 of 2019 as follows. Roman 1, fictitious payment of works, goods, and services. Between January 2025 and July 2025, the governor engaged in gross violations of Articles 10, 183, 201, 207, and 208 of the Constitution, and Sections 102, 109, and 110 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, and Section 33F of the County Government Act 2012. The governor aided, abetted, and or condoned the fictitious payment of goods, services, and works which were neither delivered nor done, occasioning the county loss of Kenya shillings 85,704,522.90 in A, services which were not rendered and or partially done, e.g. maintenance of 15 residential houses in Kericho and West Sub County at a cost of 2,999,000. B, goods not delivered, including soya beans, maize jam, sunflower and seed cake, and cotton seed cake, alleged to have been supplied for Kenya shillings 14,908,640. C, overpriced goods, including sodas, alleged to have been bought for about Kenya shillings 500 shillings per 300 millimeters bottle, and a bale of tissue paper alleged to have been bought for Kenya shillings 2,750 per bale of 10 tissue papers, and a hand towel priced at Kenya shillings 3,600. D, works, goods, and services alleged to have been procured for Kenya shillings 5,172,715.60 from companies including Mengro Products Limited, Ildama Construction and Supplies Limited, Brisa Construction and Supplies Limited, Prospera Ventures Limited, and IBM Pro Construction Limited without any supporting documents. And E, payment of contractors from the retention account for the works done more than 5 years ago, some of which companies had already been paid and therefore misappropriating county funds through double payments. 2, some of the goods, services, and works were procured without following the procurement processes. No tender opening committees were formed contrary to Section 78 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015, as read together with Regulation 25 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Regulations 2020. Similarly, there were no professional opinions done to the accounting officers contrary to Section 84 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act of 2015. 3, there was deliberate circumvention of competitive tendering of the same goods, services, and works by splitting of contracts to suit the request for quotation method, thus violating Section 54 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015, as read together with Regulation 43 of Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Regulations 2020. 4, most of the goods, services, and works were procured outside the approved budget as required under Section 44(2)(a) of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015. 5, the documents used by the departments were not clear and did not bear references to the procurement requirement, provision of dates, special invoices, generated and signatures of respective officers. There was therefore blatant violation of the provision of Regulation 68 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Regulation 2020. Number 6, no market survey was conducted as required under Regulation 43(4) of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Regulation 2020. The contractors therefore supplied goods with exorbitant prices, contrary to Section 54(2) of Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act of 2015. 7, all the subject goods, services, and works were paid for in advance, yet the county has accumulated pending bills over the last 3 years of Kenya shillings 1.1 billion, which have been verified and are yet to be paid from the time the governor assumed office. 8, the report of the ad hoc committee on alleged fictitious payments tabled before the Assembly on 5th August 2025 made pertinent and damning findings and recommendations that point out to the deliberate failure to act, neglect of duty, and even conspiracy on the part of the governor, to wit: A, the documents shared with the ad hoc committee by the departmental heads called to testify were not accompanied by E-Team's invoice. This lends credence to the suspicion that the documents may have been prepared to cover up the theft after the whistle was blown. B, payments were made in advance before goods, services, and works were delivered or done, and as at the date of tabling of the report, some of the goods, services, and works remain undelivered to date. C, documents that were used to process payments bore the signatures that could not be authenticated. Subsequently, certain officers whose signatures appear in the said documents have denounced the documents. D, the gaps highlighted in the report point to serious governance concern and weak internal controls in Kericho County that the appointing authority, i.e. the governor, policymakers, accounting officers, and indeed all the officers entrusted to deliver services to the county have failed to do so as required by the law. E, there was an intention to defraud the county and violation of the Constitution 2010, Public Finance Management Act 2012, County Government Act 2012, Leadership and Integrity Act, the Powers and Privileges County Assemblies Act, the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015. Under Article 179 of the Constitution and Section 33F of the County Government Act 2012, the governor has the overall responsibility of being accountable for the management and use of county resources. 10, it is a matter of public notoriety that when the whistle was blown on these fictitious payments, the governor on 26 July 2025, while attending a function at Kamalok village in Cheboinward, rubbished the claims and called for stern action against the whistleblower. This shows someone who is either unaware of the happenings in the county or was deeply involved in the scandal. Roman number 2, misappropriation of National Agricultural Value Chain Development Project, NAV-CDP funds. 11, on various dates between year 2023 and 2025, the governor has violated the provisions of Article 10, 183, 201, 207, and 208 of the Constitution, and Section 48 and 159 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, and Section 33F of the County Government Act 2012 by aiding, abetting, condoning, and or overseeing the massive looting, pilferage, misappropriation, and misallocation of NAV-CDP funds amounting to over Kenya shillings 351 million as at 10th June 2025. 12, from the report of the Committee of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, Cooperative Management, Tourism and Wildlife on the implementation status of the National Agriculture Value Chain Development Project, NAV-CDP, in Kericho County, tabled in the County Assembly on 6 August 2025, the County Assembly noted the following discrepancies in the use of Fund A. The expenditure was used for farmers' cooperative societies, farmer producer organizations, found only in 19 out of 30 wards in Kericho County. This implies that the funds were meant for agripreneurs, whose role was to enumerate farmers and organize them into circles, was not adequately utilized. B, each ward circle was meant to get Kenya shillings 1 million, yet the committee found out that of the 19 circles under the program, only 7 have ever received financial support since the inception of the fund. C, it is further indicated in the report that some SACCO received nominal support in kind or form of office furniture and some farm inputs, while others have never received any support. D, even those SACCOs and farmer producer organizations which received support in kind did not receive delivery notes when the furniture, computers, and other supplies were delivered, and they cannot therefore ascertain the prices, source, and therefore quality of what was supplied. E, procurement of furniture and equipment under NAP CDP program was conducted centrally with minimal involvement of key stakeholders. This does not only undermine the principle of transparency in procurement, decision making, and lack of ownership, but also created room for pilferage and misappropriation of the fund. 13, the office furniture and equipment supplied under the NAF CDP program are largely of substandard quality. There was therefore no value for money and compliance with Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015, particularly Section 124, which obligates the procuring entity to select quality and cost-based selection QCBS method as the preferred method to be used to evaluate proposals. 14, the manner in which the few projects which were implemented were done show that they were done without following the project implementation manual published by the World Bank to guide the implementation of the projects. 15, again, the governor cited all his overall responsibility under Article 179(4) of the Constitution and Section 33(f) of the County Government Act 2012 to bear accountable for the management and use of county resources. 16, there is evidence that the governor has been ordering withdrawals from the fund for reasons other those for which the fund was created by the donor. Evidence of this shall be availed at the hearing and consideration of the motion. Mover will be asked the Assembly to issue an order, Article 195(2)(b) of the Constitution and Section 27(1)(c) and 2 of the County Assemblies and Powers Privileges Act 2027, compelling the relevant banks where the funds were drawn to furnish this House with a bank statement showing the withdrawals of the funds from 2023 to date. Number 3, misappropriation of funds and an unfair distribution of projects funds under financing locally led climate action FLOCA fund. 17, on various dates between the year 2023 and 2025, Governor has violated the provisions of Article 10, 179, 183, 201, 207, and 208 of the Constitution, and Section 102 and 107 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, and Section 33(f) of the County Government Act 2012 by presiding over unfair, skewed, and nepotic distribution of projects under FLOCA funds, imprudent use, misappropriation, and misallocation of FLOCA fund as follows. A, skewed and unfair distribution of projects under the fund with the governor's home ward, namely Chimo South ward, alone getting projects worth Kenya shillings 21,701,590 shillings, while there are many other wards, not only in other sub-counties, but even in Bureti sub-county, which have received not a single project under the fund. This nepotically skewed distribution of projects under the fund violates the national values and principle of governance and under Article 10 of the Constitution, and in particular the values of equity, non-discrimination, equality, good governance, integrity, transparency, and accountability, the principle of public finance under Chapter 12 of the Constitution, as well as the provisions of Section 102 and 107 of the Public Finance Management Act, which enjoins the governor to ensure fiscal responsibility and adherence to the values and principles of the Constitution in the management of county funds. B, Joint Committee on Water and Sanitation, Environment, Energy, Forestry, and Natural Resources, in the report on the implementation status of FLOCA programs, noted that some projects under the fund, namely Chemamul Water Project in Kabianga, Water and Environment Projects in Serete Cheptoro Ward, Thorough Tight Cooperative Society, Milk Cooling Plan in Kapsaos Ward, Soliat Water Tree Nursery Establishment Project in Soliat Ward, and Donyo Mare Borehole Water Project and the Laitich Water Project in Soliat Ward are marked as 100% complete, yet there are either defects in the works, incomplete and substandard works. 18. As a result of this unfair distribution of projects, words like Cheblanget, Litein, Chai, Kipchebor, Chilchila, and Konyak did not get even a single project in all the categories under the fund, namely environment, agriculture, and water. Number 4, misappropriation of county funds under Equalizer Kazi Mtaani Initiative. Number 19, on or about 14 February 2023, Governor engaged in gross violation of Articles 10, 183, 201, 207, and 208 of the Constitution, and Section 102, 109, and 110 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, by launching a program dubbed Equalizer Kazi Mtaani Initiative and drawing county funds towards the initiative without a legislation to anchor the initiative, public participation, prior approval of the County Assembly and the Controller of Budget, and prior approval of the Budget and Appropriation Committee approval. 20. Under the fund, a total of Kenya shillings 39 million were paid without proper tendering, local service orders, and for the services which were not delivered. 21. County Assembly's report on the ad hoc committee on Kazi Mtaani pointed out various violations of the Constitution and the law in the rolling out of the implementation of the initiative. However, the governor deliberately disregarded the report and it has hitherto not been implemented. 22. The deliberate failure, omission, and unwillingness to implement the report of the County Assembly on Equalizer Kazi Mtaani Initiative undermines devolution, the doctrine of separation of powers, and is therefore antithetical to the values or principles of governance under Article 10 of the Constitution, the objects of devolution, and Article 74 of the Constitution. Number 5, misappropriation of funds under the Strategic Intervention Projects, SIPs. 23, in various dates during the financial year 2024-2025, Governor engaged in gross violation of Article 10, 183, 201, 207, and 28 of the Constitution, and Sections 102, 109, and 110 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, by overseeing misappropriation of various projects under the Strategic Intervention Projects Fund. For instance, that's number 24, the project for upgrading of Kunyak Dispensary to Health Center, which is a retender project for the construction and renovation of various facilities within the health center by MS Belitra Enterprises Limited for Kenya shillings 44,756,846, a total of Kenya shillings 8,575,186 has been paid for no works done. Indeed, when the County Assembly's Committee on Implementation visited the site, they found the contractor had only supplied materials, contrary to the Finance Department report to the Assembly that the kitchen and staff house was at walling stage while the MCH is at slab level. Number 6, other violations of the Constitution and the law. 25, the President and former Chief County Executive Committee members and Chief Officers have variously reported coercion by the Governor to make financial allocations for Governor's own use from the funds allocated to their respective departments, and which funds were required to remit through the Governor's personal assistance. 26, violation of Article 201 A, D, E of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 on principles of public finance management, and Article 226 as read with Article 227 of the Constitution by the presiding over glaring irregularities evidenced by A, irregular award of contracts and evasion of accountability, B, willfully interfering in the procurement processes and the award of tenders, C, skewed tender awards to various contractors at inflated rate in collusion with fraudulent contractors and suppliers, D, irregular implementation and unfair distribution of various programs in the county, and E, intentionally and negligently presiding over massive theft of county public funds as evidenced by Auditor General's report for the preceding financial years, which have raised red flags over various projects. 27, on 15th August 2023, the Governor compensated the victims of Londiani accident from the County Emergency Fund to cover up for the funds raised by the public and misappropriated by a committee he had formed to steer the fund drive, and without cogent explanation of how the funds publicly raised for the victims had been expended. Evidence of the Governor's engagement, connivance, and complicity in the aforementioned acts of misappropriation, misallocation, and illegal drawings of county revenue and county finances is to be found in Roman number 1, report of ad hoc committee on alleged fictitious payments, KCA Exhibit 01. Roman number 2, a bundle of sample vouchers, payment requisitions, delivered notes, LSOCTC on the payments, KCA Exhibit number 2. And Roman number 3, joint committee reports of County Assembly on implementation status of National Agricultural Value Chain Development Project, NAP-CDP in Kericho, County, KCA Exhibit 03. Roman number 4, World Bank Project Implementation Manual for NAP-CDP, KCA Exhibit number 4. 5, Joint Committee Report on the Implementation Status of Flocker Programs, KCA Exhibit number 5. 6, Report on the ad hoc Committee on Kazi Mtaani, KCA Exhibit 06. Roman number 7, Committee on Implementation Report on the Motion of Strategic Intervention Projects, KCA Exhibit 07. A bundle of vouchers for the payment of various projects under Strategic Intervention Projects, KCA Exhibit 08. Affidavits of Mr. Erick, KCA Exhibit 09. And video clips mark KAV 01 and KAV 02. 2, misappropriation and or abetting misappropriation of the funds publicly raised for the victims of Londiani accidents. 1, on various days between 4 July 2023 and 9 July 2023, the Governor grossly violated the provisions of Article 10, 73 and 75 of the Constitution and Section 29 and 34 of the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012. A, by A, overseeing misappropriation of funds raised for the victims of horrendous Londiani Junction accident tragedy, in which over Kenya shillings 9 million of public raised funds were lost. B, reneging on his undertaking to implement the report of the County Assembly's ad hoc committee formed to probe the misappropriation of funds meant for the victims of the accident. There is evidence that the governor filed a suit and or supported a suit by those implicated in the report of the County Assembly's ad hoc committee in Kericho, ELRC petition number E006 of 2023, Dr. Wesley Bor and 5 others, versus the governor, Kericho County Government and others, and Kericho ELRC petition number E014 of 2023, Victor Tum and others, versus the governor, Kericho County Government and others. C, being personally and directly complicit in the flawed award of direct tenders for service providers during the fundraiser and requiem mass of the victims of the accidents. D, the county governor has in this regard committed numerous and various acts in the course of his duties that are contrary to and in violation of the Constitution and the laws of Kenya. These include Roman number 1, the authenticity of various payments made cannot be confirmed. The fact that the exact amount of money expended from the sum collected during the fundraiser points to impropriety and suggests a clear fraud on those whom the funds were to have been benefited. 2, a total of Kenya shillings 13,682,760 was collected at the fundraiser. A sum of Kenya shillings 423,000 was purportedly expended as pastors facilitation, transport refund, field preparation, lunches and refreshments, printing, publishing and radio announcement. Other payments that were approved from the fund were Kericho County Referral Hospital 2,037,524, Londiani Hospital Kenya shillings 1,534,190, Supertix Limited Kenya shillings 2,945,000, Supershine Limited Kenya shillings 411,000, Race Hotel Kenya shillings 100,000, County Commissioners Fuel Kenya shillings 300,000. Roman number 3, that when Kenyans from all walks of life voluntarily made contributions to aid the victims of the tragedy, it was never intended or anticipated that the funds will be misappropriated with the blessings of the governor, who had a higher calling to ensure the money is accounted to the last coin and on whom the people bestowed their trust. Roman number 4, the governor issued contradictory statements insofar as the use of the funds is concerned. The contradictory statements point out his complicity in the matter. 5, while the governor is on record indicating that the medical bills for all the victims will be waived and taken care of by the county government, it is not clear why money had not been paid out from the fund collected while the governor is on record indicating that the medical bills for all the victims will be waived and taken care of county government, it is not clear why money had to be paid out from the fund collected to various public hospitals against the express and equivocal representations of the governor. Order, honorable members, that request, clerk, is in order. It is granted. You can proceed. Number E, by his acts of omission and commission, the governor has grossly violated the provision of Article 75 of the Constitution, which demands that a state officer shall, whether in private or in public, behave in a manner that avoids conflict of interest between personal interest and public or official interest, or compromises public interest in favor of personal interest. F, by overseeing the misappropriation of funds aimed at assisting the victims of the accident, the governor violated Article 73(2), which demands from him selfless service based solely on public interest, demonstrated by honesty in execution of his duties, accountability to the public for decisions and actions, and discipline and commitment in service. G, by allowing himself to be a master of doublespeak in such a grave matter that shook the conscience of the nation, the governor violated Article 73(1)(a), Roman 2(3) of the Constitution, which demand that he at all times demonstrate respect to the people and brings honor and dignity to the office he holds. H, by allowing himself and senior officials to close to him to benefit from the funds, the governor violated Article 76(2)(b) of the Constitution, which prohibits a state officer from accepting a benefit in circumstances that compromise the integrity of the state officer. I, by failing to ensure the decision-making in executive office of the county governor are not influenced by corruption, nepotism, and other callous and improper motives, the governor has failed to exercise objectivity and impartiality, thus violating Article 73(2)(b) of the Constitution 2010. Evidence of the governor's engagement, connivance, and complicity in the acts of misappropriating and or abetting the misappropriation of publicly raised funds is to be found in Roman number 1, report on investigation of Londiani victims, fundraising held on 4 July 2024, KCA Exhibit number 10, Roman number 2, affidavit filed by Governor in Kericho ELC petition 014 of 2023, KCA Exhibit number 11, and video clips numbered KCA V3, KCA V4, and KCA V5. B. Abuse of office. Roman number 1, illegal appointments and lawful dismissals and transfers, and usurpation of the constitutional and statutory functions of the county public service. 1. The governor has variously engaged in gross misconduct and gross violation of Article 10, 73, 75, 232, 235, and 236 of the Constitution. Gross violation of Section 17 of the Public Officer Ethics, Section 55, 59, 59A, 60, 62, 63, 64, and 65 of the County Government Act, Section 4 of the Public Procurement Appointments, County Assembly's Approval Act 2017, and variously abuses of his by A, skewed and competitive and nepotic appointments of the county employees of various cadres. For instance, Governor recently hired his own brother, one Victor Mutai, as a revenue clerk. Similarly, the governor's personal assistant's wife, one Chief Mercy, who was recently hired as a nurse on contract basis, was confirmed, yet there are a number of nursing staff who have been serving on contract for long without confirmation. B. Illegally appointing one Mrs. Alice Bate, now judge of the High Court, as a county attorney when there was a substantive office holder, an act which the Employment and Labor Relations Court, Honorable Lady Justice Wasilwa, affirmed was irregular and procedural and unlawful in Sang versus Governor, Kericho County, and 2 others, petition E001 of 2023. In that case, the governor was found by the court to be in gross violation of Article 73 and 232 of the Constitution. His actions found to be illegal, unconstitutional, and ordered to pay cost of Kenya shillings 2 million and cost personally. The governor has therefore been already adjudged to be in gross violation of the law and all the Assembly and the Senate. C. Causing the advertisement of the position of doctors, nurses, early childhood education, ECD teachers just to endear himself politically when he knew the county government did not have capacity to hire. The applicants were subsequently not shortlisted, nor the alleged vacancies filled up. D. Illegally deploying health staff by the notice dated 22nd July 2024 without any justification, authority, and involvement of County Service Board, thus creating a crisis in the health sector. E. Since his assumption of office, the governor has dismissed a total of 10 county executive committee members, 6 chief officers, 2 chiefs of staff, among other senior county staff, without any cause or reason, thus exposing the county to protracted litigation and the risk of huge compensation in damages. The governor has perpetuated these firing spree not for any reason but as a show of might, power, and authority, and that is where the abuse lies. Evidence of the governor's engagement in connivance and complicity in the foregoing acts of illegal appointments, unlawful dismissals and transfers, and usurpation of constitutional and statutory functions of county organs is to be found in Roman number 1, Judgment of Employment and Labor Relations Court in Kericho, case of Colin Sang versus Governor, Kericho County, and 2 others, petition E001 of 2023-2024, KEELRC, KCEA, Exhibit 12, number 12. Roman number 2, a bundle of notices from Governor dismissing CCs, COs, and other staff, KCA Exhibit number 13. Roman number 3, copies of bundles of sample of court documents filed in various cases, KCA Exhibit 14. And number 2, subversion, discrediting, and impeding of oversight role of the County Assembly. On 3rd September 2024, Governor engaged in gross misconduct and grossly violated provision of Article 10, 73, 75, 174, and 185 of the Constitution, and abused his office by writing to the Speaker, purporting to direct the Speaker on inter alia the timelines the Speaker should give the chief officers who are summoned by the Assembly for questioning in exercise of the Assembly's oversight mandate. Evidence of the governor's engagement, connivance, and complicity in the foregoing acts of subversion, discrediting, and impeding of the oversight role of the County Assembly is to be found in Roman number 1, a letter by the governor dated 20th August addressed to the Speaker, to the County Assembly of Kericho, KCA Exhibit number 15, and a letter from the Speaker to the governor dated 3rd September 2024, KCA Exhibit number 16. C. Gross misconduct. Roman number 1, bullying, incitement, vilification of people and county staff. 1. On various occasions, the governor has repeatedly engaged in gross misconduct and gross violation of the provision of Article 10, 73, and 75 of the Constitution, and Section 29 and 34 of the Leadership and Integrity Act by A. The governor has been operating with impunity as though he is above the law. On the second day of being sworn into office, the governor led a mob to invade a private land owned by one Mr. Joseph Kiblangat Kogo within Kericho town and tore down the fence. The governor has since designated the subject land as an illegal dump site operated by the county government without the consent of the registered proprietor, National Environment Managing Authority NEMA approval, gazettement by the county designating the parcel as dump site, and in total disregard of a court order issued by Environment and Land Court in Kericho in ELC petition number E001 of 2022, Josiah Kiblangat Kogo versus County Government of Kericho. The governor has also obstructed the enforcement of the orders by the police administration. The actions are illegal, contemptuous to the authority and dignity of the court and the rule of law, unethical, and demeaning the office the governor holds. Further, as a result of the illegal actions of the governor, the county was condemned to pay the cost. B, none of the dismissed CECs, chief officers, chief of staff, and other senior county staff were given fair administrative due process and hearing, thus violating the provision of Articles 41, 47, 51 of the Constitution. C, the governor has persistently intimidated, molested, harassed county officers who do not sing to his tune, leaving officers jittery and creating an atmosphere of fear, uncertainty, and despondency in the county, and thus creating a toxic environment, work environment. This violates the provision of Section 11 and 13 of the Leadership and Integrity Act of 2012. D, the governor has persistently used divisive language, divisive and unbecoming language, which undermines the office he holds contrary to Section 8 of the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012. E, the acts of the governor enumerated above have all collectively brought dishonor and disrepute in the office of the governor in violation of Chapter 6 of the Constitution and the Leadership and Integrity Act of 2012. Evidence of governor's engagement, connivance, and complicity in the preceding acts of incitement, vilification of people and staff is to be found in Ramanambuan, affidavit of Josiah Kiblangat Kogo, sworn on 23rd September 2023 in support of notice KCA exhibit number 17, and to judgment of ELC in ELC petition number 001 of 2022, Josiah Kiblangat Kogo versus County Government of Kericho, KCA exhibit number 18, as well as the video clips. Thank you, honorable members, for your patience. Honorable members, before we begin to debate, honorable members, before we begin to the debate on the motion that is now before this House, it is a fundamental principle in law that an accused person has the right to be heard and to face the accuser on the allegations before them. Indeed, this is the essence of Article 47 and 50 of our Constitution. To this end, I will now invite His Excellency the Governor of Kericho County, whether by himself or by council, to take the floor and make his submissions to the grounds and particulars of the motion before this Honorable Assembly for a period not exceeding 2 hours. We have 2 hours, but this is how we are going to use our 2 hours, Your Excellency and your team. 1.5 hours and now, and then I will open the floor for honorable members to contribute, and then I will give you 30 minutes to probably to respond to the issues that have been raised by the honorable members of this assembly. So, Honorable Governor, please note that, so that as we can see, I don't know what is our time now. What is the time now? So it's 2. It's 1:50. So we have 1.5 hours for your submissions. Should you use 1.5 hours, that is okay. Should you use less minutes, that will be better for some of us, because I'm even told the governor and myself had requested that we take a cup of tea because we have really sat here from morning. But nevertheless, we will give you 1.5 hours and then 30 minutes at the end to make it 2 hours as per our standing orders. So you will take to the floor and make his submissions to the grounds and particulars of the motion before this Honorable Assembly for a period not exceeding 2 hours. The 2 hours shall be split into 2. First shall be 1.5 hours after I've proposed, and the last 30 minutes before the move of the motion is called upon to reply. Honorable members, please note that His Excellency the Governor submitted his response yesterday, the 14th August 2025 at 8:50 a.m. The said response was delivered by David Kirui, the Acting Principal Administration Officer. Upon perusal of the response, the Office of the Clerk noted some pages were unclear, missing, and communicated the same to the said officer. The missing and clear pages 29, 30, 31, 32, 52, 56, 57, 71, 72, 80, 81, 83, 128, 143, 166, 167, 168, 172, 173, 206, 211, 212, 213, 216, 235, 236, 260, 265, and 311. Only page 29 and 30 was submitted through the office email address. The Office of the Clerk has made several requests to have clear copies of the pages to no avail. I don't know what is the current position. Clerk, the pages, do you have all these pages now? Not yet. His Excellency the Governor, you have, there is a challenge there for the missing and unclear pages, and I think your team had been notified. I want to note that Katwa, maybe you will speak about it when you will be presenting. And now, honorable members, this is the high time we will allow the Governor to make his submissions for a period not exceeding 1.5 hours. This time includes time allocated to his councils on record. If more than one council on record, the councils will share this time. I hope that is in order. So we need to administer the oath, starting with His Excellency the Governor. And then I don't know the lead council, whether every council will be speaking. So Governor first. Governor first.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the Governor.
Order, just a bit. Order. So it is okay. You can proceed with your submissions, and you will probably introduce your team so that for the purpose of record. Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. My name is Joash Mutai, an advocate of the High Court. Mine is just to introduce our team. We have His Excellency the Governor, Kericho County. We have Senior Counsel Katwa Kigen. We have Advocate Evanson Kiri and Advocate Joy Kawagen. With that, I would wish to welcome Senior Counsel Katwa.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, sir, and the honorable MCs.
Good afternoon, Katwa Kigen.
My apologies.
Sorry, I don't have a copy here with me. I guess it's because of the challenges that we had. So can I get a copy? Because I'll be following it keenly. Copy of your responses. There was submission that you had submitted that you had received.
Could I proceed meantime?
If you can be kind enough, I have a copy if you have more than two, so that as we wait for the others, copies to be provided. The one actually, yes, the one with the written submission from the Governor. Yes, why can I have just a copy? And then I'll use it and then I'll give it back. All right, sorry, thank you. We can proceed, Carl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I trust you will give me a discount of the minutes you spent doing that.
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I have 3 preliminary issues I wanted to raise with you and seek your direction, subsequent to which we will go into the body of our case. Mr. Speaker, sir, the governor was served with an order emanating from Kericho High Court case number 10 of 2025, which order was targeting these proceedings in the words that the moving of the motion, the seconding of the motion, the consideration of the motion should be stayed. The governor was not the mover of that suit. He is an interested party and the order has just been served on him. We would like to know what your directions are, whether notwithstanding the issuance of those orders, we are to proceed. We are prepared to proceed, Mr. Speaker, sir, if we must. We just want to have raised the point that the orders exist and that you give us directions if you would like us to proceed. That notwithstanding, and the aspect or the point that we are proceeding under protest in the face of the orders be unanswered. That's the first direction I very kindly request for your directions on. The second one, Mr. Speaker, sir, is the contents. The motion as moved by my friend Mr. Rogoñ at page 6 of the motion says this, Mr. Speaker, sir. The Assembly resolves to impeach the governor under Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33 of the County Government Act, and Standing Order number 70 and 70A. I place a premium on the use of the provisions of Standing Order number 70A. Mr. Speaker, sir, that Standing Order number 70A is to the effect that subsection 1, a motion by a member of the a motion by any member for the removal of a county governor by impeachment may be reintroduced in the county assembly on the expiry of 90 days from the date of a vote by the Senate. Subsection 2, despite paragraph 1, a motion for removal of the county governor by impeachment may be reintroduced in the county assembly on other grounds other than the initial grounds that were highlighted in the previous impeachment proceedings. And my emphasis is in the subsection 2, Mr. Speaker, sir. So Mr. Speaker, sir, I was making reference to Standing Order 70A subsection 2, which says that none of the things, and I just want to put emphasis on the words used by your standing orders, that were highlighted. It's not a question of whether they were determined, whether they were considered. It's just grounds that were highlighted in the previous impeachment. Mr. Speaker, sir, half or slightly more than half of the issues moved by Honorable Rogoñ, in terms of both the subject matter and the annexures in support, were issues that were dealt with by this assembly in the impeachment proceedings of September 2024. They are namely Kasim Mutani initiative, exactly the same contentions, exactly the same annexures. The other one is the issue of Londiani accident, the same issues, the same annexures. The other issue is the issue of the staff, the alleged unlawful dismissals, transfers, and related issues. And the same affidavit is being used in these proceedings in support of that. And lastly is the issue of the alleged subversion of the county assembly. Those 5 issues, Mr. Speaker, sir, were directly an issue in the previous impeachment proceedings, were directly grounds that were highlighted in previous impeachment proceedings. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like your directions on whether you are calling on us, notwithstanding the provisions of that standing order, to have to respond to that, or we should assume that being faithful to the standing orders, you do not require of us to have to respond to that. The last issue I seek your directions on, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that your standing order number 96 requires that you should not engage in discussions of matters that are sub judice, being that they are matters that are in court. Particularly standing order number 96(1) and 96(2), which are to the effect that, subject to paragraph 5, no member shall refer to any particular matter which is sub judice or which by the operation of any written law is secret. So we are not talking about it being secret, we are limited to the issue of being sub judice. Then paragraph 2, a matter shall be considered to be sub judice when it refers to an active criminal or civil proceedings in court. Mr. Speaker, sir, when Mr. Ogonyo was moving the motion, at a certain point he very explicitly said, yeah, these cases are in court. And I have particular reference to the contents of the motion, page 16, page 19, page 20, page 21, and page 22, which not only includes the cases, but also refers to court documents. And so, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to know whether, notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order number 96, you are requiring us to discuss the issues that are in court. With that, Mr. Speaker, sir, just so that it's clear, I will request the Honorable Governor say something, then I will go into our defense.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you so much, Katwa. The Honorable Governor, you say something before I...
Mr. Speaker, sir, we were requesting for your directions before Mr. Governor. Yes.
Okay, order.
Kindly.
Oh, all right.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Katwa. The leader of majority, yes, point of order. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising on the same standing order number 96, Mr. Speaker. Since the senior council decided to refer to the previous matter or to the previous impeachment that was conducted in this house, Mr. Speaker, and subsequently it landed in the Senate, Mr. Speaker. Number one, Mr. Speaker, I remember the senior counsel, Honorable Katwa Kigen, that time, Mr. Speaker, filed a preliminary objection, and through the ruling of the Speaker, Honorable Kingi, Speaker of the Senate of Kenya, Mr. Speaker, on the issues of court injunctions, Mr. Speaker, I'm aware that indeed we were sent back to this house, Mr. Speaker, or the motion was unable to be discussed in the floor of the house, Mr. Speaker, because of one, the preliminary objections that Mr. Katwa Gigen, the senior counsel, had filed with the Senate, Mr. Speaker. And during the ruling of the Senate Speaker, number one, Mr. Speaker, he ruled, and based on the Supreme Court rulings, Mr. Speaker, that a process of a county assembly, of a national assembly, and that of Senate, Mr. Speaker, are not being injected. And by that, Mr. Speaker, I didn't see Honorable Senior Counsel Kigen challenging the findings and the ruling of the Supreme Court at that time. And so, before we even, I'm not trying to guide you, Mr. Speaker, on the same, but since he decided to refer to the previous matters that were in the Senate, is the one that did file the PO at that time, Mr. Speaker, and the ruling was done, and it was referred to the previous ruling of a Supreme Court, Mr. Speaker. So it was just informing the House. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Leader of majority. Okay. So, thank you so much, Katwa. Lead Counsel Katwa Kigan, on the issues that you have raised. Number one is on the matter of, you have mentioned of court order, which we are not in receipt of that court order, and therefore I am limited even to respond to it. And maybe just to guide you a bit is that we have our County Assembly Service Powers and Privileges Act, that is Cap 265C, on service of civil process, and to that effect, none has been served before us. Maybe you can just refer to that. I don't need to read to it. So on that matter, we shall just proceed, because we can't admit, for instance, maybe you have it here, we can't admit any strange documents at the moment in this house, because already the motion, we are already discussing and debating the motion. I don't even want to talk about what the leader of majority has spoken about on the matter of the ruling made in the Senate on the issue of injuncting parliamentary process. I don't want to speak about that, because I think as a lead counsel, and of course you know as a senior counsel in this republic, you know the ruling, the Supreme Court's ruling on that matter, because we are in the midst of a process that is ongoing. Secondly is on the issue of the motion mover, standing order number 70A. Of course, carefully, as you can see, under number 8, the motion mover relied heavily on Article 181, Section 33, as well as the standing order number 70 and 70A. So there are two. Katwa, you've chosen only to rely on 70A by opposing it, but you have not considered 70. Nevertheless, we also appreciate the fact that you were with us last time until the Senate, and as you know clearly, is that what the leader of majority has raised is true. The Senate didn't even get a chance to prosecute the matters that have been raised in that impeachment. They took a vote because you raised a preliminary objection on matters and numbers, which actually the case was not even, the file was not even opened for discussion. Nevertheless, the standing orders also, as you can see, uses the word may. You may underline that, may, not shall. I think those are the things that small things that we need to look at. And then on the matter of sub judice now, because already we have addressed the issue of court order, then I think that one I will not now, that is overtaken by the event now, because we have not received any court order. So we would have even loved to address it in a different manner, but as at now we cannot talk of something that has not been received officially, or not officially. I've not even been received. I've not even heard about it personally. In fact, I've just heard about it now, when you just took to the floor, Katwa. Let it be on record. So I think I'll just direct you to proceed to the main, your main submissions, so that we can proceed and also save time before we give it to the governor. So do you still want me to give to the governor, or I give it to you? You proceed to the main submissions. Okay. Thank you, His Excellency the Governor. Probably you can step forward here, Your Excellency. Maybe you can, yes.
Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, sir, and the honorable members of the Assembly.
Sorry, Your Excellency, order. We'll inform that you need to take an oath
So please, sorry for that. Well, yes, Speaker. I was waiting for that. Sorry. Okay. Clerk, can you administer the oath?
I, His Excellency Dr. Erick Mutai, do swear that the evidence I shall keep before this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Now you can proceed with your submission.
Thank you so much. My submission, Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for this great time this afternoon. And with a lot of humility, unlike the previous impeachment, Mr. Speaker, I was not there in person, but because this is a second impeachment happening in a row in Kericho County, the previous governor was impeached once. This one of Kericho County has been impeached the first time. This is the second time, and I thought I would like to come and listen also to debates, contribute, and also provide the facts that pertain to this county. Because the matters beforehand, Mr. Speaker, are grave issues that are of importance to the great people of Kericho County that they elected us to be able to serve them. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy that my persistent accuser, Mr. Ragoin, today did not prod anybody in Buibui. And it's an improvement from the previous impeachment, Mr. Speaker. I was looking around, and when he was presenting videos, I thought I would see suddenly a Buibui, and we were not prepared for that, Mr. Speaker. But I'm happy that today he has improved a bit from the previous one, which is very good for all of us, because we're now discussing real substantive issues. Number three, Mr. Speaker, is to really appreciate your kind gesture since we came to this house. You've received us very well. The debates has proceeded very well. And I think this is a strength of maturity in the democracy of a nation, where we can agree, we can disagree to agree, and at the end of the day, we are able to debate on facts and even provide proper directions for the county governments that the Lord has blessed us under jurisdiction. Number four, Mr. Speaker, I would just like to make some few observations that as it is and the matters before us at hand, the matters that has been raised substantially here, I received the reports of this house after the impeachment has been tabled. A discussion was made in this house on the ad hoc committee on fictitious payment. Mr. Speaker, sir, it's just the following day after the discussion that I was able to receive the documents at around 4 a.m. and the impeachment motion was tabled in this house notice at around 2 p.m. Mr. Speaker, on the committee report on NAFCDB and the report on Flocker, very great reports. These were debated long after the impeachment notice has been given, Mr. Speaker, and the reports were then submitted to me way after the notice of impeachment has been done, Mr. Speaker. In all human possibility, I had not even had a chance to go through the reports, Mr. Speaker, but when I was waiting for the reports to work on it, already an impeachment motion has been tabled in this great house. I say this, Mr. Speaker, not because we don't want to adduce to the fact, but just to let the people of Kericho understand that when we will get to a point of saying that the governor had not acted in the report, it is good to know that these reports came way even after the impeachment notice has been done, and it is what substantially is forming part of the grounds of the impeachment that has been made, Mr. Speaker. It is only fair in natural justice to be able to provide, like these reports would have come to me in good time, read the report, interpret it, and then come out to the public to indicate or write to this honorable assembly on the steps that the governor intends to do based on the reports. I've looked in the reports. It has given me days of around 28 days to be able to implement, Mr. Speaker. But the impeachment came even before the half-day began, Mr. Speaker. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, I am committed to this great assembly and the great members here and the people of Kericho to go, or having gone through the report, to do the following. Number one, to be able to act on the same report in totality within the stipulated framework that was given by this House. That is and still remains my commitment towards the given report. Mr. Speaker, to demonstrate our commitment in settling these matters, funds embezzlement is not a political question. It is criminal questions in nature. I have indicated times and above that corruption is what has taken Africa back and is what has destroyed nations. My commitment is demonstrated by the fact that EACC, DCI has taken sense of the matter. As a county government, we have already submitted the documents to EACC and the DCI, who have been sent to come and prosecute this matter within also the relevant structures which portrays what this great assembly has done. Our commitment is to fully implement, cooperate with the agencies to ensure that the same is done and justice is served by the people, is served and given to the people of Kericho. Mr. Speaker, matters have been raised on the inconsistencies of the governor on this matter. One such matter is my speech at Cheborigei, whom it says I glorify the committee which I held at very high esteem, and also seems to be providing the same direction. It is then in my view that if we listen to the entire of that clip, I did indicate it, that those who are found culpable must face the law. And it is a commitment that I have. I don't have the instruments of investigation. Probably this House has, the EACC has, and the DCI. But a governor does not have the instruments. And this relies on the report that has been given to me. Mr. Speaker, I also rose because my lead counsel will use the smallest time we have, and we promise, Speaker, we may not even take 1.5 minutes, Mr. Speaker, because I really need the tea. It's been 1 week of agony and pressure, and we will really take the tea, Mr. Speaker. And I know when you are debate and my good friends will take the floor here, some of the things they will say here may force pressure to go up a bit, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to safely hide me in your office, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, questions have arose on the imbalanced distributions of works in this county. My chief accuser, who is also my good friend, Honorable Rogoin, didn't report to this House as a few weeks ago he was doing a road in his ward, Mr. Speaker. I thought he was going to tell his people that he has just done a road, and so many others. I was also anticipating my chief accuser to indicate to the seconder of the motion, my good friend and my age-mate, Vincent Korir, that at this home, Londiani, Chagorod Water Project, which is going approximately 80 million, funded by Flocker, is almost 90% completion or almost done, and we are planning even for His Excellency President to come and commission, because he's one of the best in this area. My good friend, Honorable Ragoni, my chief accuser equally, says that my friend Norman, and he claims he's my relative, and I don't want to discuss the substance because we are not here to discuss relatives and cousins and brothers and sisters, but he did also mention that Sawa's water project, which is in the ward of Honorable Kablela, that Mheshimiwa Maji, Kapsa Sur Water Project, and bordering his own constituency, his own ward, is actually funded by the Flocker project, Mr. Speaker. And he didn't mention that he's my relative or Maji is my relative, Mheshimiwa Maji, Mr. Speaker, sir. But he was very quick to say that Norman is my relative and therefore water project is being done in his ward. But the same Kapsa Sur Water Project which is being done in his own ward was not very kind enough to say that this water project is going to share is done. Those are the few things I need to raise. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member, and they say that Mheshimiwa Dominic Kabianga is my friend. Mr. Speaker, my chief accuser, in the same breath, didn't realize that at a place called Kibrengwe, somewhere in Kedawa, Kimugul, Mr. Speaker, a key Flocker water project is being done in that area at a cost of 17 million, and it is in the word of my good friend, which we just inspected the project today, Mheshimiwa Sigilai, Honorable Speaker. That is not your Mossad word. And I'm happy that the chief accuser didn't say that the member is my friend. So because he's my enemy, if using his own terms, it means that the project is again being done in his word, and it's a very good thing, Mheshimiwa Speaker Sam. Mr. Speaker, the question that the governor is unbalanced in distribution of work is far-fetched. Today, we are building a facility at Soshat, upgrading Soshat Hospital to be level 4 hospital. And we are doing a project worth 158 million. I'm very happy again that my chief accuser didn't mention, Mr. Speaker.
Order. I will, because of the matter, I want us to allow His Excellency the Governor to make his submissions. And then,
thank you for.
And then, at some point in time, when Katwa will be and his team, I will allow.
The point. So the Honorable Rogoñ, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Rogoñ, the motion mover, and which Mheshimiwa Paul Chichiri is assisting us.
Order on the members. Perhaps you know the governor is the first time he's standing.
Thank you for your grace, Mr. Speaker.
So I think they want you to refer that Honorable Rogoñ as the motion mover.
Thank you for your grace, Mr. Speaker. I refrain from that and apologize.
Okay.
And Mr. Speaker, Honorable Rogoñ didn't indicate, the motion mover didn't indicate that in Honorable Shelley's place we are building a facility. But he did also indicate that he's my friend, but we are doing a facility there today, Mr. Speaker, sir. What I'm trying to build on, in fact, the Mheshimiwa Honorable Tiriot Beth of Ainamoi, the other day through Flocker project, we were giving out daily course with him. And Ainamoi is not your Mossad word. And the motion mover correctly did indicate that we are doing something. So the accusation of the governor that he has not balanced the word, I want to believe in the history of devolution, this is the time that we are speaking live to many of the wards across this county. Mr. Speaker, because I don't want to dwell with much, because I know that and you'll forgive me because I don't know the practices of this house, and lucky for me, I've not been an MC or a member of parliament, just been in the executive. I would also just like to mention a few things, and this is for the clarity of the county. When we mention that the governor has sacked CECs and CEOs, we need to have facts. The governor has no powers to even sack a single CEO in the first place. The process of sacking a CEO is either through resigning or through disciplinary process in the Public Service Board. Those powers, and you have been in the executive yourself, Mr. Speaker, thank God, rest with the institutional bodies that are independent. In Kericho County, I would like to see a letter today being tabled that indicate the governor signing that I have sacked this CEO on this date and this date, Mr. Speaker, sir. Because the rest remains just wishful thinking. As to the CECs, Mr. Speaker, the internal processes as the appointing authority lies within the executive, the appointing authority. We were at Naivasha, there were discussions with the joint cabinet, there were demonstrations of performance across the county, and in the process, the appointing authority in his wisdom and the powers bestowed by the great people of the county, because CCs are representatives of the governor at that level, was able to make some directions on the same. Mr. Speaker, I want to say this. If the governor is going to be impeached for having sacked CCs or changed CEOs, this great house that we are today, Mr. Speaker, have also had 3 majority leaders in a short span of time. There was Honorable Vincent, who I sent to Egypt to tour the pyramids. He came back, his seat was Mutai. Mr. Speaker, in the same breath, my good friend and my compatriots, my good friend Paul Chichi Tarimbo, holding briefly for him, before Kashagwa decided to make the current majority leader the leader of this house, Mr. Speaker, who is supposed to be impeached in this matter, because what is good for the goose must be good for the gander. Mr. Speaker, the great house we are today, and I'm proud to be here, have had different committees at different levels, at different transition, different chairs of committees in the places. The governor has never challenged or anybody, because the powers of the house cannot be challenged by anybody. It is rested on you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and the Constitution vests powers on you and the members. The latest of those casualties is my good friend, Honorable Kimarus, Mr. Speaker, who was a chair for Rhodes the other day, but now is home. But who is going to be impeached now on all these things? So what I'm trying to say is that,
for the purpose of record, because we are unanswered, I guess you must have been referring to Honorable Gilbert Ngetich.
All right, Mr. Speaker. Just like I said, Mr. Speaker, you be graceful to me because I'm in this house today. So what I'm just saying is that institutions have their strengths, institutions have their powers that cannot be challenged by anybody. In this same case, the institution of the county governor's office also, the people vested powers on him on matters he says, and the public service board have also been given such other responsibilities. Mr. Speaker, sir, I saw something interesting in this motion. One very interesting thing is the governor is accused to have employed his brother and the wife of his staff. Mr. Speaker, you have been in the executive. The governor have no absolute role in the employment and recruitment and promotions of the staff of the county. The power is vested on the Public Service Board, which is a constitutional independent body. If the governor is facing an impeachment because he's accused of maybe nepotism, Mr. Speaker, then I'll ask myself the same question. The wife of my good friend, Honorable Burchid Shir, is a staff in our county facility, Mr. Speaker, sir, who is supposed to be impeached, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, many members here, around, I don't want to mention names, 4 or 5, have their spouses working in the county government of Kericho. I have even confirmed them because they are noble citizens of this country who have gone to school and they deserve employment, Mr. Speaker, sir. And these things were happening when some of the members were seated in this same house as members of this house. Mr. Speaker, when I came as a governor, we confirmed them and we are working with them because they deserve jobs in this country. But Mr. Speaker, on the matter of whether the governor has employed anybody, the question rests with the Public Service Board of Kericho County, which is an independent body. In the same way, Mr. Speaker, we can't challenge that so-and-so has a relative working here. Just in the same way, in this assembly, there is the County Service Board. And in the County Service Board, Kenyans and people of Kericho come and apply a job. In one way or the other, there can be a coincidence that they can be relative of so-and-so. That, Mr. Speaker, is something that I think the Constitution provides for the same. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I wish to say this. As a governor of this county, I regret that we're in this situation. That is Devolution Conference, a key event happening for this nation at Homa Bay. It was my sincere it could give us a chance to prepare. Mr. Speaker, we're having the last financial, or basically second last financial year. It has always been my desire that we resolve our issues because impeachment is always the last resort when issues cannot be resolved. However, I wish to deny any wrongdoing. My senior counsel will come and demonstrate the hype stories of sodas, the hype stories of tissue papers, which was choreographed, planned to wipe public emotions. He will come and demonstrate that in a short while, Mr. Speaker, sir. And we will want to do this not for anything, for posterity. For posterity, because another impeachment motion will come to this house. We would want to treat a governor based on innuendos, on malice, but we would want the same to apply, that the law stands on its here and this place. Because as it is, I haven't seen statements, Mr. Speaker, that the governor withdrew funds of NAPCDB. Mr. Speaker, you have been the CC Finance for those years in Kericho County. The governor has no role in the withdrawal of funds. It doesn't have the accounting rights at all the times. And the statements that have been made by the motion mover is that he is going to provide the financial statements in future. In future. But an impeachment is being discussed today as we wait for documents from the bank to be provided in future. Mr. Speaker, we need to be balanced in our thoughts. That where issues are, we keep fair justice where it deserves. The matter of Londiani will equally be dealt with my senior counsel, and I know we'll exhaustively discuss those details. But I wish to say, finally, that the process is ongoing. I just want to also request this great assembly that whether the impeachment becomes successful or not, because God knows the fate of everybody. We are here today, we are not there tomorrow. We are seated today as Waishimiwa of Kericho County, elected by the people. We will not be there forever. People have been in this house, they have gone. And I quote Senior Counsel James Orengo, that when my time comes to go, I'll always go with my head high, knowing that I've done great for the people of Kericho County, even within a short time. And I've done it with my heart and passionately with my heart. And I'm not guilty. And I'm not afraid. I have summoned my soul for the last 1 week and asked myself what is happening. And I know that I am not a perfect person, I'm not an angel. I make mistakes just like any other person. But out of all this, Mr. Speaker, let's do some few things for Kericho County. The Public Service Board is not in place. The names are in this great assembly. These are institutions that need to operate and run. When we make recommendations that the CEO should face the Public Service Board, or recommendations that take the CEO to the Public Service Board, the work of the governor is just to write to the Public Service Board. In the absence of a functional Public Service Board, Mr. Speaker, the same will not be realized, unless we'll be forcing again another illegality to happen so that it forms another ground for an impeachment. And looking into the energy of motion mover, having moved this for the second time, I don't know if I'll survive this. Maybe you have another energy for a third one. But it's my prayer that the Lord will lead us into green pastures. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, as we do this, I still invite the honorable members of the Kericho County Assembly of Kericho. But all is not lost. We have a county that has been given by us by the people of Kericho. We have just a year or two to finish on what our people ask us to do. It's an assignment that cannot happen in the place of rancors and disagreements. I invite the Kericho County Assembly of Kericho that there comes a time again when we can look into ourselves, hold our hands, look ourselves into our face, forgive one another, and move forward to a prosperous county. I'm ready to work with every member of the County Assembly. Whether this motion will be defeated here, whether it will go to Senate and we will come back, whether it will be defeated in the Senate or it will move and we go to courts and come back, because the whole process, all these things, I still want to say I harbor no grudge to anybody, including the motion mover. I extend my hand that we are ready to work together, build this county together for the grace that the little time that God has given us. With those remarks, Mr. Speaker, I would wish to end by inviting Lawyer Katwakiki and also request you, Mr. Speaker, for that cup of tea you had proposed, because the energy levels are going down on me. Thank you so much. And lastly, before yes, Mr. Speaker, just lastly, I beseech of you, Mr. Speaker, with your grace, we are going to progress with this motion and finally vote. So many issues have been raised, that there is an e-system, e-procurement, and it's good to say this in public, that there is an e-system. The standing orders provide that we can vote electronically, we can vote through acclamation, we can vote through roll call. Mr. Speaker, all I beseech your good office, if there is one string lying between me and death, is fairness. Just fairness. That when it comes to voting, let it be transparent. If we will feel at your discussion and request you, Speaker, that we do a roll call voting and people will stand up and say that my name is so-and-so, Honorable so-and-so, I want the governor to go home, I will smile, Mr. Speaker. If this one say this and this, I'll equally smile. And at the end of the day, if I may go, let me go with dignity and with fairness, because a democratic right of every individual. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and looking forward for the cup of tea under your crest. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much, His Excellency the Governor, for your submissions and responses. Before you proceed, I think I want to, of course, from the submissions by the Governor, because of the time that we had, I hope, Katwa, I know you are keen. I have realized that the Governor has handled a number of the allegations that have been raised by the motion mover. He has addressed them. Probably, of course, if you have something to add on it, that is in order. But if you feel that the others that he has answered sufficiently, then that is also okay. So thank you for that, Governor, and you may proceed to have your cup of tea as your council continue with the submissions, and then you will also join us. And then before I open the floor for the members to contribute, if that is in order. So proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. The Governor will sit in for just a few minutes, then we can go for the much sought for tea. I would like to start by saying that we will supply, it looks like this process might take the whole day. We will supply by 2 p.m. the pages that have been referred to. We will make sure that by 2 p.m. on Monday they have been supplied. We request for that accommodation, and we appreciate your indulgence on that.
That is okay.
Thank you very much. We take on board the point that you make that you are not aware of the orders. As I indicated, we were also interested parties. We were also sued. It's not so much that we filed the suit, and so whoever filed the suit will probably take up the issue. So I would like to leave that issue there. You invited my attention to the Powers and Privileges Act. I have looked at it. I am aware of its provisions. On the issue of whether or not we can proceed to discuss issues that were discussed previously, probably just one more, let me just retrace 1 minute. On the issue of the court orders, we just want to be on record on the Hansard that we are proceeding under protest in the face of the fact that we have no choice, and we cannot deny ourselves the opportunity to be heard, and so notwithstanding the existence of the orders, in view of your directions, we will proceed. Now, discussing the issue of the previous impeachment grounds, Mr. Speaker, sir, I know when you made the point, it was very popular with my good friend, Honorable Okon, but you are wrong, Mr. Speaker, sir. The wording of that section is that a motion may be brought after 90 days. However, notwithstanding that, a motion for removal of a governor by impeachment may be reintroduced. So the mainness, the latitude, the discretion is in whether or not it will be brought. There is no discretion as to whether or not you can rely on the grounds that were there previously. That one you are wrong, Mr. Speaker. So
I was referring to
subsection 2. Yes.
Yes. On the matter on May.
Yes. It says, motion for the removal of a governor by impeachment may be reintroduced, and that is the only place where the word "may" is used in that standing order. May be reintroduced in the county assembly on other grounds other than. So it is absolute, other than. It is exclusive. It doesn't allow for any room to bring back Londiani, bring back Kasimitani, bring back the affidavit of Kogo and the other staff member. It doesn't allow for that, Mr. Speaker, sir. And the other important words that are used in that is that grounds that were highlighted in the previous impeachment. Now, I appreciate the point made by Honorable Okon, that this issue was not discussed on merit. And Mr. Speaker, sir, also in giving your directions, you seem to be going back to the same point, saying that the preliminary objection had the effect of having not allowed the issue to proceed. But as pointed out to me by my colleague, Mr. Evans, highlighting is what is done in this floor, in this house. the fact of moving the motion, the fact of discussing it in this House is the aspect of highlighting, so that the moment you have exhausted the point of highlighting, you cannot bring it back. It doesn't matter what happened in the Senate. It only matters that it has been a subject that was highlighted in moving the motion. It is a subject that was highlighted in discussions on the floor, and it was debated on, and it was voted on in this assembly. For those reasons, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to say that with the greatest respect, the assembly would be mistaken to allow and entertain issues relating to the previous impeachment.
Order, Katwa. I had already actually made a ruling that we proceed, yes. Despite I only allowed you to protest a bit, but you wanted to proceed.
Yes, I just wanted to have said that, yes, so that yes, it is on record, and just in case, you change your mind, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Okay, proceed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, there is an issue that my client has very particularly said I should mention before he goes for this extremely important cup of tea of his. It is the issue of the voting, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, my client comes from a very uncomfortable position that the information we have is that a voting system was installed last night, specifically targeted at the handling of this process. Both the timing, the hurry, makes us very uncomfortable. We also have information, Mr. Speaker, sir, that some votes belonging to some people supporting him, that is Amos Birir, Martin, Edna, and Dominic, have already been manipulated.
Yes,
we just want to be on record as protesting right from the word.
Katwa. Okay, fine. I will still refer you back to our standing order number 19, the responsibility for statement of facts. Of course, you have mentioned that on the matter of voting, which I don't even know how you will now, unless you are being guided, because we're still prosecuting the matter, debating. When that time comes, I will be giving a ruling on how voting is done. But of course, our standing orders are very clear. On the aspect of speculation, let us not speculate, because you see, when we say the Honorable Dominic have been already, there is a vote casted, as mentioned by Honorable Katwa, then I don't know now what will happen should that not be the case when voting will be done. Of course, and remember that this is a house of facts, and so that I know Katwa is not a member of I don't know whether he has been a member of parliament before or a member of county assembly. Probably he will understand that whatever he mentions, he needs to substantiate. Even the issues of procuring the system and all those things, those are in-house issues that only perhaps the administration can be able to confirm, and I don't think it's in the right place. It's not the right forum to debate on how the system was procured. When was the system procured? Who knows even whether there is the system? I don't know. Those are some of the things, Katwa, that makes me not to allow you to continue discussing on the matter of voting, because we'll get there, because we are guided by our standing order. What is the point of order, Honorable Matthew? The point of order. What is your point of order? Do we have other mics so that we don't keep on moving?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on a point of order number 98, responsibility for the statement of fact. Mr. Speaker, the moment His Excellency was given an opportunity, he pleaded to you, Mr. Speaker, and the whole House that he wants fairness. Is it possible also for the Honorable Kato Keegan to give us the facts that the members have voted already, Mr. Speaker? This is a matter that members of the public needs to know, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you can just allow me, Mr. Speaker, to cross over so that I can face Kato Keegan, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, this is a matter that we are discussing. The resources belong to Kericho residents, Mr. Speaker. We are discussing the issue of 84 million that was paid before anything was done to those, to the people of this county, Mr. Speaker. We want, and I request, Mr. Speaker, using standing order number 1, you give Katwa Keegan to give us out the votes who are done and by whom, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, there.
Okay. We're discussing here an issue that someone was paid 2.9 million, Mr. Speaker, so that to supply soil. Katwa Keegan, I know you might be practicing in a different field where you need to be paid so that you can do the work. But in this country, in this world, where on earth that can contractor be lending money by the government so that he can do the work? So, Mr. Speaker, we want also Katwa Keegan. I know that you have gone all the way to ICC, but this is a different setup that we want to know. Where is 85 million?
All right, order, honorable members. Honorable Legislature, take the horse hand. Point of order.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving the people of Inamoya an opportunity to be represented. Mr. Speaker, I was raised on the same point of order. You know, Mr. Speaker, what we are discussing here, Mr. Speaker, is a very serious allegations that was, you know, labeled against our governor, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, the legal counsel tries, Mr. Speaker, to pick issues from the Facebook, Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Speaker, in fact, I'm even worried, Mr. Speaker. Why is it that they are saying probably members of the county assembly that are supporting the impeachment because they have already, you know, done the voting, Mr. Speaker, or are they, in my view, Mr. Speaker, I think they are just preparing our minds, Mr. Speaker. Maybe they have also, you know, voted against the impeachment, Mr. Speaker. So he needs to substantiate, Mr. Speaker. And the same standing order, Mr. Speaker, 98.2. If the member cannot, because we treat Katwa as a member now because he, you know, is giving us information, he needs to have those facts. If he doesn't, you know, substantiate, Mr. Speaker, with facts, I think you need to make him, you know, withdraw and apologize, Mr. Speaker. In case he doesn't, Mr. Speaker, you rule him out of order, Mr. Speaker, and of course, you know what normally is done when someone refuses to, you know, to apologize, Mr. Speaker, and throw him outside the county assembly, Mr. Speaker.
Order, Honorable Legislature. Order. There is a point of order by Honorable Gilbert Ngatich first. There is a point of order by Gilbert Ngatich. Remember that you know these point of orders are eating the 1.5 hours that we had.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for this opportunity. Yes, I'm also given on the standing order number 98 on statement of facts that although we want to say, Mr. Speaker, sir, we live in a society where social media is much vibrant, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I also saw a voting which was done last night of 34 members voted. And then we wanted also to know how this 34 was obtained, Mr. Speaker, because even if it is the social media, Mr. Speaker, an honorable member seated in the House, Mr. Speaker, wrote it, Mr. Speaker, and we also felt threatened that some voting has been done, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
All right, honorable members, I want to give to, I'll only give to two. I'll give to the Honorable Paul Chirchir, and then I give to Honorable Erick Bet, and then finally leader of majority, and then I give direction so that we proceed. I don't want us to measure on the matters that are not in the substantive motion. We'll proceed, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity while I rose on a point of order, Mr. Speaker. This is a special sitting to discuss very, very weighty matters to do with funds, resources for the county of Kericho. Our standing order, Mr. Speaker, sir, is very clear, expressly. The responsibility for statement of fact. Mr. Speaker, sir, if a member can rise, and especially a senior member like Katwa Gigi, can rise before this House, we have a mess that is representing authority in this House, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, how can a whole senior member make very serious allegations that maybe some voting has been done? Mr. Speaker, sir, two things. It's either he substantiates with facts, or if he's unable to substantiate with facts, he apologizes. Or if he does not do that, Mr. Speaker, sir, you rule him out of order. Because, Mr. Speaker, sir, the whole country is following us. Mr. Speaker, sir, how can a whole member, a senior member, rise again and bring serious issues that voting has been done about some 34? Mr. Speaker, how do you admit into this House information? We are a house of rules and procedures. Anything that has not been processed to be admitted in this House is foreign, Mr. Speaker, sir. Then I take you back again to the statement of facts. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Gilbert Nyatich, if he is unable to substantiate, Mr. Speaker, his allegations of 34, Mr. Speaker, sir, you better rule him out of order, Mr. Speaker. Number 3, the Honorable Governor, a whole governor, Mr. Speaker, sir, can rise and make very serious allegations that the Honorable Rogan, the motion mover, is doing a road. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is answered. We are a house that does representation, legislation, and oversight. We do not implement, we do not execute anything, Mr. Speaker, sir. That is the height of displaying incompetency, Mr. Speaker, sir. And the Honorable Governor should also withdraw. I also take you back on the statement, the responsibility for statement of fact. If the Governor is unable to prove or substantiate that the Honorable Lord is doing a road in this place, then the Governor should also substantiate. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Governor has made allegations, very serious allegations, that my spouse is an employee of the county. That I accept. Mr. Speaker, sir, my spouse was employed in 2010 by the national government under economic stimulus program. And she has been working, she has rose through the ranks. She's now a senior member, and she is a senior member in terms of cancer, Mr. Speaker, sir. She's a cancer specialist. So the Governor, again, I quote, these are House of Rules and Procedures. We are guided by the standing order, the Constitution, national laws. If you are unable again to substantiate, the Honorable Governor, you better withdraw and apologize so that it goes on record that you are saying the truth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. We are guided and we are ready to prosecute this very serious matter on the embezzlement of 85 million, the procurement irregularities, Mr. Speaker, sir, that this county has continued to perpetrate. Remember yesterday, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Auditor General put the Auditor General's report, put Kericho at number 2, that this county has carried out very serious procurement irregularities of 1.1 billion. Auditor General is an independent institution mandated to carry out audit and give audit reports regularly. So they've given out an audit report that county government of Kericho procurement irregularities of 1.9 billion. Mr. Speaker, sir, has been embezzled. So we will be prosecuting this very serious matter, and we are inviting the country, we are inviting this county to follow us. History will be written today. Today, history will be written. And we want to stand with the people of Kericho. Finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, the statement, the responsibility for the statement of fact, standing order number 98, guides us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Erick Bet, and then Leader of Majority. Honorable Leader of Majority, and then I will give direction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think it's high time we guide the discussion and the debate of the House, Mr. Speaker. One, if we will sit here, Mr. Speaker, discussing what was in the social media, Mr. Speaker. Whatever we've seen in the social media are so many, Mr. Speaker, to a level. Some of my friends here, Mr. Speaker, are my friends to, maybe they are also my friends in Facebook, Mr. Speaker, aside being my friends and colleagues in the County Assembly of Kericho, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if we were to discuss the issue of voting, Mr. Speaker, yesterday and the other day, Mr. Speaker, we've seen section of honorable members, Mr. Speaker, of this County Assembly doing a voice voting, Mr. Speaker, in an hotel somewhere, Mr. Speaker, when there is no official sitting, there is no mess, there is no speaker, there is no motion. So, Mr. Speaker, if we will go in that direction, Mr. Speaker, of saying, I saw this in the social media, you saw this in the social media. Mr. Speaker, social media is widely used by so many people, Mr. Speaker, and therefore, it is good to know that this House is guided by, one, the Constitution, number two, the standing orders, and the County Government Acts, Mr. Speaker. That, if we can confine ourselves to those things, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me remind each and everybody here, Mr. Speaker, that if you are sick, when you attend the hospital, Mr. Speaker, you will not ask or you will not prescribe medicines for yourself, Mr. Speaker. You will wait for the doctor to see you, Mr. Speaker, then prescribe the medicine that you are supposed to take, Mr. Speaker. Number two, Mr. Speaker, when you are in the field, Mr. Speaker, I'm a football player. Number 9. Mr. Speaker, when you are in the field, Mr. Speaker, we have a referee, we have members or players of both teams, Mr. Speaker. And in this case, even looking and hearing the presentation here, Mr. Speaker, you will know that for a fact there are teams. Now, when you have a team A and team B, Mr. Speaker, the only person who will give guidance in the field, in the playing field, Mr. Speaker, is the referee, in which, in this case, Mr. Speaker, is one honorable Dr. Mutai, the Speaker of the County Assembly of Kericho. Is when it is that time, I don't know why we are preempting the issues of voting. Maybe it will not even get to that point. The last one, Mr. Speaker, on electronic voting, I don't know why when the County Assembly, you see, the president, who is also the party leader of the United Democratic Party, Mr. Speaker, has pronounced himself on people or Kenyans moving from the analog, Mr. Speaker, going digital. I don't know what is the problem when the County Assembly of Kericho decides to go digital, Mr. Speaker. I don't know why, but I believe the systems, whether they are there or not, Mr. Speaker, are subject to audit, Mr. Speaker. If they find that maybe this thing is not going to favor anybody, Mr. Speaker, let us sit, wait, we will challenge at the right time, Mr. Speaker. The issues of voting, I know, after being maybe in this House for a very long time now, Mr. Speaker, it will take that time, and that time, I believe, the Speaker, according to the traditions of the House, will guide the House at that time. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you, the Leader of Majority. I want us to have a way forward so that we don't waste time on non-issues. Really, because we are in the midst of a debate. The only thing that I request both parties, the representatives of His Excellency the Governor, as well as the honorable members, is that I think that standing order of responsibility of facts is very important. So let us just avoid making statements that will require you to substantiate. That means you'll be eating on the time that we have allotted to the Governor. So let me direct this way. Another thing is that there is no way we can anticipate, because the end process of this debate. However, the Governor had made his submission very clear that he wanted a fair process. So, of course, as you all know, in this House only we operate using standing orders. And anything that is outside these standing orders will be unfair.
that is, you need to note that. And then secondly, of course, when it comes to that matter of which you are raising, it shall be addressed at that point in time. I want us to avoid the dangerous path that we are taking, and I kindly request the Katwa lead counsel, because you know you mentioned that you have information that the Honorable Dominic has been voted yes, and or vote, I don't know, you said a vote already has been done. Of course, that is, unless you will prove it, that is, you are out of order, but I'll be very kind not to initiate those procedures that the honorable members have suggested. Perhaps he was just raising his concern, and therefore we'll give it to Katwa to continue. But perhaps first, if to substantiate or withdraw on the voting, because already we are not yet there. I want to believe that there are issues that you can raise after. So let us avoid these honorable members, these point of orders that really are not necessary at the moment, so that we can really prosecute the matter that are here, that has been raised by the motion mover. Let's follow the cue of the governor, because His Excellency the governor really responded to his issues point by point. That will save us time. Yes, lead counsel.
Mr. Speaker, sir, will you give me an opportunity to say something when we get to the
Yes, you say something about you substantiate the allegation that you made, and then of course, if you can't substantiate, you will have to withdraw, and then we close that matter on voting. We cannot discuss about voting. We are not yet there.
Okay.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to apologize and withdraw what I said. I seem to be very popular at that point. I know the most vicious people who are against me are my good friends Tarimbo and Matthew. Having apologized and withdrawn, Mr. Speaker, sir, I know one of the speakers has said history will be made here. I think Mr. Tarimbo, Honorable Tarimbo, saying history will be made.
I think I know we will look at all the honorable members. Probably Katwa may not know you all by your names. I'll be guiding him. Honorable Tarimbo is not an official language. His name is Honorable Paul Chirchir.
Yes. So he said history will be made in this sitting today. I think that history might be in the sense of impeachment, and we want to say that history can only be made if the 18 votes of people who have said they are not supporting this impeachment is manipulated.
Yes.
Now, I would like to move on then to the
yes, the honorable Paul Chirchir, what is it?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I am rising again on a point of order. And like before the session began, you pronounced yourself that this sitting is official. Mr. Speaker, sir, the responsibility for statement of fact is very important. When I say history will be made today, where did I say history will be made by the governor being impeached? Impeachment is a process. That process, we are not even at the tail end of the process. So why would you imagine that I'm thinking that is the position? How does he know that this is how I'll vote? I am waiting for that time to vote after prosecuting this matter. So number two, Mr. Speaker, sir, when he talks about 18, who are these 18? Who are these 16? Who are these 13? Who are they? Any information that is not yet official in this house, Mr. Speaker, sir, is misleading.
It isn't.
So when you tell us 18 and no vote has been taken, the honorable senior counsel should be guided accordingly. Mr. Speaker, sir, responsibility for statement of fact. A member shall be responsible for the accuracy of any fact which the member alleges to be true and may be required to substantiate any such fact. So let the senior counsel substantiate. Using the right procedure, there are ways of admitting information into this honorable house. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, honorable members, order. We will, if we continue that way, we will lose the direction. Already Katwa withdrawn the comment on the matter of voting by voting for some honorable members, and we have agreed that we are not yet there, and we cannot anticipate a process. So now, going forward, so that we move forward, there should be no discussion on the matter of voting until when the chair will give direction and that thing ends. So that we proceed, so that we finish, we continue. So Katwa, you can now continue making your submissions. There's a submission by the governor. I hope it is not on the matter of voting anymore. Yes. Yes, let's give time to the governor. It is his
not on the matter of voting, because, Mr. Speaker, I recognize I already made my submission that I would like to submit to you and new chair is a fair process, and I did make that. I actually know the weight of this matter, Mr. Speaker, and that is why we need to ventilate very objectively on the same, Mr. Speaker. And equally, where Mheshimiwa Tarimo had asked me to try and apologize, I do try and apologize. And at the same time, there are some questions of semantics, Mr. Speaker. When we're saying we're doing a road, you know, the English language is arbitrary in scope and space. So when we say we're doing, there is the act of doing, there is the implications and the implied meaning, Mr. Speaker, according to Naomi Chomsky, 1856, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just rose. There's something I forgot in my submission, Mr. Speaker. Let's go. Mr. Speaker, because I know you have limited time, there is an accusation, Mr. Speaker, that has been made, and I thought I forgot to respond, and it's a very important allocation that touches directly of the office of the governor. In the submissions of the Honorable Motion Mover, an indication is made that I rubbished or something to do with the whistleblower. And I thought, because it directly touches in my office, Mr. Speaker, it's important to mention before we go for the cup of tea. And you know you are my age mate, it will be okay if we do that cup of tea together. Mr. Speaker, the office of the governor, as constituted, has the governor and the deputy governor conjoined by the hips. The deputy governor cannot be a whistleblower because he earns a salary to assist the governor in performing its functions. Part of the functions is not whistleblowing, because the deputy governor, it's important for the people to know this, the deputy governor has the responsibility of chairing sub-cabinet committees. These are very critical committees because you have been a CC, Mr. Speaker, which involves processing of materials and guiding the county on even matters discipline. And when I say this, Mr. Speaker, I have noted two concerns: that in the London report, the whistleblower was in the deputy governor. In this other report, I don't know if you are going for me. Thank you. This other report, Mr. Speaker, in this other fictitious payment, the whistleblower is still the deputy governor. It is good for this House to make a determination in a fair way that the governor and the deputy governor are elected on the same pair of tickets. Salaries are drawn by the deputy governor. My view, Mr. Speaker, as we appreciate even whistleblowing, is that there must be a boundary between malice, political aspirations, and discharge of duties given by the Constitution. The whistleblower in this matter is an interested party because one is elected to serve the people of Kericho. In this service, it's about providing governance, directions, and administrative work to the CCs, the CEOs, and the staff of Kericho County government. So when we say that the governor found it irresponsible for his principal assistant to have uttered such remarks, it is a constitutional matter that must be looked beyond even this assembly.
Because if today there's a president here, we have the deputy president. If the deputy president will come and say, I'm calling for a press conference to make the nation be aware that money has been stolen in State House. Mr. Speaker, is paid money to support the president, advise the president, and guide the president. It also the same principle within devolved structures. And that is why, even as we mention all these debates and concerns, I would wish to mention that as we celebrate the whistleblower, this assembly must at some point, whether the governor will be there or not, and I trust God he will guide us on this, be able also to ask the whistleblower, where was he when the money was getting lost? In fact, if you have been here with me, because we are controlled by the hip, so we don't want to appear here to say this. But however, Mr. Speaker, I'll give you a scenario. You equally have, you also have a deputy speaker in this house. The formation of the county assembly is that the speaker and the county speaker. It is going to be very across a portion of justice. If your deputy speaker will call a press conference today outside this precinct and say that the service board of the assembly has stolen this money, or this committee is not working. His business is to come, guide you, and alert you, and sit together as top administrators of the county assembly do so. So it is this out of this concern that I rose to also make this submission that while we celebrate that there's a whistleblower of this one, then we must also be recognized of the fact that at the same time, the same whistleblower are conjoined with the governor to do service for the people of Kericho. Once again, Mr. Speaker, thank you for your grace, and I know that God will give us justice and help us to move forward as one people of Kericho County. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Governor. I think you have made your point very clear on the matter of whistleblower. Now, lead counsel Katwakia, now you proceed in the manner that I directed so that we save on time. Remember, we started at 14:00. I can see it's 15:20.
Mr. Speaker, sir, let me address the allegations. I've forgotten the name, but I know him as Honorable Tarimbo, has asked me to substantiate the 18. I can either do it now, it's to substantiate the point of history. I can either do it now or the end of my presentation on the issues. May I start on the issues, Mr. Speaker, sir, the less contentious ones. The first allegation that was made against His Excellency the Governor was the issue of the maintenance of the 15 houses at the cost of 2.9 million. I want to say that our overarching contention, our position generally on the whole of these allegations are three. The first one, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that it cannot be right, as Honorable Rogon said, that the moment an accident occurs somewhere, or a death occurs in an hospital, or somebody steals 1 shilling, you rush to the governor to take responsibility for it. It is our view that it is only when the issue is brought to the attention of the governor and he fails to act that his responsibility is triggered. It is not in place or in lieu of the responsibility of the individuals. And that is why this assembly is given powers to call in the CCs and to recommend their removal, and your recommendations can result in their actually having to retire from office. And that is why also there is criminal responsibility for anybody who is culpable for any wrongdoing. There is civil liability for any wrongdoing. There are proceedings also for asset recovery. All those point to the point that the first point of stop is to identify the person who is liable for the wrongdoing and to take him to task on the allegation. It is not correct to say, as Honorable Rogon said, that you start by knocking out the governor and then you de-escalate the issue to the person responsible. Now, the other issue we want to say is that the entirety of the allegations, all the allegations that have been brought here, about 12 of them, in none of them is it said that the governor either was participating in the tender evaluation or tender award, or that he signed the checks for the payments to any of those contractors or any of those individuals, or that he procured any of the services or any of the goods or any of the works, or that he went to the bank to withdraw money. None of the allegations point to him in person. And so we just want to put emphasis on the fact that much as this motion has been coached in a way to suggest that the governor is personally liable, the truth of it is that the totality of the documents do not point to him in person. And with that then said, I just want to run through the allegations that have been made, and I was dealing with the one, so our defense is mainly based on the material that were given to us by the staff, or rather, the material that were given to the governor by the staff, attendant to the issues raised in the motion and in the reports. The governor, as he said, would have really cherished an opportunity to be able to act on those reports, Mr. Speaker, sir. And given an opportunity, he commits to act. And whether that act will entail suspension of anybody, dismissal of anybody, referring somebody to the Public Service Board for disciplinary measures, reporting anybody to the DCI or to EACC, the Honorable Governor is committed to taking action in case any impropriety is found. And for purposes of that, he is committed to starting the report from this assembly and doing his own investigations, attendant to which he will take action. He wants the assembly to be aware that he is committed to doing that. Now, on the issue of the maintenance of 15 houses, the cost of 2.9 million, the response of the governor, as per the records given to him by the staff, is that indeed some work has been done, it's not yet completed, and some works are ongoing. The accuracy of this is an issue that with time he should be able to determine and address. He also wishes to emphasize that in respect to that issue of the housing, he supplied the document showing what had been supplied, both what had been done on the ground and the materials that were on the, that had been delivered to the location and the ongoing works. And documents were supplied. I would like to move on to the next allegation, being the alleged goods that were not delivered, and that is soya beans, maize, jam, sunflower, cottonseed, at the cost of 14 million. And the documents we have and which we are told the assembly was supplied with is because the whole case rests on the dichotomy of whether payment was made before delivery or delivery was made ahead of payment. And the position of the county staff, the executive, is that indeed delivery was preceded payment. The payment was made after the delivery of these items, that is the soya, the maize, the sunflower, the cotton, and so on and so forth. Now, it is said when the motion was being moved that a certain tonnage, I remember something like 10,000 tons were found on the ground instead of 30,000 tons. The explanation we have is that these are consumable. It's not like they rest their throw. They come and the farmers pick them, the cooperatives pick them, and so the mere fact that you do not find them on the ground is not necessarily proof or an indicator that the deliveries were not done. I would like then to move on to the next issue of the overpricing. And we've seen so much on social media about tissue papers that cost 2,700 and hand towels that cost 3,600. The materials that we have that were supplied by the staff and which we are told the assembly were given were that indeed the tissues, the price of 2,750 was for 40 bales containing 40 pieces of tissue paper each. So the 2,700 is 40 bales times 40 pieces. So the 2,700 is not the cost of one unit. It is the cost. It is 40 times 40 divided by 2,700. On the issue of hand towels, the information and the documents we have in terms of the procurement of those items is that it was the 3,600 related to 5 dozens of the hand towels. So it's not true to say 3,600 was for one unit of hand towels. It is related to 5 dozens. And the documentations on all these issues were supplied, and we've supplied the same to this assembly. And as Mr. Speaker, you already observed at the outset, you indicated that indeed we supplied our statement. The first statement, there are 2 statements, both dated 13th of August, And then the explanation is at volume 2, page 1 to 26, and all the supporting documents, including the documentation relating to these tissue papers, hand towels, are at page 228 to 326. On the issue of works, goods, and services that were allegedly not properly procured, our response is that they were properly procured, and the documents showing the floating of the tenders, the evaluation of the bids, the award of the tenders, and the payments were supplied. All the documents are in the bundle we have supplied, page 28 to 325 of our documents. Now, it is also alleged around the same issue that some contracts were split so that they would escape the criteria of a substantive bidding. The committee was given the procurement plans for each of these items. And if you compare the procurement against the procurement plan, it will be noted that none of the procurements was split. Each of them was done as a block, as had been anticipated and planned for in the procurement plan. On the issue of retention, we also, of course, want to observe that on that issue of alleged split tenders and impropriety in the procurement process, we did our utmost best because we didn't have details of those allegations. They were general allegations. There was no specific case where we were pointed to a specific bid or a specific tender. On the issue of retention, it is said that some payments were made after 5 years of works. And we want to say that the law on retention runs for 6 years. The contracts provide for retention for up to 6 years. So any claim made within the period of 6 years is a valid claim on the retention amount. And it is only paid upon satisfaction that any defects that arose have been done. In none of the, other than making the general accusation that payments were made 5 years down the line relating to retention, which we are saying was right, other than making that general statement, it is not specified anywhere in the allegations that indeed there is a specific case where there was a defect and payment was made for retention before the defect had been rectified. And it is the position of the executive that indeed there is no case where there was a defect that had not been rectified by the time of payment. However, as we said, we will be conducting investigations on this. We will apply, the governor will conduct investigations, establish indeed if there are any cases where there was any impropriety in the payment of retention. And at this point, Mr. Speaker, sir, with the greatest respect, you will realize that these are the payments you made 5 years ago. And so we might call you to come and assist us to clarify some of those, if it is actually a substantive issue. On the documentation, it is alleged that they are lacking documents and some lack IFMIS invoices and stamping. We very categorically say that there is nowhere where documents are missing. I know Honorable Ogony said that one of the challenges they had in the course of the committee hearings is that there were instances when the staff were asked to supply documents and they either took too long or they brought the documents in piecemeal. Our position from the position of the executive, the office of the governor, is that all the documents are there. They have been supplied in the documents we have supplied in this assembly. But we would like to make additional explanation on the issue of IFMIS to this effect. All payments that were made using the IFMIS system. And so the contention made in one of the allegations that indeed some taxes were avoided cannot be true, because the IFMIS system itself not only secures the guarantee that the payments are made, but it is also interconnected with KRA, and so nobody who has been paid can escape having to pay taxes. And so that allegation that indeed there were instances when parties or contractors escaped having to pay taxes or that they were paid outside, IFMIS we deny completely. as we denied the allegation that there are any documentation lacking. And we put anybody saying that the documents are lacking or that taxes were not paid or that payment was made outside IFMIS to strictly prove in the allegation. That allegation is not specified. There is no specified allegation saying contractor X was paid outside IFMIS or that he escaped paying taxes or that there was an impropriety in terms of that process. And so I would like to raise that contention there. Around the same issue, Mheshimiwa Roganyi in the course of presentation says that there are cases where other people's signatures were used. There is no specific point at which it is said person X signature was used by person Y. And if we were supplied with that, we would be able to answer to that. I can see Mr. Roganyi seems to have an answer to that. Probably we'll take it when debating. On the issue of the employment of a brother and a wife of a staff member, His Excellency the Governor had explained, but we would like also to say as part of our defense that the wife of the staff member and the brother of the governor, if it were to turn out that they were employed by Public Service Commission. I know that has already been said, but we want to say very emphatically also that that contention can only be legitimate if it was being said that those people were not qualified to hold those offices. If they are qualified, they are no less entitled to have sought to be employed, and there is no wrongdoing in engaging them. And so we would like to have said that on that issue. On the issue of market survey, it is our contention that everything has been brought within the general market price. And I have already explained the issue of the tissue papers, the issue of the hand towels, the issue of the sodas. With that in place, with that explanation in place, it will, I know Honorable Rogon used it as an illustration to show how the blindness to market survey led to acquiring items way out of price. And we are saying that indeed, if you take into account the proper facts, you will realize that they were not way too far off the market. Of the market price. We are unaware of the allegations of the governor having been given irregular advances or having walked into banks to collect money. And the details of that allegation has not been substantiated. Now I'd like to discuss the two items raised. That is the issue of NAV CDP and FLOCA together. Now, the two projects, of course, as we all know, are World Bank projects. My instructions are that FLOCA is not only is funded by two donors, that is German government and World Bank. These projects do not allow for the alleged misappropriation. And the allegation that there were any misappropriations in these projects are completely false from where we sit. We also come from the position that it is very unfortunate to flag out a project as good projects as this as part of the impeachment, and it can only be intended to drive out the donors who are supporting these projects when there is no justification. All these projects are managed by donors, and they are governed by donor controlled regulations. They provide the regulations, and they also provide very rigorous audits. Part of the audits is to the effect that when a program target has been achieved, it is audited before the next phase is engaged in. The consequence, therefore, is that if the previous level has not been properly accounted for or has not been properly done, the next phase cannot be done. And so that those checks and balances by the donors are foolproof against any manipulation and abuse. We want to emphasize also that other than the complaints raised for purposes of this impeachment, none of the donors has raised any complaint on these projects. And equally very important is to say the auditors who audit these donor projects are not the county staff. It is donor auditors. And so if there was any impropriety, those auditors would have picked that up. And I want to additionally say all those projects are activity-based. They have project fund utilization guidelines. They have annual work plans, and they have budgets assigned to each phase. And so it's not possible. It's not true that there was any money taken away, lost. It is not possible to have taken away any money from those projects without the donors themselves raising complaints. And so our position is that that is a complete red herring, and it is very unfortunate that it is being brought for the purposes of impeachment when it has the collateral effect of driving away these donors from supporting and assisting the residents of Kericho. On the issue of SACCOs, we want to say it is alleged that 19 out of 30 SACCOs were found to have become eligible for various supports as at the time the committee went on the ground. And that it is also said in the allegations that 7 of them are the only ones who have received support. It is also alleged that some of them cannot account for receipt of items supplied to them, or that some of the supplies were substandard. I would like to answer all those questions on behalf of the governor to this effect. The first one is to say, yes, it is true that 19 out of 30 had qualified. And the reason and explanation is that each of those SACCOs needed to meet some criteria set by both the donor, the national government, and the county government for them to qualify to be incorporated in that project. And so it is only those ones who had qualified that were incorporated. And so the reason why it is 19 rather than 30 is not because anybody was discriminative, it is because of the rigorous criteria processes that are required for them to qualify. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the presentation we've brought here, we've shown that as a result of the efforts of the county executive, the donors, and the national government, the remainder 11 SACCOs have now qualified as we speak now.
I'll give you extra 10 minutes because we started at 2. It's 3:40 now. I was kind enough because there was some point of orders here and there. So
how many minutes did you say, Mr. Speaker?
10 minutes.
Could I beg for 15, Mr. Speaker?
All right.
15 only.
I'll give you 15.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir, for that grace. And so our explanation is that the 19 were the ones who had qualified, and as we speak today, all the wards are represented. The other 11 have, as a result of efforts and enterprise of the executive of the county, the executive of the county, the national government, and the donors have qualified, are in the process of being onboarded. Now, the issues of procurement, these are donor-funded projects. The standards set by the donors is such that they can only procure some of those, including those laptops being said that they have been refurbished and so on. That is completely false. The standards are set by the donors, including the furniture. And so there's no case where it is possible, and we wish somebody could come with any of those alleged refurbished laptops or any of those broken seats. And of course, if the seats have been used for a while, they will break. But the point I just want to emphasize is that the standard set by the donors is such that it is not possible to have a case where the standard of the items delivered is less. As a rider to that also, my instructions are that it is upon the SACCO itself to requisition for what they want. If they want a table, if they want a chair, if they want a walking stick, it is them to say, we are requesting that you supply us with this. If they want an office, it is them to requisition for that. And so it is only supplied to the extent to which they have requested. So it's not like you wake up one morning and you say you want to distribute pens like it was done this morning in this hall, or that you wake up one morning and you say you want to distribute shorts. It is per need. It is based on the need of the SACCO, the requisition for it, it is applied, and they acknowledge it. And the position we have is that each of them has records of the receipt of what was applied to them. Mr. Speaker, sir, in view of the time you've given me, I would like to rest the arguments on those two projects. That's FLOCA and NAFCDB at that point. The issue of the projects which are said to be skewed in favor of the areas where His Excellency the Governor comes from, and probably where my good friend Honorable Anita comes from, it would seem like even before Honorable Okon could let the bird fly, people have already shown that it is not true. It is not true that they are skewed, it is true that they have been spread out. But more to the point and more seriously, is that my instructions is that this is a 3-year project. 2024-2025 financial year, 25-26 financial year, and 26-27 financial year. And by close of the year 2027, every ward will have been supplied with this, will have enjoyed the benefits of these projects. And so the contention that Chemosot is being preferred is not true. It is also not true that 21 million was spent. It is actually, the truth is that it is only 16 million that has been spent. The work plans for these projects is such that if it is closely looked at, some of the projects will attract more expenditure than this Chemosot that is being picked on. Some will incur more expenditure than that Chemosot. And there is also reference to some other projects, Toroy Tanya, I think, and and Chemamun. And my instructions that the executive wishes that there was audience for the people from those areas. They would come and say they are very happy. The project was completed, it was handed over to them, and they are very happy with its performance. And so to say that there is any deficiency in those projects is inaccurate. And there is no skewedness, there is no discrimination. I know His Excellency was asked to withdraw the contention about the road. The argument on the road was not meant to say that Mheshimiwa Rogony was doing the road. The point that was being made is that there is no skewedness. Projects are being run through the county. There is no selection of saying it is being taken to where His Excellency's former friend Matthew comes from, and another one is being denied. On the issue of strategic intervention projects, Mr. Speaker, so I just have 3 issues to cover. Strategic intervention projects. It is said, and I know Honorable Okon very specifically mentioned this, that indeed no works have been done. On this one, we are ready for any consequence. It is the instructions we have are that the position we gave the committee is the exact position on the ground, being that the kitchen staff is at the walling level and MCH is at slab level. Sorry? Yeah,
No, let's allow Katwa to...
Yes, but I'm glad that what Matthew is saying. He's saying it's very true what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker. Now, we would like to make the general denial that it is not true that there are weak controls at the executive, that there are inadequate policies in place, that the accounting systems are wanting, that there is either fraud or intended fraud on the part of the governor and his office, or that he has made any withdrawals, or that he has committed any coercions or irregular awards, or that he has interfered with any tender awards, or that he is making skewed tenders, or that the projects that are being run under his watch are improperly implemented, or that there is unfair distribution or theft. We deny all those allegations. We know that those allegations are not supported. Mr. Speaker, sir, my instructions are to just say that in terms of the governor's commitment to take action on these projects, on the report of the assembly and the results of any investigations he is going to conduct, is that upon it being found that people who are liable to answer to the Public Service Board being found to be culpable, it would require that they be sent to Public Service Board. And therefore, my instructions are also to request that the Assembly kindly considers approving the pending issues of the Public Service Board. In terms of taking action, because I know there was multiple reference to action not having been taken on Londiani, on Kasimitani, and so on and so forth, we would like to indicate that between now and the time that the Assembly made their report, EACC were given documents relating to some of these projects. So it's not correct to say nothing has been done. It is a fact. I hope, Mr. Speaker, sir, you will not ask me to substantiate. Anyway, I can substantiate, but that's a fact. It is a fact that indeed EACC have already been to the county and has already handed over some of the documents for EACC to look at. And so if you have more information, you're welcome to help the governor to redress these issues. And His Excellency requires about 28 days to complete that. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would think that is all I wanted to say in response to all those issues, and I would like to rest my submissions there. I thank you very much for the audience you've given me. Mr. Speaker, sir, you had asked me to substantiate what I said about the history, and that that history cannot happen because there are 18 members. If the 18 members can just stand so that Mr. Speaker, sir.
You cannot give direction. In fact, even the honorable members themselves, you know, you are out of order. I cannot even expect you to take directives from honorable Katwa. You are out of order. You are out of order. Katwa, you are out of order.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to thank you for the courtesy you've shown us, the time you've extended for me. I really appreciate it. I thank all the honorable members. All arguments were made about me being part of this assembly.
All the honorable members.
I accept your adoption of me as member of this assembly. That's all I want to say. Thank you so much for the courtesy, for the audience. And Mr. Speaker, sir, and those yes. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Katwa. Honorable members, I think we gave governor's team, that's like 2 hours, I think 1 hour 50 minutes, but we all agree that there was a lot of point of orders. So the floor now is open for debate and contribution, and thereafter, of course, I will also guide on the other process. Honorable members, the floor is open for debate and contribution. The leader of majority, the leader of majority. And as we contribute, let us try to confine ourselves to the substantive motion before us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Let me also take this opportunity to thank the representatives of His Excellency the Governor and the Governor himself. Maybe, Mr. Speaker, before I table my submissions, maybe to support the motion, Mr. Speaker, you will allow me to inform the House, Mr. Speaker, of the current incidents that has occurred, Mr. Speaker. I think you've been seeing me going out and coming in, Mr. Speaker. It's because of some very serious emergencies, and this will concern the safety of the honorable members. Maybe before you decide, before we finish discussing this motion, it is good to take note that our Gate B, Mr. Speaker, I was called upon by the Sergeant at Arms together with the security teams that, and I read the statement, Mr. Speaker, that at around 10:50 a.m. this morning, an unfortunate incident occurred within the precincts of the County Assembly of Kericho. A vehicle registration number KAH 075Y, a county government vehicle, boarded and accompanied by close to 50 goods, Mr. Speaker, driven by non-driver, because it's a government vehicle, Mr. Speaker, rammed into Gate P of the Assembly. The vehicle is mounted with public address system, which is always used by the governor's press team. Mr. Speaker, Assembly officers manning and other working in the kitchen were almost injured, Mr. Speaker, as they scampered for safety. Over 10 police officers who witnessed firsthand the incident. We wish to thank the National Police Service officers who acted promptly toward the attempt, which aimed at forcing their entry in the Assembly and causing injury to the honorable members of the County Assembly as well as the staff. We further wish to thank especially the DCI department, Mr. Speaker. They've told the vehicle that is normally used by the county executive, that vehicle, KAH, it is used for public address issues, Mr. Speaker. It has been told to the police, and the goods has been dispersed, and so far, 5 have been apprehended, and they are in the custody, Mr. Speaker. So it is good for the information of your own safety that this is a weighty matter, that you need to be very careful, even as you move out, because if you see these people trying to come, ram into the gate, Mr. Speaker, we have the kitchen closer to that gate, so it is always good maybe for the honorable members and the staff of the County Assembly that even immediately we finish on this, it is a security matter, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me now, Mr. Speaker, maybe the concerned committees, Mr. Speaker, since it is a county government vehicle, Mr. Speaker, we know the issues of work tickets. It is signed always by the chief officers, Mr. Speaker. We have the transport officers and the activities of that vehicle, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the issue. We need, maybe immediately after this, Mr. Speaker, we take the actions to that effect, Mr. Speaker, because it's something that touches on the lives of the people. Now, Mr. Speaker, in supporting the motion, Mr. Speaker, of today, Mr. Speaker, one, the motion mover, Mr. Speaker, has elaborated on so many things, Mr. Speaker. It should not be diverted, Mr. Speaker, that the key reason why we are here today, Mr. Speaker, I want to decline or oppose what His Excellency the Governor said about the whistleblower, Mr. Speaker. The whistleblower, if you see, we have the rights to information, Mr. Speaker, to address and the likes. If the whistleblower is against the corruption, we will not say he should be seated waiting for other agencies to come when he or she has seen, Mr. Speaker, that there is a very serious corruption in our county. Mr. Speaker, I'm in the budget committee. In many times, Mr. Speaker, we try to get even a small figure, a small amount, Mr. Speaker, to take to our people. When you see a total embezzlement, Mr. Speaker, close to 85 million, it's not a small thing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm the leader of majority of this county assembly. And in this case, Mr. Speaker, our party leader, who is His Excellency the President, while in Omabay, Mr. Speaker, pronounced himself on issues of corruption, Mr. Speaker. He talks of coercion and corrupting various committees of different houses, Mr. Speaker, to condone the corruption. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, he distanced himself on these issues of corruption. I'll call all the honorable members, Mr. Speaker. I know each and every individual member of this county assembly that when it comes to a matter of corruption, we were elected or selected to this county assembly to represent the interests of our people and make sure that we do legislation that will take monies to the people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I say by honorable matter, Mr. Speaker, I think it's only the legal departments, Mr. Speaker, that at times you have to do the deposit before you are represented by legal counsels, Mr. Speaker. But when it comes to government procurements, Mr. Speaker, you do the work. The only person that is allowed, Mr. Speaker, the government, Mr. Speaker, in this case, should not pay you before you render services. Mr. Speaker, the CEC in charge of agriculture, Mr. Speaker, has been moving around, cheating the public that the issue of toroid time in Kapsa House Ward, Mr. Speaker, that they could not supply the full, as per the POQs, Mr. Speaker, bill of quantities, and the full quantities, Mr. Speaker, to toroid time cooperative society, basically because they don't have store, basically because some of these raw materials will expire. I was wondering, Mr. Speaker, whether the members of toroid time cooperative societies, Mr. Speaker, have eaten one animal or two. I think a cooperative society is such a huge society, and that's why before procuring those things, Mr. Speaker, they must have seen the need from and the request from that cooperative society before they supplied those fees, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a case that payments was made around February, Mr. Speaker, but the supplies was done immediately. The whistleblower, Mr. Speaker, blown the whistle, and the committee in this house, Mr. Speaker, was formed by yours truly, the Honorable Majority Leader, Mr. Speaker. Before the members proceed, Mr. Speaker, is when they decided to supply, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, even as we try to defend the issues of corruption, Mr. Speaker, it needs extraneous allowance, Mr. Speaker, for honorable members to defend side things, Mr. Speaker. I want to cite Honorable Paul B, Mr. Speaker. He is the one, Mr. Speaker, we were seated here. He asked me to send the members very fast, Mr. Speaker, to Toronto time because things were not going well there, Mr. Speaker, including the Flocker project that was constructed amounting to 9 million, Mr. Speaker. Yet the cooler there, Mr. Speaker, is fake, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the committee report, the other committee report that was tabled in this house, Mr. Speaker, was adopted unanimously, Mr. Speaker, and I can refer you to the other committee reports, Mr. Speaker, the approval in this house. All the honorable members of this house approves the report and recognize that actually we had lost money through these dubious methods, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, I will wait, Mr. Speaker, to see an honorable member who, during the debate, Mr. Speaker, supported the report. And now, since the report formed part of this impeachment, Mr. Speaker, I'm waiting, Mr. Speaker. Coercion is there, Mr. Speaker. And that's the reason I've been seeing Honorable Katwa Kigen here, Mr. Speaker, insisting that he wants to see these honorable members, Mr. Speaker. We know corruption can even find its way, Mr. Speaker, to this house. So we will be keen to see the members of this county assembly, Mr. Speaker, voting to support the corruption, Mr. Speaker. Katwa Gigen has got the right, Mr. Speaker. That is his profession, Mr. Speaker. But for a honorable member who represent that Namaboga, Mr. Speaker, who says on the highway, Mr. Speaker, we collect tax, then we take services back to them, Mr. Speaker. When we see people stealing and we support those honorable members, I am waiting for that time, Mr. Speaker, to see these honorable members. That's why yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I said, indeed, and I was quoting, Mr. Speaker, that during the election of the speakers of the county assembly, which you are among them, Mr. Speaker, I remember there is one notable aspirant of the speaker that time, Mr. Speaker, had locked close to 31 members of this county assembly in Kisumu, Mr. Speaker. But coming to real voting in the house, Mr. Speaker, the speaker got only 12 votes, Mr. Speaker. So I will not be surprised, Mr. Speaker. The reason why these people are insisting on different methods of voting, Mr. Speaker, is because of coercion and corruption that has found roots to this house, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, you will allow me, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, protect me, I will give you to speak. Order. So you prosecute your point. Everyone members not allowed to tolerate. Mr. Speaker, we have your time. We had a refurbishment of county council houses, Mr. Speaker. That now the county government houses, Mr. Speaker. You know the issues of asbestos, and the lawyer Katwa Kigen knows the effects. According to the research, it has been found that the asbestos, Mr. Speaker, that's the reason immediately we removed, Mr. Speaker. We buried them almost 8 feet down the ground, Mr. Speaker, because it infects the human being with the issues of lung cancers, Mr. Speaker. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, the Department of Lands saw it good, Mr. Speaker, that we refurbished those houses, Mr. Speaker. But to our surprise, Mr. Speaker, people were paid before works were done in Kipkelian town, Mr. Speaker, a sub-county where I come from, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we talk of public participation, we've been doing several public participation, Mr. Speaker. I'm not a member of Lands Committee, Mr. Speaker. But at times, Mr. Speaker, it beats logic that you purchase a piece, even the biggest hotel, the 5-star hotel that we know in this country, Mr. Speaker, cannot afford even to sell a piece of soda at a cost of 500 shillings, Mr. Speaker. I don't know now, the common man who came for public participation could even take a soda worth Kenya shillings, 500 shillings, Mr. Speaker. That's why I say defending this corruption need extraneous allowance, Mr. Speaker. And for this case, Mr. Speaker, I kindly request that whoever will be protecting this corruption, Mr. Speaker, needs to charge the culprits the highest amount, Mr. Speaker, because this is the biggest job I've ever seen. I submit, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Leader of Majority. Of course, I give you more time because you are the Leader of Majority. Now, moving forward, I'll be giving not more than 5 minutes to a member in that order. Honorable Dominic, Honorable Paul Kiptau B, and then Honorable Dominic. Yes. Let us stick to 5 minutes, and you restrain yourself to the matter of the motion.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me this chance to speak on behalf of people of Kapsaos, because I've been adversely mentioned, Honorable Speaker, on the issue, and I'll narrow myself to the issue of Toroitine. Honorable Speaker, it's shocking to see people talking about Toroitine. The person standing before you is the initiator of Toroitine. And I'm the area MCA, and I know what Toroitine is all about. Yes, indeed, I did actually talk to the majority leader that some people visit Toroitine. But I didn't say that there was anything lost in Toroitine. And indeed, Honorable Speaker, with the report that was tabled by the ad hoc committee, yes, I did support it in full. But I wanted governor to be given time to implement the recommendations made by that committee. It's not about, impeaching governor.
Yes.
And that is my stand. Yes. Toroitine, Honorable Speaker, as I stand here, we have about 600 members. And initially when we started, we had relocated to someone's quarters. In the previous program, that is the Kenya Climate Smart, funded the society. And the society got a formulating machine that assisted them to stand. So when the program started, when the county government wanted to supply what was supposed to be taken to Toroitine, and I want to say it clearly here, and I have minutes for the same. If you want me to supply, you would minutes, Honorable Speaker. The committee, that is the officials, had to sit and decided on where to get the money to build the store. It was not about, there was some embezzlement of money in Toroitine. Immediately when the store was finished, Honorable Speaker, the first budget of supplies went to Toroitine. And when the whistleblower, the next batch was supplied to Toroitine. Number two, Honorable Speaker, the cooler which was supplied to Toroitine. We are laymen. We doesn't understand, what the right cooler is. Now, the serial numbers, we have to send it to KEPS
to confirm if the cooler that is in Toroitan is the right one. And, Honorable Speaker, when the day report fellas visited Toroitan and the KCC fellas, they did confirm that the same cooler has been supplied to many places in Polet. Yes. And that is why we had to accept, and as we speak right now, Honorable Speaker, the cooler is working, and the farmers, have supplied milk to the same cooler, and now KCC are collecting milk from the same society as we speak. And that is why I said yesterday, or the day before yesterday, that the farmers are working very hard. Gentlemen, let's not do politics. You're doing politics. This is politics, pure politics. It's me who understands Toroitan more than you. Don't talk of something you don't know. Yes. Talk of Kerimoi. You almost close Kerimoi. My good friends, talk of your societies. Don't talk of anybody's society. It's me who understands my society. Governor will not go anywhere, and I want to thank him because Governor has really done a lot, in my work. Thank you, and may God bless. I oppose in totality the motion of impeachment to His Excellency the Governor. Thank you.
Order. Let us not agree. Order. Let us not. Order, the Deputy Speaker. You are among the leaders of this assembly. Order. Honorable members, we are live, by the way, and we are being followed. So I'll urge you to debate in a manner, of course, that will reflect your title of being honorable members. And secondly, this is a warning. This is a very strong warning that there is no shouting. Use of unparliamentary language. Don't invite the chair to make some decisions that will not go well with you, honorable members. I really want you to be in this house, all of you. So let us avoid the shouting. There's a way of applauding, and you know very well how to do it. But the standing orders does not tell us that you should shout and say yes or all those things. So let us debate with decorum, and we stick to the timeline. When we say 5 minutes, it's 5 minutes. So next is Honorable Dominic Mutai. 5 minutes, please. Please stick to the rule of debate. Order. I want to repeat, order. That was my last warning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for giving me this chance. I want to register and say from the onset that I oppose the motion. There was on Facebook that I voted yes. And at the time of voting, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to register my opposing to the motion of impeachment of Dr. Erick Mutai. And I want my vote to be respected. Mr. Speaker, sir, we were here when we were debating about the other committee report on fictitious, and all of us supported it. The recommendation which was there, and each and every issue had recommendation on it. One of the recommendation was we give the governor and the contractors 28 days to finish what they are supplying and what they were doing. And it is in record, it has a record in this house. Mr. Speaker, sir, when you are playing politics, it needs to be politics, and when it's development, it needs to be development. What we have been doing recently is politics and development. No one will condone corruption. But when you are doing corruption, when you are doing politics and talking about corruption, people will not take us serious. We are the third assembly. The first assembly did an impeachment to the governor by then. We are here trying to break the record in this country that we are the champion of impeachment. There are more developments which our people need. There's a lot of people issues. We are the one who's doing the budget. The executive are the one who is executing the budget. There is a lot we need to do to our people. Me, as the elected MCA from Kabianga, I will not support impeachment now and in the future. Last year we did impeachment. We didn't finish on our budget. Mr. Speaker, sir, my good neighbor Agon, he has been talking about my ward. I'm the only elected member of Kabianga ward. And those people so fit that I'm being elected to represent their interest here. And I want to have the motion mover that to leave my ward. I know to lobby for my ward. I know to become friend to. I can lobby from the national government. Our projects are lobby from the national government. When I'm giving the corridors in Nairobi, which are ministries.
There is a point of order on the Dominic, and when you will resume, you will have 1.5 minutes so that you use your 5 minutes. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order, pass on to standing order number 98. That is a statement of facts. One of the projects that we visited as a committee on environment is Chemamul Water Project. Now, this project, Mr. Speaker, has solar panel funded by the FLOCA program. But these solar panels, the Honorable Chair Water can attest to this house. They are not functional. In fact, water is being pumped via using electricity. The question is, what happens to the solar panels that were erected by the county government using FLOCA funds? And that was my bone of contention. You know, the Honorable Member, Mr. Speaker, is one of those members who never stepped in this house. He is now indicted.
Order,
Mr. Speaker.
On the last point, I really want to order. I don't want to open debate on that. So, Honorable Dominic, as you finally...
I want to urge my friend to leave my ward. If he's moving around towns, doing what he's doing, and he's forgetting his ward, please forget about my ward. I know, and I have a plan for my ward. The last time, Mr. Speaker, on NAFC BD, I was privileged, Mr. Speaker, to be among the committee who went down to see this funded project. And we want to be very clear that this project has transformed our county. The project on water, we moved from Soin, Belgud, Sigawet, Soin, and Mondian. In my place, there's a tractor which was given to a cooperative society, one of the leading cooperative society, Kabianga Cooperative Society. And Mr. Chirchir, you know, you have been there at that cooperative severally, not once. And through their hard work, not friendship to the governor. So we deserve to be given what belongs to us. I oppose this motion, and in the time of voting, I want to be on record that I'll vote no to the impeachment of Dr. Erick Mutai.
Honorable Gilbert Ngetich, and then Honorable, you know, I can't see up there. So Honorable, that must be the associate professor in that order. 5 minutes, Honorable Gilbert Ngetich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity. Also to talk on the motion in which it was before us, which of course I'm opposing, the impeachment of Dr. Erick Mutai, the governor of Kericho County, based on the works I've done also in my ward. Surprisingly, Mr. Speaker, I was impeaching the last time. By then, I have a reason to this loving Mr. Speaker should be explained here. The reason as to why I was doing the impeachment last time, I had no projects which were going on. Mr. Speaker, the Kishara dairies, which was benchmarking from Toroitany, Mr. Speaker, I'm hearing the condemnation of Toroitany. But the Chrome Kishara dairies benchmarked in Toroitany, Mr. Speaker, sir. And they brought goodies, and we've really progressed. I have members in Kishara dairies that goes to 700 members, Mr. Speaker, sir. And we are collecting over 2,500 milk, Mr. Speaker, sir, as we speak today. I'll be very keen, Mr. Speaker, when we reach a level of having a supply of a cooler. Mr. Speaker, when we were discussing over the report, I have heard of the tapping of that cooler, Mr. Speaker, for it to function. But today, Mr. Speaker, the area MCA is actually proving and confirming that the cooler is functional. Mr. Speaker, sir, the contradicting statements which are really existing in this House, Mr. Speaker, should also be in the very other way. I heard the very president, the very talk in which the president did in Homa Bay, and he said, Mr. Speaker, let the legislature not also force the executive to indulge in corruption by demanding funds for them to write a report, Mr. Speaker, sir. Remember, corruption is a two-way thing. We have been told by majority. That is what the president said, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, there's a point of order, Honorable Gilbert. There's a point of order. As you resume, you have 2 minutes. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On statements of facts, Mr. Speaker is saying that the committee demanded, I think, money so that they write a report, Mr. Speaker. So let him table that evidence, Mr. Speaker, if he has the evidence. That is standing order number 98, Mr. Speaker. Okay. The substantive evidence, Mr. Speaker. You know, those are very grievous allegations that is being labeled against the county assembly, Mr. Speaker. These are House of Rules and Procedure, Mr. Speaker, and House where we do oversight, we represent and we legislate on behalf of the people that sent us here. Okay, Honorable Gilbert Ngatich, is that what you say?
Mr. Speaker, what I said is what the president was saying in Homa Bay. I don't refer to any committee to have demanded money from the executive. Okay, I was just saying what the president said, and he said under my watch, Mr. Speaker. Okay, you proceed as you. Okay, I proceed with you. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm actually saying that as we progressed, I'm one of the members who supported the report. And in the report, Mr. Speaker, I was asking the final soda thing and the tissue thing in that report. Mr. Speaker, if we can really go back to that report and really check on the writings, Mr. Speaker, we didn't find the calculation of this tissue and soda, Mr. Speaker. Yet it's an allegation today of impeaching the governor, Mr. Speaker. And that time, the governor was given 28 days or 14 days to act on the report, Mr. Speaker. And we expected the governor to work on the report. If even the report is at the table of the governor, the impeachment motion has been planned. Mr. Speaker, we want this county to progress well as we refuse the corrupt members who are in the county government, Mr. Speaker. I think the governor has the report as we speak, and he has that time of 28 days to act on the report. In the actual sense, Mr. Speaker, there is nowhere where the governor went to the bank to really withdraw the money. There is nowhere where the governor really signed a procurement process to really do some work. There are some people who really did this work, and we have them at the office as we speak. It is high time that we give this governor time to act on the report in which the other committee made for the works to run well for this county as we clear our term. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is the reason as to why I really not support the impeachment, and when it comes to the time of voting, I will also vote no. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Dr. Naman.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir, for giving me opportunity. That is untrue, Honorable Speaker. It is a
through Petro towards the County Assembly of Kericho, and thereafter, just hardly about 2 hours ago, there was a vehicle that rammed into the gates of our County Assembly. That is Gate A, not Gate B. What the Honorable Majority said, I wanted to confirm that this is Gate A and this is Gate B. So, Mr. Speaker, we want to condemn and in the strongest terms possible, and we want to thank the police officers who have actually swung into action and arrested, I'm told, about 5 people who actually happened to have been in the same vicinity where that incident happened. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I want to start by saying clearly that I want to support the report that has been ably tabled by Honorable Rogon, well done, stating very clear on various grounds. Mr. Speaker, I have listened from the inception of this sitting, and I want to confirm that, Honorable Speaker, that several grounds has actually been put forth, and I want to associate myself that sections of our County Government Act, our Constitution, has actually been enumerated very clearly, and there's no section that supports the embezzlement of funds and misuse of public resources. Mr. Speaker, I want to start by probably putting forth the report on Londiani. Mr. Speaker, the Londiani victims, Mr. Speaker, as has been ably said by the Kiprotiro World, the motion mover, so that we lost several people, about 54 people, Mr. Speaker. And I think justice denied, justice delayed is justice denied. To date, Mr. Speaker, the report that was ably made by, and passed by this Honorable House has not been acted upon. That is my ground. There's nothing that has been acted, Mr. Speaker. And number 2, Council Mutai, that was chaired by Honorable Paul B. The report was made, recommendations were made. To date, Mr. Speaker, I want to confirm that I've never heard of any casualties, probably going as per the report. Mr. Speaker, that is very clear that there was an embezzlement of funds. Mr. Speaker, the other day I was in my rural home at a function. Over 20 young men came to where I was after the function and requested that how far is our money. Mr. Speaker, today I want to state here before this Honorable House that the money that they owe the said contractor, the purported contractor, has not been paid to date, Mr. Speaker. And remember, this report was ably tabled by the Honorable Paul B. hardly over 1 year and some months ago. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, I didn't have any answer when I was asked that one, Mr. Speaker, and I want to state here so that they are watching, so that they know that I've always been following up, but then there is nothing that is forthcoming. Probably the chairman of Kazim Tan, Paul B, could actually say something about that. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, is the issues of fictitious payment. Mr. Speaker, I want to confirm that I sat as a member when we were following up on these issues of fictitious payment, Mr. Speaker, together with Honorable the Chair, Vincent Korir, and other members, probably about 13 members, Mr. Speaker. So the bending bills. Mr. Speaker, there were a lot of disparities. Probably when we went for the issues like skewed developments, Mr. Speaker. Remember, like for example in my ward, Mr. Speaker, I appropriated in the budget for 2024-2025 over 20 million for the roadworks, Mr. Speaker. And I want to confirm that my people in that financial year, Mr. Speaker, the only value for money they got, Mr. Speaker, out of the 20 million, only 3 million for the whole financial year, Mr. Speaker. Where is my 17 million? Where is my 17 million? And here you want me to come and abate corruption when my money has not been probably told that this is your money, the money for my people. So there are two people. I want to confirm before this is about Mr. Speaker. I was elected, and remember, Mr. Speaker, I'm a ranking member before the House. You cannot take my people in circles. When I was duly elected to represent them for my second term, Mr. Speaker, I want to confirm my people are not the budget packs. It will never happen. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, I want to confirm in the report on fictitious payment. Mr. Speaker, there was a clear intent to defraud the people of Kericho, especially on the issue of Kericho housing, Mr. Speaker. Kericho housing, Mr. Speaker, I also went because the other day we had a committee, a lands committee, Mr. Speaker, we had at Kericho Center. Mr. Speaker, I want to confirm, there's no law that says you pay for services before you render. Mr. Speaker, this is a height of impunity that is happening before this honorable county. Mr. Speaker, I will not, and I want to confirm before everyone and the world at large that everything must be done to the order that has been prescribed in the law, in the Constitution and the County Governments Act and also PFM Act, Mr. Speaker. So therefore, I want to confirm you cannot pay. It was paid 2.9 million, Mr. Speaker, while the works are not yet completed. I want to thank the lead lawyer, the council, Kato Kige. He stated very clear as I was sitting there that the works are ongoing. While the money went long time ago. Since when? We are wondering. I want to thank you, the lead counsel, for being honest. You know? Mr. Speaker, I think...
As you wind up, Honorable.
Sorry, give me more 5 minutes. I think I have several things in my mouth, Mr. Speaker. I want to divulge all of them today. So, Mr. Speaker,
1 more minute, I'll give you 1 more minute.
Last thing, Mr. Speaker, is the issue on NAF CDP. Mr. Speaker, NAF CDP, we've been told by the Honorable mover of the motion, that is 281 billion. As to where 281 million went, I want to confirm. Mr. Speaker, the only thing that I have seen in my world is only the drawer and the chair. That is broken. Remember the other day, the Honorable Excellency, the Governor, launched their project in a stadium. 1 million, they were saying 1 million per ward. I think it is like that. But today, Your Excellency, I'm wondering, where is that 1 million? Today, when we look at dummy checks, Speaker, I want to confirm that we need also to be serious to some extent. You know, in as much as we want our people, or we don't want, we are not victimizing the governor. But when what we are after is the resources that are meant for the people of our county. So with that, I want to register that governor is my good friend. But then, as for the issues on resources, Your Excellency Governor, pesa irudishwe. Pesa irudishwe kwanza.
Thank you.
As I read, Mr. Speaker, Section 30 of our County Governments Act. Section 30, 3F. Mr. Speaker, as I go sit, say that responsibility and the management of the resources rests squarely with the governor. That is, County Government Act, Section 30, 3F. Responsibility and the management of the resources rests with the governor. I support.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I give this opportunity to the Honorable Philip Mutai.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity and on behalf of the great people of Kipchimchim whom I represent. Mr. Speaker, sir, I just want to start by, I want to say I started my journey today from my home area, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I was coming from home to this great assembly. A great pastor, friend of mine, who is a voter in Kipchimchim, told me this, quoted a verse in the book of Israel, chapter 10, verse 4. And he told me, rise up, this matter is yours, it's in your hands. We support you, so take it with courage and do it. And I think I'm coming here to execute my mandate that was given by the great people of Kipchimchim. I just want to start by saying to you, Honorable Excellency Governor, when 50% of your household children are saved by the chief that they are thieves, does it mean that the father is not also a thief? So I want to say the great people of Kipchimchim suffered an injustice. I did appropriate 18.6 million to roads, but 10 million were only procured. Where is the 8.6 million which was meant for the roads to Kipchimchim? 6.2 million roads was lost in the Department of Agriculture. I was supposed to build a tree buying center in Gelda and JBOs. But I was taken in cycles with the CEO of Agriculture, and then the money was got lost. Again, I want to rise in all my feet and defend the people of Kipchimchim that in health I lost 3.4 million, which was meant for the completion of Gimesuan dispensary. That aside, Mr. Speaker, sir, I am also the chairman for cooperative committee in this great assembly, and I did go around, going and inspecting the projects that were funded by NAFCBD. And my take was within the Inamoy sub-county. I started my first visit to Kapsaus Ward, and I don't want to go to Toroiga. I went to another cooperative society by the name Captain. I went to another cooperative society by the name Pidgin. I just come all the way to my ward. I have a cooperative society by the name Kipchindai, whom I started when I was elected. I went all the way down to Kualange in Ainamoy ward. I went to Kapsoi, a cooperative society in Kapsoi, Maso, and we come and concluded at Kipchembor ward. All those cabinets that was applied to this cooperative society, SACCOs, they were, the department were proposing that they supplied a fireproof cabinet. Where or not can a light MDF sustain a fire in case of a fire incident? Where or not can a glass sustain fire? And when you ask about the price that were used to procure that cabinet, 40,000. And on coming, even using the common sense, go to these great supermarkets that we have within our town. The same cabinet that was applied with 40,000 is worth 12,000 in our supermarkets. The chair at the small table that was applied to these SACCOs, when you come also, go around to these supermarkets, it is costing 40,000. But here was applied with 70,000. Where or not can that happen really? Mr. Speaker, sir, I don't want to repeat myself, but I just want to put it on record that on this country can a service or a work be paid before even the work began. Your Excellency the Governor, Your Excellency the Governor, the buck stops at your doorstep. We were expecting, when you were making your comments here, I was expecting you start on the 85 million that were lost by this great county. But Your Excellency, you are trying to whip our emotions. You are trying to whip our sympathies. But you see, we are the elected people.
People are praying for our seats. They are counting for days to send us home. But here, when we were deliberating on the budget estimates, I had declared that me, myself, I was on an impeachment spree. Reason is because of the disparities in works that are being done in our wards. Look at my great friend, the mover of the motion. He highlighted a ward in Bureti Chemosot, where works worth 21 million was prosecuted. And to us, nothing was done. Why do I have to sit in a budget to do a schedule of my work and never to be implemented? Will I not look stupid to my people who elected for me? In fact, I was elected on a very rainy day, Mr. Speaker, sir. When I was being elected, a mama gave birth to a child when he was queuing to vote for me. Am I not doing the injustice to these great people of Kericho? One incident that is very painful to me, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that there is a mama who came out of the ward. He was really admitted at Kericho Referral Hospital. He came all the way to Kericho Police Station with a drip in her hand to come and vote for me. And finally he was telling me, Mheshimiwa Mutai, I just want you to open a road to assess my place. I did the same. I appropriated money to get the Mingin 30 million road, which has been, which I appropriated money the same, but nothing has been done. Unfortunately, I lost it, Mama. How will I go to her grave and seek for forgiveness? That I had promised a road that I was to do last financial year and it never been done. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, finally, I want to say I support this motion in totality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let me give this opportunity to the Honorable Fancy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this chance. I'm a nominated member from Shaik, but I belong to Kericho County. I'm saying this because I represent the gender top-up, not impeachment top-up. And I'm saying this because when it comes to impeachment, as nominated, we are held ransom. We are told, come and sign here. But when it comes to resources, Mr. Speaker, sir, we are not there. I'm standing here because I'm suffering since the last impeachment, Mr. Speaker, sir. I was robbed of my responsibility. To date, I don't have any responsibility. And again, I take care of myself because I really need to speak here. Because at some point, someone will say, Fancy didn't attend a sitting. So I'm here really defending myself, but since last 1 year, I have not received any salary, Mr. Speaker, sir. So I want to say no to this motion because, yes, I will say no to the motion because I am part of the committee of it is so emotional, Mr. Speaker, sir, because my family have suffered because of this. I was part of the committee, but not the other committee, for by Honorable Philip, Mr. Watts, and I was Honorable Philip, and I defended this report. The recommendation which were made, Mr. Speaker, sir, which were there, I really supported it because one of the recommendations which were given was forensic audit to be done in 28 days. That is what I supported, Mr. Speaker, sir, because I really needed the county executive to be given time so that they execute on the same report. But Mr. Speaker, sir, In that afternoon, the motion of removal of Dr. Erick Mutai was tabled here in this House, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I said, I'm going to vote no for this impeachment because of that. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is the same House. I said, let us be honest to one another. It is the same House which vetted these CECs and the CEOs, Mr. Speaker, sir. But it is the same House. I can remember one of the impeachment we did for CS Bor, Mr. Speaker, sir, because of the Londiani issue. We impeached one Dr. CS Bor, and he is home now because of the actions which happened in Londiani, Mr. Speaker, sir. Then how comes it's now the governor who did that, who did this? It is all of us, Mr. Speaker, sir, who are doing this. So I'm calling upon the leadership of Kericho County. We need to do something. We need to sit down. Impeachment is not the last resolution. We got to sit as members of County Assembly, Governor, our Speaker, maybe the members of Parliament, and led by our Senator, and let's forge ahead. We love this Kericho County. When you go to abroad, you are asked, when you are coming from Kericho, they know Kericho as a tea-growing Kericho County. Mr. Speaker, sir, we love this Kericho County. We love our people. We love our voters, Mr. Speaker, sir. I stand here on behalf of the women of Kericho County and oppose this motion completely. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I submit.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Fancy. The immediate chair has informed me that you made an allegation that you have not received salaries from the last 1 year. You know, Honorable Fancy, you may have to, because that is a very serious concern, and yours truly, the Speaker here, who is the chair, he is also the chairperson of a board of this assembly. And when you allude to the fact that you have not received salary for 1 year, that amounts to being disordered, and you know the standing orders. Because obviously it is a fact, and the clerk is here, that all of us have been paid salary until the month of actually June, July. Even for those in the family bank, they have been paid up to July 2025. Fancy, Honorable Fancy. That one amounts to gross disorder in the assembly. Standing order number 114D, deliberately giving false information to the assembly. And I therefore ask you to withdraw immediately from the chambers, from the precincts of this assembly, for the remainder of today's sitting. Order, Sergeant at Arms. We shall only resume when Honorable Fancy is out of the chamber. Read your standing orders, Honorable Members. I've told you. Out, Honorable Fancy Quarters. Honorable members, we proceed. Yes, the hands
Honorable Paul Chirchir. Honorable members, I want looking at from what our leader of majority gave us on the security incident that was reported, we're going to be very keen on the time. Now that I'm being informed that one side of our gate, Your Excellency the Governor, is open because apparently there was a vehicle, KAH 075Y. When the incident was being reported, you were not here, and this vehicle actually belongs to the county government of Kericho. There is a report here that is official. We will be sharing with you that because of what has happened, we must be very careful also. One of the members and the staff and the security clerk, you alert everybody to be alert because of the security concerns that we have here. So we have to provide safety to the members as well as to the governor also who is here and all of us. So I'll suggest members, let's stick to time. I'll minimize, I'll be giving it to 3 or 4 people so that I give to the governor to respond, and then we will proceed in that manner. Honorable Paul Chirchir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me an opportunity to speak on behalf of the people of Kapsoit, who they've given me an opportunity to represent them twice. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to support the motion for the removal of Governor Kericho, His Excellency Dr. Erick Mutai, who is seated across. Mr. Speaker, sir, why am I saying that? He has been accused of 5. Number 1, gross violation of the Constitution of Kenya. Number 2, gross violation of various national and county laws. Number 3, serious reasons for believing that the governor has committed crimes under national law. Number 4, Mr. Speaker, sir, abuse of office. And number 5, gross misconduct. Mr. Speaker, sir, the governor for Kericho was sworn in on Thursday, the 25th of August 2022, in a ceremony in Kericho Green Stadium. The oath of office was administered by Lady Justice Roslyn Korir. Mr. Speaker, sir, all of us elected and appointed members, whenever we are elected, we sign a Code of Conduct and Integrity Declaration form. And in that declaration form, it has all the details. It talks about integrity and honesty. It talks about accountability to the public. It talks about fairness and equity. It talks about conflict of interest. It talks about public trust, political neutrality in administration. And number 7, respect for the law, leadership by example, and confidentiality. And then there, the governor signed, which we all of us signed. I want to draw the attention of number 3, or number 2, accountability to the public. Mr. Speaker, sir, he signed and he said, I shall be accountable to the people of Kericho County and ensure that public resources are used prudently and only for lawful purposes. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, sir, he also said, and he signed, fairness and equity. He said, I shall treat all individuals and groups with fairness, equity, and impartiality, regardless of gender, ethnicity, religion, and political affiliation. Mr. Speaker, sir, the truth has been the opposite. We are here because of a very serious matter touching on loss of public funds. How have we lost the public funds? The governor is the CEO, the chief executive of this county. There are very serious allegations against loss of funds through 5 cooperative societies And the societies are here, I have listed. They are Cherugu, which is in Cheboin Ward. Cheboin Ward is represented by Honorable Francis Terrell. Raw materials in form of soya, maize yam, and a few were purportedly supplied. The member is here. The very few were supplied, but payment was made for the talent that would have been supplied. And the Honorable Katwagigen has acknowledged that not all has been supplied. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have Torrance time. The Honorable Paul Kiptor B, he's here. There is a delivery for 10 tons of raw materials, sunflowers, cotton cake, soya, maize jam, wheat bran, a total of 10,560, which is equivalent to 10.5 tons, against 27 tons that was paid for. That is proof that money was lost. We are guided by national laws, PFM Act and the procurement law. There was a breach of both laws, and the governor takes ultimate responsibility. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Honorable Ruskebe is in Mondiani. Ruskebe Corporate Society is in Mondiani. The Honorable Kedawa Kimugum, the Honorable Sigilai is here. And he confirmed that not all was supplied despite being paid for. Concierge time in Sigawe, the Honorable Rogon is here at the move of the motion. Not all was supplied, but payment was made, which is contrary to the PFM Act and the Procurement Act. Kibagenge in Litay. Mr. Speaker, I wish to draw your attention. This is a society that was closed a few years ago. The Honorable Vincent Kirui is here seated politely in a corner while his people are suffering in Litay, Mr. Speaker, sir. The society was closed. Goods purported supplied. What is that? That is the height of impunity, and that is a confirmation that funds, public resources were lost. Mr. Speaker, sir, we invited chief officers who are accounting officers and who are AIE holders, Mr. Speaker, sir, before this House to appear before the Committee on ADOC. Mr. Speaker, sir, and we examined them under oath. They took an oath. They confirmed that what they were saying was true and true indeed. Mr. Speaker, sir, I am surprised that Katwa Gigen is telling this Honorable House that 2,750 for tissue. We've tried to make some calculations, but it does not enter each other, Mr. Speaker, sir. It doesn't make sense, Mr. Speaker, sir. It is like telling us that one tissue was bought at 1 shillings and 75 cents, which is not practical. We will take what was supplied to this House by the chief officer who we examined him under oath. Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish I had all the time. The chief officer for roads, when he appeared before this committee, when he appeared before ADO committee, Mr. Speaker, we also examined him under oath. We asked him whether he was the accounting officer. He said yes. Are you the holder? He said yes. Mr. Speaker, sir, when we asked him why there are disparities in the invoice, payment voucher, S13, and delivery note, he said probably because of photocopying. Now, I was surprised that, is there a photocopy? When you photocopy, it loses the original figures. That was taking this House, that was not taking this House very seriously, Mr. Speaker. Sir. That confirmed that there is very serious incompetence, and the buck stops with the governor who is before this House, Mr. Speaker, sir, for transparency and accountability to happen in this county. Dr. Mutai must go. Mr. Speaker, sir, I have seen members here saying we will vote this way, we will vote that way. I invite this House, before, when we were electing Speaker, Mr. Speaker, you know, and I apologize, Mr. Speaker, sir, I do not support you. I was for Honorable Kiptergech. And we were in Kisumu a whole weekend. We were 32 members, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I knew when we hit the floor of this house, we were going to win with one round. To my surprise, Mr. Speaker, sir, all of us were in Kisumu, the 30 of us. When we got here, and the governor was even seated here, we were surprised. We only got 10. 10. Mr. Speaker, what am I trying to say? When honorable members sometimes are taken in a corner, and they promise to do whatever they promise, that is not the truth. The truth is in the ballot. When a ballot is taken for the House, those who support will vote yes. Those who do not support will vote no. And the House, this House is guided by the standing orders. If machines in the tea estate plug tea, and count the leaves, how can this House not accept electronic voting, Mr. Speaker, sir? So the President has told us very well that we need to move away from analog and be digital. So I acknowledge, and if this House, when it gets to voting, and they say we'll vote by electronic, I will support. If they will vote by manual counting, Mr. Speaker, sir, I support. But I know some people have sent me a text telling me that we will support the impeachment, and yet they are in the 18. So let us, Mr. Speaker, sir, so let us count, let us be sure this House must be counted. When the right time comes, like BBI, Mr. Speaker, sir, this story of tissue is like BBI. So it is either your team Raya, team oversight, which is us, or your team tissue, team soda, team everything, Mr. Speaker. So it is a contest between those representing the people and those representing their stomachs. Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the impeachment of His Excellency Dr. Erick Mutai. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, the Honorable Dr. Moses Rotich. I'm picking only 2 more as per my directive, so.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for...
Order. Okay. Yes, proceed now. I have seen the hands. So, okay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity that you have given me, and by extension, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the great people of Tendena Soget, Mr. Speaker, whom I represent. Mr. Speaker, allow me to pick my speaking to this motion from where Senior Counsel Katwa Keegan left, Mr. Speaker, that he opted to continue representing His Excellency the Governor in protest, Mr. Speaker. We have noted the kind of protest that the Senior Counsel Katwa Keegan have put it across throughout his discussion. Mr. Speaker, he has opted to minor on the major and major on the minor. The issue, Mr. Speaker, that is before us this afternoon, that through this morning, Mr. Speaker, through to this time, Mr. Speaker, we are here on an issue of fictitious payment, Mr. Speaker. An issue of NAP-CDP, Mr. Speaker. An issue of FLOCA, Mr. Speaker. An issue involving an integrity issue, Mr. Speaker, touching on the victims of Londiani, Mr. Speaker. To my surprise, Mr. Speaker, we were tabling the motion and the report on issues of ad hoc committee report that was surrounding Londiani accident victims, Mr. Speaker, a day like this, Mr. Speaker. May their souls, Mr. Speaker, rest in eternal peace. Those who succumbed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, those who are surviving with injuries, Mr. Speaker, may the grace be sufficient to them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, NAP-CDP, FLOCA are donor-funded projects, Mr. Speaker. These projects, Mr. Speaker, the intention from the donor was good. The implementation, Mr. Speaker, is skewed, unfair, unaccounted for, Mr. Speaker, unjustified, Mr. Speaker, and more so, unverified, Mr. Speaker. When the committee visited relevant sectors where this project was implemented, Mr. Speaker, intendant also get, we suffered deficit of supplies, Mr. Speaker. The supplier, by the name Yobra, a company, Mr. Speaker, was supposed to supply under environment, Mr. Speaker, 50,000 seedlings of bamboo, 60, Mr. Speaker, but he chose to supply 3,200, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am the chair of Implementation Committee, Mr. Speaker, where the SI projects, many of them, Mr. Speaker, when we visited, we noted a lot of concerns, Mr. Speaker. Payment of a project. Yes, the SI project. The health is an essential entity in our county and in Kenya at large, Mr. Speaker. The intention of upgrading Sociot Health Center, Mr. Speaker, into a sound hospital, the intention was good, Mr. Speaker. By the way, the maximum of implementation, Mr. Speaker, was characterized by fraud. When we visited the scene, Mr. Speaker, we found the contractor on site with minimal work being done. To my amazing, Mr. Speaker, he told us he was already paid 33 million, Mr. Speaker. SI project, that is on the oncology, the referral, Mr. Speaker, the contractor indicated to us, Mr. Speaker, that he has been paid 84 million. But when you visit the place, Mr. Speaker, you could not account for the 84 million that has been paid, Mr. Speaker. What am I trying to say, Mr. Speaker? We need value for money. The interpretation of the payments that were made, Mr. Speaker, indicate that at the time of advertisement, a certificate of payment was issued and payments were made, Mr. Speaker. Isn't that fraud? Mr. Speaker, I stand guided. If in any case, the name or the definition of fraud, Mr. Speaker, have changed. Mr. Speaker, the rule of thumb indicates, Mr. Speaker, that for one to do business with government, Mr. Speaker, you first supply the service for you to be paid. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note, Mr. Speaker, and I'm on record, that in Kipkelion, Mr. Speaker, the service of renovating the houses, Mr. Speaker, was not done, but payments was already made. Isn't that fictitious? Mr. Speaker, the opposite of fictitious, Mr. Speaker, is real. His Excellency, the Deputy Governor, came out, Mr. Speaker, to whistleblow. It is his right, Mr. Speaker. It is within his mandate, Mr. Speaker. And I borrow his leave that when you don't condone the nitty-gritty that is happening in a department, Mr. Speaker, it is important to recuse and become a whistleblower or even a state witness, Mr. Speaker, so that at the end of the day, when the D-Day come of accountability, Mr. Speaker, you will not be invited as a perpetrator, Mr. Speaker, but a witness of safeguarding the public resources. Mr. Speaker, I used to end by saying, Mr. Speaker, that Section 30 of the County Government Act, 3F, Mr. Speaker, the highest responsibility lies with His Excellency the Governor, simply because he is the CEO, the Chief Accounting Officer of every department of this county. All the CEOs are answerable to him. All the CECs are answerable to him, Mr. Speaker. I wish to say that in any case, I support this motion in totality, Mr. Speaker, because last financial year, Mr. Speaker, I'm a sad man, and also on behalf of the great people of Tendena, Mr. Speaker. On many occasions, I have found myself in the line of history proved to be in support on many occasions of His Excellency the Governor. Honorable Gilbert was in another camp last time, Mr. Speaker. But because of selective procurement, Mr. Speaker, people of Tendeno voted. We had 6 ballot boxes, Mr. Speaker. Mine was the below one because we believed in bottom-up economic transformation. The bottom-up, Mr. Speaker. Many of the voters started with me, Mr. Speaker, as the bottom leadership at the grassroots level, Mr. Speaker. Am I not a madman, Mr. Speaker, to support impunity in this county, Mr. Speaker? Atrocities, Mr. Speaker, where the great people of Tendeno, Mr. Speaker, are netted with revulsion, Mr. Speaker, are netted with a negative effect, Mr. Speaker. Philosophers, Mr. Speaker, indicate that there is what we call the negative reinforcement, Mr. Speaker, and positive reinforcement, Mr. Speaker. We have noted some CEOs, Mr. Speaker, to whom they are accused in this department, Mr. Speaker. They are transferred to another department, Mr. Speaker, and again they are transferred to another department after messing up, Mr. Speaker, with the department. The rule of thumb, Mr. Speaker, the best performing are rewarded. When you reward the best performing, Mr. Speaker, you subscribe to a tune of positive reinforcement so that others could emulate, so that others could follow the steps. But when a siphonner, Mr. Speaker, of public resources, Mr. Speaker, is rewarded, the net effect is a negative reinforcement. To even other departmental staffs, Mr. Speaker, I wish to say and conclude by saying, Mr. Speaker, in a family of having 10 children, Mr. Speaker, 6 have questionable integrity, questionable conduct, Mr. Speaker. You as a father, Your Excellency, the buck stops at you. If it was 1 child, Mr. Speaker, or 2, you could question the peer pressure. You could even question, Mr. Speaker, that maybe blame on the uncles and the aunties, Mr. Speaker. I rest my case, Mr. Speaker, and I support this motion.
I will give to Honorable Anita. And now I am now reducing time because I have realized. So we'll be doing 3-3-3. Honorable Anita and then Honorable Matthew. Then I will finalize with the Honorable Cheriot Betts. Then
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for this opportunity to also contribute. And Mr. Speaker, sir, my ward being one of the wards that has been mentioned adversely in this report, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to speak on behalf of the people of Chemosot who saw it fit to elect me to be able to serve them in this time that we are in today, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to strongly oppose this motion of impeachment. I've heard the allegations against the governor, and while we must take every claim of mismanagement or impropriety seriously, we must also be guided by the principles of due process, justice, and the verifiable truth. The proponents of this motion have presented a case, Mr. Speaker, sir, that upon a careful scrutiny, it is thin on irrefutable evidence. Instead, it appears to be built on foundation of political malice and misunderstanding of complex challenges facing any county government. Mr. Speaker, sir, to err is human, and perfection is a standard that no one in this chamber or indeed in any position of leadership, can claim to meet. We must ask ourselves, is this impeachment truly about the welfare of the people of Kericho? Is it, or is it a power grab? Is it a genuine effort to hold the executive accountable? Or is it a political motivated witch hunt designed to destabilize our county for personal gain? My considered opinion, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that it is the latter. I want to speak today as a mother and the only woman elected in Kericho County. Let us consider the progress we've made under the Governor Mutai's leadership. In a short period, we have seen tangible strides in our healthcare sector. They have been mentioned here that there are so many developments going on in our different hospitals. We have the new facilities that are being equipped. Our agricultural sector, which is our backbone, also has received an economic boost, as indicated even in the NAFCD projects. We have witnessed renewed focus even on our youth empowerment. We talk about Equalizer program that supported our youths to go through training in different technical or polytechnics in this county. These are not the actions of a leader who is following the people. These are the actions of a leader who is committed to progress. Furthermore, as I finish, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I know you are standing orders very well, that unless with the permission of the Speaker you can be reading something, a statement. However, let me allow you to summarize as you finish.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So since today was an electronic, we were told we were going online on everything, I decided not to write on a piece of paper, but to type them on my phone. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, sir. As I finish, Mr. Speaker, sir, an impeachment is not a simple matter. It will plunge this county into a period of prolonged political instability and administrative paralysis. Our development projects will stall, investors' confidence will plummet, and the very fabric of our society will be constrained. Do we want to sacrifice these gains as we have made an altar of political expediency? The alleged issues, Mr. Speaker, sir, could be addressed through other forums. We have constructive ways of doing this. We have the anti-corruptions. We have the oversight committees that we have. We have some robust legal systems that could address this. Mr. Speaker, sir, as I end this, impeachment should have been the last resort, not the first line of attack. It is not the end of all this that we're going through today, Mr. Speaker, sir. I urge my fellow members to vote with conscience, to vote with stability, to vote for progress, and to vote against this motion. Let us send a clear message to the people of Kericho that this assembly is a beacon of reason, not a theater of political opportunism. I say in no uncertain terms, no to this impeachment of Dr. Erick Mutai.
Thank you, Honorable Matthew Korir. I hope your 3 minutes will not be 8 like the one for Honorable Anita.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Giving me 3 minutes. If I'll ask for extra, you will just consider my request, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've been following the proceedings here, Mr. Speaker, and I've confirmed with a lot of concern that we are still need to do a lot, Mr. Speaker, to be where other counties are. Mr. Speaker, we are discussing a matter that public resources that has been taken by a number of companies, a number of contractors, and a number of staff from county executive. And I'm happy because Katwa Kiga now is knowing that having the 18 who are standing, they cannot even defend what they were taught to come and defend. Mr. Speaker, when the governor was given an opportunity, Your Excellency, I was waiting and I was eager to listen that the governor is explaining where is 85 million, where is 34 million for Societe Health Center, where a contractor is being paid without doing anything. Honorable Paul P. from Kapsaus, we were in your ward because we were given the mandate to come and visit the cooperative society. We are very sorry if we managed to identify a problem where you are saying it is correct. Mr. Speaker, in the same cooperative society, where an honorable member coming here just praising the same cooperative society, the farmers are crying. They are really crying, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the chairman of the cooperative society, when we went there, Mr. Speaker, he asked me why these suppliers are coming to supply items that was paid 6 months down the line, and they are coming during the night. Is it that they have been trained to supply these items during the night? We must also respect families, despite that we want to steal the public resources. I know it is nice to steal at night, but we must also respect the families. Mr. Speaker, when Katwa Gigan was given time to defend His Excellency, at some point, Mr. Speaker, when Katwa Gigan used to prosecute matters in court, I was saying, when I grow up, I want to become a lawyer. Your Excellency, it's happened that I raised the concern about Kasim Tag. I have recommendation. I have the report. Nothing has been done. 1 year, 4 months. You are just being given some stories with the 18 members that we will go discuss about the 28 days. Why do you want us to discuss 28 days, Your Excellency? The money was paid in February. The deliveries were done in August. Who is a thief? The one who was paid before he supplied, or the one who is coming here to tell us the document was full and everything was paid after supply? First witness to appear before the committee, CC in charge of finance and head of treasury. The first question from the chairman: can you confirm to this committee whether these all companies have been paid by the county government? Your Excellency, do you know the answer? All companies have been paid. All companies have been paid at a tune of 85 million. And then when we went further, because we wanted to get the crocodile relaxing, because the alligator was so much mad on us, Mr. Speaker, Your Excellency, when we went to the second step, to go through the documents of finance, everything was stories. The second day was another day of comedy. Your Excellency, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, there is a point of order.
But Your Excellency, you know the standard practice, he needs to state the standing order number.
Yes, order, Honorable Matthew. Yes, Honorable Paul B.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Under Standing Order number 98, a member shall be responsible for the accuracy of any facts. Honorable Speaker, I have known that I'm a man. Whenever a member comes here, he talks of Kapsaos, Honorable Paul B. Honorable Paul B. Here is a member talking of Troitan again, Honorable Speaker. Get us facts that the chair of that society told you that the goods were delivered at night. I said very, very clearly here.
Order, let's give
If me as an area MCA doesn't have any problem with the society, who are you? Who are you to talk about the society? Yeah, yes, this is I know, understand. Talk of what you know, don't talk of other people's words.
Order, honorable members, honorable, before you take the mic, Honorable Matthew, Honorable Paul Chirchi, and Honorable Paul B. Wait, first. Let us reduce this to a shout match.
a point of order will suffice with a show of hand. So let us maintain order. Order. Moses, you are in a point of order. Honorable Paul Chirchir, what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, sir, this first time member of the County Assembly, I think he needs to be taken for further training, Mr. Speaker, sir, on proceedings and standing order for this County Assembly. Whenever budgets are approved by this County Assembly, budgets are approved, it belongs to the whole county. The same way Honorable Dominic should be informed that the money that was taken to Chimamul is not his money. It is money for the people of Kericho County. The same thing that the money is taken to Tarek Bolby's ward. It is not his money, it's the people of Kericho's money. That is why we must protect our county resources. So you need to be informed. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Honorable Matthew, you finalize? Finalize.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, you know, during the press briefing of His Excellency the Governor, he alluded that a number of MCS are contractors. So at some point, I might have touched someone's work, Mr. Speaker, but I was in Cap South, being the member of the other committee, to find out whether the public resources was used well, but not to come and look what you are doing, Mr. Honorable Bolpi. On Kasim Tani, Your Excellency, 39 million was used with no records. Nothing was able to be shown by your staff, Your Excellency. You know, when you ask us, this is the second impeachment that I'm going through. Yes, Your Excellency, and you can go the third one. Reason? You are not in charge of the county. And that is my stand. The other time I supported you, Your Excellency, because even you, when you given time, you say, I'm not seeing Bui Bui. I didn't want that Bui Bui by that time. But today, it is the public resource that we want to know. Where is it? Mr. Speaker, on Londiani scandal, I was part of the committee. Your Excellency, this is not a matter that you need even to discuss that people were paid. Your Excellency, a number of issues on Londiani scandal was very open to the members of the public, and the money was misused in the doorstep of His Excellency Governor Dr. Erick Mutai. On fictitious payment, Katwa Kigen confirmed that though that the money was paid to a contractor, but there is work that is going on. Even in your own county, Katwa, there's things being done like this, where a contractor needs to be paid to be limited amount of 2.9 million so that he can deliver service. That one will not happen in an era where I am an MCA representing great people of Chaik Ward. Your Excellency, on the issue of donor fund, I was with you in the stadium. We had a very good program of agripreneurs, of the circles. Your Excellency, when you are responding to what we have contributed today, kindly tell this house whether the 30 circles, they have received 1 million that you launched with a dump check. If they have received, Your Excellency, I will not impeach you. But I want to give you an example of my word. They have not received. Why do I need to massage your ego? I will impeach you because I have not received the money. Your Excellency, Katwa Gigan has given us also another version of the tissue. These tissue issues and prices, it was not from our end, it was from the staff of the county executive. When we pose a question to the CEO, water, he say, I'm sorry, it is 2750, But because I will go and check, because we have done photocopy from the original. Is it our role to understand that original, when you do photocopy, some figures disappear? It is not our role. Our role is to protect and to ensure that the public resources is taken care of. So, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that. So, Katwa, when you go to do calculation, you have said that 40 bales of tissue times 40 pieces, it is 1,600. When you divide by, it is 58 cents. What tissue? So, this thing, in fact, everyone will become confused until the time you will tell us where is 85 million. This thing will take some of members, even a senior council, to become confused. What? And I know when the PAD will be taking with a stand, he also become confused. 58 cents. It cannot buy a tissue. But I was sure when I raised a question to my teacher, Chagaik Secondary, Mr. Mutai, Engineer Mutai, he told me the tissue is 27.50. And the one who was using the tissue is Mutai. It's not Katwakigan nor the governor. So my case is that I'm supporting this impeachment, either by sleeping, by standing, by doing what, I will impeach Dr. Erick Mutai for the betterment of the people of this county to get better service.
All right, thank you. Honorable Peter Kimoy, and then I'll give to Honorable Chiriot. A minute now. A minute on a serious note. Honorable Peter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the opportunity you have granted to me. We are here to support this motion of impeachment because of the reasons that most of our honorable members have shared. And I want to urge honorable member, let us reason together, as I urge also the senior counsel, Mr. Katwakigen, that this is Kericho. And we are crying for the resources of Kericho. I know you have come to throw your allowances, but also in human grounds, let us reason together and see if justice is being done to our people. As you reasoned, as you do your calculation, it is good that you defend what is right to our people we are representing. Honorable His Excellency Dr. Erick Mutai was elected equally the way I was elected. He is representing people. But when we see funds are being misappropriated, misused, doesn't sound good to our people. As much as we defend this, let us come to our sense and reason together. Are we articulating the right thing to this Kericho County? Mr. Speaker, sir, it is good that some of our members have pointed out the calculation of the tissue. And I wanted to ask you, maybe you know much on mathematics than the CEO Mutai gave us. Because when you say 40 by 40, it gives us 1,600 pieces. When you divide 1,600 by 27.50, it will give you 1 point something. On which world can you buy a tissue with 1 shilling point something? Mr. Speaker, sir, we are raising concern, not because we are representing, and when we are making some legislation here, I am not making a legislation that govern Kapsuser ward. It is legislations that govern the entire Kericho County. So when honorable members here come and defend some projects in their ward, I remember Honorable Paul B., because I'm the chair in the Department of Water. He raised a concern that 9 million has been misappropriated, and it cannot equal the same to the work that has been done in Troitan. It raised an alarm. We had to plan, we had to visit the site, and we give out the report as per his request. When he comes here now to condemn us, I don't see the logic. It is good to be realistic and tell ourselves the real truth. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have visited some of the projects. Our concern here, Mr. Katwa Kigen, our concern here is not about anything else. Even in your county, there is procedure of giving out works. You will not pay a contractor for a contractor to give out services. So you should tell us and defend for us if it is right. Because if it was not because of this whistleblower, we could not have known that even there are some works, there are some projects or works which has been paid before delivery. So it is a concern. Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to talk about Lelaitich water project, which is in Soin. The project manager who came here say that when there is 0.something works which has not been completed, it is counted as 100% complete. Does that make sense? And they went ahead and pay the contractor. So we have incompetent staffs in this county. Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable members talk about Kamwingi, Kifuno. They were supposed to give us seedlings, 50,000 as per the quotes, but in papers, it was 60,000. Only surprising that we found on the ground. Mr. Katwagigan, I'm requesting and I'm urging you, do not rely on the theory. It is good also that you take your time and make a visit to these sites so that you prove or we read on the same page.
Order, no shouting, honorable members.
Mr. Speaker, sir, what we found on the ground, it is 3,200, and the contractor is fully paid to a tune of 5.5 million. Mr. Speaker, sir, in Kaitui, the project is 100% complete, yet they have not supplied the water pump and also the pipelines. Those are facts. Kibrengwe project, which His Excellency talked about, it is a very good project, but it is not functionable, Your Excellency. How I wish that you also visit the site, because it doesn't have the treatment plant, it doesn't have the water pumps. So those people, the project is very good. In fact, most of the people who were there say maybe it was a project for beautification in that area. It sounds very bad. Your Excellency, I'm urging you that you visit the site, you witness for yourselves, so that when we are talking about these things, we shall be reading on the same page. Katwagiken, you talk about Chemosot having a project of 16 million. I want to put you right that 3 projects has been done in Chemosot under Flock. And all these 3 projects come to a tune of 21 million. As the chair, and I want to confirm to you, the leading word under the funding of the Flock is this word called Chemosot. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to come to NAV CDB. Your Excellency, it is you who called our people to Kibrugut Stadium and launch. It is a very good program that can assist and improve the economy of our county. But up to date, the whistleblowers are these people or the committees who are running these NAF CDBs in wards, that they have not received money up to date. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is good that we do as per our words. Mr. Katwa, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. You talk about that every ward had to make some requisition. I want to ask you that you provide to this house the documentation from each and every ward as per their request, because that is what comes from your mouth. Every ward, every circle had to make a requisition. You talk about either wheelchair or the walking stick or what. It is good that you provide for us with evidence, the documents on each and every ward as per their requisition. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to say that I'm supporting this motion because, Your Excellency, there is a lot of impunities in our wards. And in many cases, I've shared with you. We are here, your name as a slogan name is Equalizer. You were requesting our people in Kericho County that you'll treat everybody equally. But there is a lot of variation. How I wish you could have adhered to your slogan name. We could not have been here today. So I stand here to support this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Peter Kemoy. Honorable Maritim, you are always a 1 minute man, and I have seen your hand several. Is it a point of order or you want to contribute? A minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this 1 minute to just contribute. Mr. Speaker, sir, it's unfortunate today that we are roasting our governor here and crucifying for the mistakes he never did. Mr. Speaker, even Jesus Christ didn't make a sin, but he was sacrificed for the sin of others. But I sympathize with you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in my ward, I happen to benefit from FLOCA.
You know we are unanswered. Do you sympathize with the Speaker? Or?
No, with the governor.
Oh.
You speak roasted because of the
governor is Jesus.
Done by others.
Okay, proceed.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, sir, my ward benefit from the FLOCA funds for the supply of coffee, Mr. Speaker. It was supposed to be 50,000, but the supply was 35. So the 15, I don't know where it went. I don't know where it is. Again, Mr. Honorable Speaker, there was also a supply of solar dryer with a cost of 4.9 million, Mr. Speaker. And during my research, Mr. Speaker, I have asked, a solar dryer can cost 1.2 to 1.5, but this one was 4.9. And it was chocally made, Mr. Speaker, for your information. So I don't know why these people decided to loot our county with no value for money. Mr. Speaker, again, Mr. Speaker, I have been always agitating into water department, Mr. Speaker. I have a borehole in Gypsy, which was done solarization in 2023-2024, and it has never been paid to date. And surprisingly, Mr. Speaker, this borehole has two names. That is Polytechnic borehole and Kamaisha borehole, and it is one borehole. Has two different award letters. Has two different PQs. When I inquire from the department, they just take me into circles. But I got information they wanted to pay it, the one with the Mahewa one, with 4 million. So, Mr. Speaker, this county should be saved. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, let these people who did this. Again, Mr. Speaker, I forgot, there are a lot of injustices. Mr. Speaker, we are pondering with Giptegan, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Pompi, Mr. Speaker. And in this ward, Mr. Speaker, he has done more than 12 roads I have done 3. So I don't know where the discrepancy is coming from. I don't know what Honorable Pompi did to this county, but Mr. Speaker, let all these perpetrators be brought to book. Thank you.
Finally, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Chariot Bit. Order, Honorable Members. Order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And of course, Mr. Speaker, the great people of Ainamoi, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise, of course, Mr. Speaker, to support the motion by the Honorable Rogon, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do not want to repeat what the other members have said, Mr. Speaker, but I just want to say that, Your Excellency, I just want to begin by saying this, Mr. Speaker, that when I was, selected as one of the ad hoc committee members on fictitious payment, Mr. Speaker, I did a post in my Facebook page, Mr. Speaker. I gave an analogy of a crocodile and an alligator, Mr. Speaker, that when an alligator comes out of water, Mr. Speaker, and tells you that the crocodile is sick, will you doubt his story? Nonetheless, we are on our way to the waters to confirm whether the crocodile is sick or safe and sound. If we find that the crocodile is safe and sound, the alligator is in big trouble. That is what I posted during the initial, when I was instructed in that ad hoc committee, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when the report was tabled, Mr. Speaker, I did another post in my Facebook page that the crocodile is very, very, very sick, Mr. Speaker, because of the findings of the ad hoc report, Mr. Speaker. And in that, Mr. Speaker, probably, maybe the governor, misquoted me, Mr. Speaker. I know he's a linguist, and of course a doctor of literature, Mr. Speaker. It was just an analogy. The crocodile is in, the alligator is the deputy governor who was the whistleblower, Mr. Speaker. So I was not calling the governor the crocodile. It was just but a figurative. And you understand very more than me. He has a PhD, Mr. Speaker. And allow me, Mr. Speaker, to congratulate the Honorable Engineer Ezron because he graduated with first-class honors the other day from Mount Kenya University, Mr. Speaker, in leadership and public administration, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I forget, I also want to congratulate the Honorable Isma. I saw that he was posted by the Polytech as the best performing nominated member of the county assembly in Kenya, Mr. Speaker. It's because of the social work that he does to his people of Kapgorwet, and we wish him well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when the report came, Mr. Speaker, that is exactly what I posted, Mr. Speaker, and somehow the governor took offense. Mr. Speaker, he went ahead and, gave a presser, Mr. Speaker, at around 6. But I was expecting that he's going to respond to the 85 million that was there in the report, Mr. Speaker. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, he attacked the ad hoc committee's members. And more importantly, Mr. Speaker, he even mentioned my name and yours, Mr. Speaker, as we are chief contractors, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I am a son of a pastor, Mr. Speaker. So I forgive the governor because he is very aware that I am not a contractor. I have never done any contract in this county. For the 13 years, Mr. Speaker, I have the benefit of being the longest serving members of the county assembly. I have seen people coming and going, Mr. Speaker. And I'm yet to see very many this coming election, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know the governor, I do not victimize him because he was under duress, under pressure, because I heard there are a lot of people at the background shouting, yes. So, that is politics, Mr. Speaker. But I want the governor, if he gets us an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to do a background check or who is the contractor. 2 months ago, we went with the governor to the same facility, Mr. Speaker, and the contractor was there, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I was very tough on the contractor because he hasn't finished work, Mr. Speaker. The reason he was saying is that he has raised a lot of, certificates of payment, but the county has not honored payment of those certificates, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, he left side, Mr. Speaker. So, the work there, the governor is here, Mr. Speaker, is 95% done. Contractor paid 50%. Mr. Speaker, when you come to the county referral, we have an oncology that we funded with 340 million. 86 million already paid. Nothing has been done in the county referral oncology, Mr. Speaker. Go to Societe, Mr. Speaker. Just foundation, 33 million paid. Just for foundation, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, is I was waiting for His Excellency the Governor, with all due respect, Mr. Speaker, probably to say that, you know, I have just, in fact, he was telling you, received the report of the ad hoc, and you know, the members of the ad hoc, all of them are contractors, but you know, I understand it was past 5. You know, past 5, Mr. Speaker, you can never know where someone goes after 5, Mr. Speaker. So I gave the Governor the benefit of doubt, and I have forgiven him, Mr. Speaker. If he gets an opportunity, probably, Mr. Speaker, he will expound on that. And you know, when you want to get to know the contractor, you search for the CR12 of the company. It will tell you who the contractor is, who the directors of the company is, Mr. Speaker. And that will tell the people of Kericho and the people of Inamoi that probably personally I've never done contract, Mr. Speaker. And I'm the long-serving member of the County Assembly, Mr. Speaker. But then, probably after, in my next life, Mr. Speaker, probably I'll be a contractor, but not now, Mr. Speaker, because I know of the consequences of the conflict of interest. Mr. Speaker, we sat here, Mr. Speaker, and we gave a very good report. Report as it is, Mr. Speaker. I was part of the members of the ad hoc committee, Mr. Speaker. When I was seated here, Mr. Speaker, when we were looking at these cooperatives that were supplied to these raw materials, Mr. Speaker, in fact, I was surprised that one of the cooperative societies that was supplied, but it was not under investigation. In fact, the CEO was telling me that Kerimoi Dairies is one of the beneficiaries, and I never knew. I went back there, and I called the director. He told me we received for Kerimoi Dairies in November last year, Mr. Speaker, but payment was done on February, Mr. Speaker. So the member representing the great people of Kapsaos, a very good friend of mine, Mr. Speaker. I remember I campaigned for him. I almost lost my life, Mr. Speaker, when I was campaigning for the Honorable Paul B, because I was involved in a road accident in group. 2 a.m. at night, Mr. Speaker. We went to his Toroitan. Toroitan will always be on the news for the remainder of this time, Mr. Speaker, until they receive their full. Mr. Speaker, someone is writing to me. In fact, they are showing me pictures of the same society. I didn't go to Cap's house because I'm a member of the County Assembly. I just went there because I was a member of the ad hoc. And I wanted to assist the people of Inamoi. Mr. Speaker, if the Honorable Paul B fails, Mr. Speaker, even the people of Cap's house will ask me, where were you? And you campaigned seriously. In fact, my vehicle was towed at Cap's house center, Mr. Speaker, trying to save the Honorable Member, Mr. Speaker. But I'm very happy because he's now here, Mr. Speaker. He will defend himself probably in the next election. But, Mr. Speaker, I went there. One, I was a member of the ad hoc committee. What we found there, Mr. Speaker, I think the right time, Mr. Speaker, is a crime scene. Because one, I heard one of the honorable members here saying that the lightning will not visit a family twice, Mr. Speaker. This right time has been visited twice by the calamities, Mr. Speaker. One, Mr. Speaker, is these raw materials. Mr. Speaker, you know it pains. They did payment on 4th February. 4th February. 4th February of this year, Mr. Speaker, they did payment. On, Mr. Speaker, on 26th of July, they supplied the first consignment to that factory, Mr. Speaker. That society, Mr. Speaker. And you want us to clap and say that I'm not a member of Cap's house? We need to talk, Mr. Speaker. Here is the delivery, Mr. Speaker. This is on 26th July 2025. After the formation of the ad hoc committee, they rushed there, they supplied. The Honorable Paul B, when we were continuing with the ad hoc report, came and told me, Mr. Speaker, don't say a lot of things because I'm in charge of the ground now. They are trying to do their level best, Mr. Speaker. I told him, yes, that is what we want. But you know, Mr. Speaker, money was paid before delivery of services. Katwa Kigen, from where you come from, I do not know which county do you come from. But I am very sure that whatever takes place here will never take place in your county. For all, you know, I respect senior council. So in fact, if there is a place that is a crime scene, it's the right time. That is why we will keep on repeating. When you go to the 9 million, we visited there, Mr. Speaker, and sometimes the flock are funded, you know, in that society, Mr. Speaker, 9 million. What, in fact, the Honorable Amos Birir, when he was contributing to the report, he was trending, Mr. Speaker, in social media because he was saying, you need to slap fast the cooler there, Mr. Speaker, for it to work. You know, Mr. Speaker, and you know the Amos Birir is just sitting What I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, is that we need to sanitize some of these things, Mr. Speaker. And we need to work very, very hard, Mr. Speaker. At issue, as always been explained here, Mr. Speaker, and you know, Katwa, it is very difficult to defend, especially. These are facts. We start here, Katwa. If you get an opportunity during your free time, just follow the proceedings of the County Assembly ad hoc committee. You will get a lot of facts from there. That probably will assist you. If the governor, you know, if the governor does not make it here, it will assist you to defend him in Senate. How I wish that, you know, if it doesn't make it here, because we are going to vote, I don't know the outcome of the vote. I don't want to preempt. But then, these are money that, when we talk of some of these things, we visited most of these societies. We went there. In fact, the Honorable Chair for Water has explained everything. We went to each and every society, Mr. Speaker. And we found out some of these things were not even done, Mr. Speaker, and money was paid. So what I'm just saying, Mr. Speaker, is that why the governor is here, Mr. Speaker, is just because of Section 30, subsection 3F of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, that the responsibility lies at the governor. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, the reason why he's here, Mr. Speaker, is because all these other things rotate around his government, Mr. Speaker. The Londiani report, the accident report, Mr. Speaker, nothing was done. In fact, it was the County Assembly who intervened until we impeached the former County Secretary, Mr. Speaker. Other officers are still in office, Mr. Speaker. Mutai, that was chaired by the same, you know, Paul B, Mr. Speaker, gave us a very good report, Mr. Speaker. Table that report here. Nothing has been done. This is now the third, you know, ad hoc that we are handling here, Mr. Speaker. It is very, you know, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that I support this report. It is not out of malice. In fact, His Excellency is a very good friend of mine. That is why you were saying here that Cheriot, you know, is a very close friend of mine. But then when some of these things are happening, Mr. Speaker, where is the governor when some of these things are happening? You know, he's the father of this county, Mr. Speaker. Others, Mr. Speaker, I do not want to say much. I support this report. The issue of tissue, it was well explained, Katwa, it is 1.7 shillings per tissue. Where on earth can you get that tissue? It is not there. And the facts are stubborn. We have the report. 40 bales times the 40 pieces that you say is inside. Take your calculator. Just do the maths. Then you divide by 27.50. You get 1 shillings, probably, and 70-something cents. Where on earth can you get such a thing, Mr. Speaker? So what the CEO gave us is what we were using. And that is the true picture, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I suppose this report, Mr. Speaker, and I want to urge the honorable members that this is a very good report, that we need all of us, Mr. Speaker, to support this report. I have gone to each and every, you know, supermarket in this town, Mr. Speaker. I think there is one here that I've gone to each and every supermarket trying to get this tissue, because this must be a very expensive tissue that does massage after the work that is supposed to be done with that. But there is no tissue in this town that cost this much. The Honorable Martin Cheriot can attest, because he owns a supermarket here in town, Mr. Speaker. I don't know whether it's the supplier or not, but there is no tissue that costs this much in this county, Mr. Speaker. I'm not saying he's the supplier. I'm not saying. I'm saying he has a supermarket. But I don't know how can you get a tissue of this much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, and I support the report.
All right, thank you, Honorable Cheriot, the Deputy Speaker. Honorable members, before I call upon the mover to reply to the debate, Standing order number 7053 provides that when the Speaker is satisfied that the motion has been adequately debated, the Speaker shall call upon the person who is being removed from office to answer to the issues raised in the debate, and thereafter call upon the mover of the motion to reply. Before I call the Governor, which I believe, I don't know whether it will be the Katwa will probably make the final submissions. Honorable members, this is a debate that we are discussing to remove the Governor by impeachment, and Honorable Fancy, of course, did violate our standing order number 115 on that is 115, not 114, it's 115. 115F deliberately gives false information to the Assembly. But using standing order number 1 in the spirit of fairness, I will direct that the Sergeant at Arm to ensure that Fancy is back, so that when the time comes for voting, she is not victimized. She exercised her right to vote. Secondly, that matter will now be handled by the Powers and Privileges Committee. So, Clerk, please note that, so that to be in order. So, honorable members, I therefore call upon the governor, that is through Katua, to make final submissions. As the Sergeant at Arms ensure that Honorable Francis is back to the House.
Mr. Speaker, sir, Honorable MCS, we maintained our position that responsibility for any wrongdoing that was done should be first be visited on the people who are involved if there is any wrongdoing before resort to the His Excellency the Governor. The second one I wish to say is in respect to a number of members of the County Assembly have gone back multiple times to the issue of the retired CECs and CEOs, and especially on the issue of CECs. If it were to be the case, as is being argued here in support of the impeachment, if it were to be the case that there was any impropriety in changing the CECs, I would pray that the Assembly also takes their share, because the replacement of each of those CECs came here. And so if you have any grievance about the replacement of those CECs, please share that responsibility with the Governor and drop it from the gamut of the motion to retire the Governor. There was the argument by Majority Leader that the report was unanimously voted for. We have looked at the report, and it is clear that the report was providing for the Governor to act. And so I think nothing turns on the point that indeed the report was voted for unanimously. The unanimity was in giving the Governor an opportunity to act. Many waheshimiwas have made reference to Kasim Mtaani and Londiani. It remains our position that having been canvassed in the previous impeachment of September 2024, it is not a proper subject for consideration in this impeachment. However, Mr. Speaker, sir, if it were to be the case that you really must entertain it as part of these proceedings, which we protest to, if it must be, we pray that you see our submissions on it. We have relied on the previous statements and documents that we had relied on in the previous defense we did. And again, we reiterate our objection to the reintroduction of the same. I am surprised that amongst the people who are supporting the reintroduction of Kasim Mtaani and Londiani is Honorable Matthew, who had found it to have no merit in the previous impeachment proceedings. Now, moving on to a different issue. On the same issue of Londiani, we just want to flag out two issues. One is that that report was taken to court and it was quashed, and so it is of no effect. And secondly, part of the recommendations in that report was that one, Dr. Wesley Bor should step aside, and my instructions are that indeed is out of office. On the issue of Kipkelion houses, is it Dr. Norman or Professor Norman and Chief Whip and Matthew went back to it and said that I said that indeed payment was made. Okay, what I said in my previous submissions is that works have been done on those houses and some other works were going on. I left it at that. The writer that has been, the words that have been put in my mouth saying that I said payment was made in advance were not my words. And so I want that clarification to be clear, that I didn't go into the issue of payment having been made in advance. But assuming for one moment it is true that indeed payment was made before the works were done, I would like to make two arguments on that. The first one is that the person who did that should take responsibility. It doesn't have to be the governor, because he didn't sign for it. He didn't. It's not like he personally, it was brought to his attention, he looked at it and said, pay him in advance. That's one. The second one is I have looked at the totality of the materials that have been brought in terms of the impeachment, especially with regard to the issues of the contractors, construction contractors. And it doesn't seem anywhere that the committee availed themselves the contracts for construction. I have particularly in mind, for instance, a contract as huge as the one for the hospital. And it is common knowledge that for construction contracts, there is provision for advance payment. And therefore, to the extent to which it has not been determined that advance payment due on constructions in terms of the payments in these projects, to the extent to which there is no address to that issue, we submit that even a payment was made, then there is need to check whether it was advance payment provided for in the contracts. And contrary to what some of the honorable members have said, that there is no case where a payment is made in advance, the inverse is true, that in contracts there is advance payment, and so it doesn't necessarily follow that the mere fact that there is advance payment before the works are done, there is fault. There is need to look at the contract. However, again, I just want to put this right and this underline with emphasis, that if it were to be the case that indeed there was irregular payment, then the persons involved individually should be asked to take responsibility. It doesn't necessarily have to be His Excellency the Governor. On the issue of the SACCOs, I just want to emphasize that my point is this, that the nature of the donor funding requirements are two in respect to this issue of the SACCO funding. The first one is they only qualify when they meet certain criteria, and that was the point I was emphasizing. They cannot become eligible and cannot become entitled either to the 1 million or to the supplies of the procurements, until and unless they have qualified to be incorporated and onboarded into the donor funding. And at that time, there were only 19, and subsequently 11 have been onboarded. And therefore, there cannot be a question, as Honorable Matthew has said, that please show us proof that 1 million was paid to each SACCO. That cannot be the case. It can only be released when the parties qualify and become eligible on the terms and the scope of what the donors have said. However, the documentation in respect to the dealings with the SACCOs, Honorable Matthew asked me to answer that directly, are provided in our bundle at page 36, where we've listed some of the issues that we have addressed, being that you only qualify to do the procurement, to get the 1 million, and to be supported when you meet certain criteria. On the issue of the supply of soya, cotton, and maize, our point is this, that the documents we have are to the effect that the payments were made after delivery. Now, of course, I can see the point, the scornful point that is being made by Waheshimiwa, being that is a mistaken position. Now, from where His Excellency the Governor sits, if it were to turn out that indeed the payments were made before delivery, then that will result in a disciplinary and possible other sanctions. And so until that issue is determined, until His Excellency has been afforded an opportunity to act, to investigate, to determine that, it cannot be blamed on His Excellency the Governor that he was blind spotted in terms of any impropriety that is there. We are not necessarily saying that impropriety may not be there. We are saying we need an opportunity to look at them, and where we see it, we start off looking at the documents and the face of the material. We also were putting the emphasis on the point that these items are consumable. So you don't put them there and they stay there for 3 months or 4 months or so. They come and they go. And so the mere fact that you found 10 tons doesn't mean that more tonnage was not delivered. There is multiple call on His Excellency why he didn't answer the question of fictitious payments of 85 million or 86 million. And the point we've been trying to make, and which we are making, and which we hope we've made, is that indeed, as far as we are concerned, there was value for money in respect to that amount. However, if it were to be found that some aspects of that 86 million value was not obtained, then that is an issue we will address given an opportunity. I know that some members raised issues of bamboo, issues of the roads, and Mr. Speaker, sir, I pray that those be excluded. We do not have notice of intention to address issues of bamboo, issues of roads that were discussed by, amongst others, Moses Rotich and Peter Kemboy, who kept complaining about some other MCA getting 12 roads, him getting 3 roads. If we had notice of that, we would have responded. But if the general point that is being made is that it is skewed, our position that is that it is not true, it is not skewed. We tried as much as possible to be balanced, and some of these programs are running up to 2027, and if you really want to complain that it was skewed, it is skewed, then you should wait to the year 2027 and then raise them if it will not have covered that area. Yes, and that in terms of the circles, the supplies were made as requested. For all those reasons, we pray that you decline the motion for impeachment. You give the governor an opportunity to act. You let the parties who are responsible take responsibility. And we are very pleased at the comments made by Mr. Honorable Peter Kemboy that, Honorable Maritim, that the governor is suffering for things that have nothing to do with him. We pray that you give full meaning to that submission. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to leave it there after saying one point. I trust that I have used about 15 minutes, so I would like to spare 1 or 2 minutes for His Excellency to say something.
Order, members, order. We want to...
Before we go there, Mr. Speaker, so I just wanted to make one point. Mheshimiwa, my friend Tarimbo, I keep missing his name.
Honorable Paul Chirchir.
Paul Chirchir said that he has received messages from the 18 that they will vote in support of the impeachment. As far as we are concerned, none of them have sent any message like that. He is the apostle of the proposition that somebody must give supporting material to that. He has not shown us who, he has not shown us any material. However, if it were to be, if that point is to be made to, that point is to be taken to its full meaning, it is our argument that is part of the scheme to manipulate the vote that is coming. That's all I wish to say.
All right, thank you, Katwa. Your point has been made. Honorable His Excellency the Governor, kindly 5 minutes, please.
Speaker, thank you so much, Mheshimiwa Speaker. Mine will be very brief. One, I think Mheshimiwa Speaker has been good listening to debates. And one thing, while debates were ongoing here, I reckon that probably another space of time, perhaps I would have been in Parliament, because I've really enjoyed the debates here. I want to thank the members who have contributed. The insights that they have shared with us are valuable to us as government. We really want to appreciate those deep thoughts. We want to commit, Speaker, that and persuade the members that having seen all these reports that just came to my office after the impeachment has been tabled, I still want to persuade you that within the timelines that you have given in this report, that you kindly give me a chance to go and implement these reports. It is possible, it's doable, and we can do it together as a team and as leaders of this county. Lastly, Speaker, I am reminded this afternoon of the great words of Raskolnikov in Crime and Punishment,
before he murdered Leona, an old pawn driven by passion and the excitement of killing for killing's sake, and the passion of murder. After murdering Leona, an old pawn of 85 years, Lizaveta walked around him, and because the adrenaline of murder has been awoken in Raskolnikov in the same living space, she proceeded to kill the 13-year-old girl. When asked why she killed the old woman, she said, "I've simply killed a louse and stumbled upon a louse." But it was being driven by the passion for murder and the pity of pain inflicted to somebody else that gave him a lot of excitement. Mr. Speaker, I also conclude with these great works of Macbeth in the tragedy of Macbeth Shakespeare. Macbeth having killed King Duncan because the wife of Macbeth, Lady Macbeth, has told the husband, who was a bodyguard of King Duncan, that the dream has come to me that if you kill King Duncan, you are going to be the king. And Macbeth, Mr. Speaker, Lady Macbeth, kept telling the husband that the gods have shown me that you are going to be the king. Kill your cousin King Duncan. She refused, the man refused. Then the lady came and said, "Oh gods of heaven, come and sex me that I may be a man and vanquish King Duncan." Macbeth inspired, kill King Duncan. He proceeded to kill any other witness there, being driven by the insatiable power game and the struggle to satisfy what he has begun. And when guilt came and consumed him, Mr. Speaker, he said that he saw the blood that he has shed, the many that he has killed along the way. And killed because every human being has killed at some point of time. The pleasure of murder look exciting for a minute, but after some times it comes back to you. And King and Macbeth say, the gods are speaking to me that I have done crime. But he says, when I want to go back, I have waded far mile through this blood to stop the murder. I beseech this house. You murdered me the first time. This is the second time. There has been a lot of agony all over, both in my own personal life and even within all those that are close to us. I want to persuade you, all of us, that you have a chance to work together as the great people of County of Kericho. We have a chance to still make amends and sit together, implement these reports, and push the dream of Kericho County to be fulfilled in your individual wards. To every report that has been given to me, within the timelines that have been given, if God gives us a chance to move forward, we will be able to implement on this particular reports that have been given to me. Speaker, you've been graceful to us. I've enjoyed sitting in your house, and I want to appreciate all the time you have given us with our team, and we commit that God will see us through. And I had asked in the morning that under your feet, we only ask for justice. As we seek for justice to the issues at hand here, the governor today also asked just for justice. That as you go towards the critical point of voting, my still request on before everybody is that I know there are standing orders to vote electronically, acclamation, and roll call voting. As the accused, it is under your discretion on what works best for all of us. But we pray, Honorable Speaker, that if you give us the chance for a roll call voting, we'll be able to attest that this person ever did say this and this has, it will allay the fears, it will allay the suspicion that this and this. And I said in the morning that if my time comes to go, I'll go head high when justice has been done and when fairness seems to have been given to me as the accused. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. God bless you, and God bless the great Assembly of Kericho and the great people of Kericho County. Asante sana.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the Governor, for your submission, final submission. Katwa, before you leave with the Governor, I want you to take this home. I know this is in line with the standing order number 70A that you were talking about. Let it be on record that this motion by Honorable Kericho was approved by the office of the clerk and my office because the matter was never prosecuted to its finality. And you all agree with me that even the governor himself, including your his representatives, did not even made their submissions at the Senate. So please note that, let that be on the record also, other than standing order number 70 that we are relying on, both 70 and 70A. So having said that, Katwa, His Excellency the Governor, we are of course glad to host you here. I know normally you sit on the right side, on my right side, but today you are in an unfamiliar seat. I'll ask our Sergeant at Arms now to escort you so that as you wait for the final verdict outside the presence or wherever you want to be, no problem. Governor and the lead team, you can now proceed kindly. So you ensure that you collect all your files. Thank you so much, Katwa and team. Thank you. Okay, order honorable members, we now proceed. Honorable members, after the submission by the governor, I now call upon the mover of the motion, Honorable Kericho, to make his reply for a period not exceeding 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll not even take 10 minutes, but I'll use the shortest time, 5 minutes. And I want to thank the members for ably prosecuting the matter. Those for or against the motion, but I want to thank the members who've supported my motion. Mr. Speaker, how I wish I made this before the governor left the chambers. But Mr. Speaker, it is very clear, when the governor rose to defend himself, he could not even talk about the fictitious payments. That was even the height of impunity that was oversawn just the other day. Mr. Speaker, it is definite. We have so many reports here, Mr. Speaker, pending bills report that showed skewed development in the entire county. Mr. Speaker, a number of projects that members have raised, it is true, and I'm happy because the members who visited some of these projects have been able to identify the defects And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, all the amount of money was paid. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about the CECs who were sacked. Mr. Speaker, the governor sacked the 6 CECs using Standing Order number 40, which was repealed by the Senate. And the reason was, Mr. Speaker, most of these CECs were subjected to undue pressure by governors, and Senate saw it fit to repeal the section and only allow this House using Standing Order number 31 for this House to be able to hold the CEC's account. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, for NAFCDP, I'm very happy, and I want to just tell the members here, the 281 million that has already been used for the 2 financial years is not even felt anywhere in the ground. I want to urge any member here, go to that circle in your ward, find out what the 281 million should have done. The agripreneurs, Mr. Speaker, who were the people to set up the infrastructure in the entire county, no longer get any salary through the program. Mr. Speaker, these are the people who, when they were hired, signed a contract where they were supposed to get a stipend of 15,000. These people paid only the first month, and the rest of the months they never paid. Most of those agripreneurs, actually all of them, ceased going to work. Mr. Speaker, this project in this financial year is supposed to recruit additional personnel, the animal health officers. But where agripreneurs no longer work, I don't know whether we will get these animal health experts. 7 per ward will be recruited, and I don't know what they are going to do. Mr. Speaker, it seemed the governor and his legal team came here not prepared because they thought, because of a purported court order, the proceedings of this impeachment was not going to happen. But I thank God, Mr. Speaker, because there is already an established jurisprudence where any court of law in this republic cannot injunct a process initiated by this House. The decisions by this House, any verdict rendered by this House is equivalent to what the High Court can render. So, Mr. Speaker, it is important that the governor should have learned from the previous suit that the courts have no place in all the matters that we are doing in this House. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, because I don't want to take time, I'm happy. I want to clarify one thing, Mr. Speaker. FLOCA was begun in 2023-24 financial year, and then we have 24-25 financial year. The last, and I wish the governor and his legal team can present in writing whether FLOCA will still continue for 3 more years. The last financial year, where we are getting 321 million, is this financial year. If a ward like Kipchebor did not get any single project, then expect to get only 1 project out of the FLOCA. So the members who are very lucky to get more than 4 projects, I want to believe this time round you'll not be able to get anything, because already you've benefited from the project. Personally, in my ward, I was given 5,936 avocado seedlings worth 2.2 million. What I'm expecting this financial year is a water project, and how I wish I get a water project amounting to 20 million, because it will sort out the issues of water in my ward. Mr. Speaker, in the replying affidavit of the governor, he admitted, because the Committee on Fictitious Payments, one of the recommendations was that the county government of Kericho has weak control in terms of the management of finances. And one of the things that the governor admitted in replying affidavits is that he acknowledged that we have weak control with regard internal controls. So the governor already agrees to the issues raised by the ad hoc committee members in its finding through the report on the fictitious payments. Mr. Speaker, I know there was a member here who was claiming that if we impeach successfully the governor, which I want to press on the members, let us impeach now, and Senate will not save this guy. Mr. Speaker, if we successfully impeach this governor, county government exists in perpetuity. The deputy governor will take over as a governor. And I want to believe The infrastructure is already there. We will continue rolling out works. All the contractors currently doing works will be paid. And for us to sort out this mess, I want to implore new members, let us vote to impeach this governor. We've gone through a lot in terms of projects, in terms of, you know, I know of a CEC who, when he was sacked, is going through hard times. Somebody is about to hang himself. And some of the members here are telling us that we excuse the governor to continue sacking more CECs. Let us impeach this guy so that we have a new system set up and any employee in this county will not suffer the untold suffering that those others have gone through. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I want to, you know, I know the CEOs who were just released the other day. One of them is Geoffrey Bett, a PWD. You know, the governor was so inhuman that he cannot even consider such an individual. Mr. Speaker, remember there was a CEC who you gave him a vehicle when we approved here as a house. The fellow, the governor sensationally told the public that he promoted a hustler to be a CEC. 1 year down the line, the fellow was sacked without reason. And you tell us here that we sit and wait and see him continue to render so many others jobless. You know, he fires at will. Members, I want to request that when the time comes to vote, let us vote to impeach. With this, Mr. Speaker, I was going to request the council for the governor, Katwa. We wanted them to produce even a single ETIMS receipt to prove whether those payments were paid in a very procedural way. Mr. Speaker, these payments were made illegally. If it is through the IFMI system, why have they not supplied, even in their replying affidavits, the ETIMS? Mr. Speaker, we will prove in the Senate, because I want to believe there are members here who conned the governor. They stayed in Kisumu, but they are voting to impeach the governor this afternoon. With this, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the motion that we impeach this governor this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, we shall now proceed, honorable members, and it will be a bit lengthy again because I have to read the motion verbatim. And honorable members, all right, let's proceed. Honorable members, I was saying that I'm almost now rising to put a question, but the question is long, and I realize that some of us are not conversant with standing orders. When the chair is on the mic or upstanding, there should be no movement, including moving outside and moving outside, crossing over. So you've got to be patient. Otherwise, the standing orders will catch up with you. So, honorable members, pursuant to the provision, honorable members, pursuant honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 61-2, I now rise to put a question, which is, whereas, number 1, Article 2 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, herein after the Constitution restates the supremacy of the Constitution as the supreme law of the Republic and binds all persons and state organs at both levels of government. Article 10 of the Constitution, Section 3 and 16 of the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012, and Section 9, 10, and and 12 of the Public Officer Ethics Act 2003 establish, among others, the rule of law, democracy, human dignity, courtesy, respect, social justice, inclusiveness, equality, human rights, probity, professionalism, non-discrimination, protection of the marginalized, good governance, transparency and accountability as part of the national values and principle of governance. Number 3, Articles 10, 73 and 75 of the Constitution require state officers at all times, whether in public or private, to behave in a manner that entirely brings honor to the nation and dignity of the office of the state officer holds and portrays selfless service, based solely on the public interest demonstrated in the execution of public duties and declaration of any personal interest that may conflict with public interest, ensures decisions made by a state officer are not influenced by nepotism, favorism, and improper motives, demonstrates discipline and commitment in service to the people, and 4, avoids demeaning the office that the state officer holds. 4, by the dint of Section 11 of the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012, enjoins the governor as a state officer to treat members of the public and other public officers with courtesy and respect. And further, by the dint of Section 34 of the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012, the governor, being state officer, is precluded from bullying any person by engaging in a behavior that is vindictive, cruel, malicious, humiliating, and is intended to undermine a person. 5, Article 73, 2D and E of the Constitution provides for accountability of state officer to the public for all decisions made in exercise of powers of the office they hold, and that accountability is a critical principle of leadership and integrity. Number 6, Article 10, 232, 235, and 236 of the Constitution, Sections 59, 59A, 60, 62, 63, 64, and 65 of the County Government Act 2012 provides for the values and principle of public service and establish an elaborate framework for the establishment of county public offices and recruitment, employment, and dismissal of county public officers. Number 7, Article 179(4) of the Constitution reaffirms the governor's position as the chief executive of the county. Hence, the Constitution and the law vest primary responsibility for decision-making and ensuring the well-being of the county on the governor. This is a strong expression of county governor's commitment and expectation to provide effective leadership, strategic vision, and direction to the county in ensuring efficient and prudent use of public resources for the good of the county. Number 8, Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33 of the County Government Act and Standing Order number 70 and 70A of Standing Orders of the County Assembly of Kericho provides for the impeachment of the governor on grounds of gross violation of the Constitution, gross violation of other written laws, where there are serious reasons believing that the county governor has committed a crime under national or international law, a gross misconduct and abuse of office. 9, Article 201, 205, and 207 of the Constitution forms constitutional basis that guide the counties in raising and utilization of public finances. In particular, Article 207 establish the county revenue fund and clearly stipulates that money shall not be withdrawn from the revenue fund unless the controller of budget has approved. Section 33 of County Government Acts obligates the governor to provide leadership in county governance, be accountable for the management and use of county resources, and to promote, amongst others, good governance, competitiveness of the county. 11, the governor has in various instances failed to take charge and rein on the corruption and unethical practices in the county, and instead, the governor has deliberately aided, abetted, condoned, and encouraged the misuse, misappropriation, misallocation, wanton theft, and pilferage of county finances. Number 12, the governor has in multiple occasions directly and indirectly engaged in acts of conduct which severally and collectively constitute gross violation of the Constitution, gross violation of other written laws, gross misconduct, and abuse of office. 13, by his acts and conduct, the governor has exposed the office of the governor, the assembly, and the people of Kericho to ridicule, embarrassment, shame, and disrepute. 14, the conduct of the governor has been scandalous and embarrassing to the high office of the county governor, an office held in public trust and whose authority ought to be exercised in a manner consistent with the purpose and objects of the Constitution.
15, the conduct of the governor has made it impossible for the county to be governed as it ought to be, compromised service delivery, and jeopardize the functions of both the arms of county government of Kericho. It has therefore become untenable for the governor to continue being in office. Number 16, the governor has variously committed constitutional wrongs that subvert the structure of government and undermine the integrity of office and even the constitution itself. The significant effects of the conduct, i.e. undermining the integrity of office, disregard of constitutional duties and oath of office, arrogation of power, and abuse of governmental process has had an adverse impact on the running and administration of Kericho County government. And number 17, the governor has continued to stay in office as and will continue to undermine effective service delivery to the detriment of the people of Kericho County, in whose trust the governor holds the office. The Assembly resolves to impeach the governor under Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33 of the County Government Act, and Standing Order 70 and 70A of the Kericho County Standing Orders on the following grounds. A, gross violation of the Constitution and other laws. Gross violation of Constitution of the Republic of Kenya 2010, the County Government Acts 2012, the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act, the Public Finance Management Act 2012, and Kericho County laws. 1, misappropriation and misallocation of county finances. On various occasions since his election as governor and subsequent assumption of office, the governor has engaged in various acts of gross violation of Articles 10, 183 and 201 of the Constitution, Section 102 and 109 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, and the provisions of Kericho County Rating Act, number 5 of 2019 as follows. Roman number 1, fictitious payment of works, goods, and services. Between January 2025 and July 2025, the governor engaged in gross violations of Articles 10, 183, 201, 207, and 208 of the Constitution, and Sections 102, 109, and 110 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, and Section 33F of the County Government Act 2012. The governor aided, abetted, and or condoned the fictitious payment of goods, services, and works which were neither delivered nor done, occasioning the county loss of Kenya shillings 85,704,522.90 cents. In A, services which were not rendered and or partially done, e.g., the maintenance of 15 residential houses in Kipkeli and West Sub County at a cost of 2,999,000. B, goods not delivered including soya beans, maize jam, sunflower seed cake, and cotton seed cake alleged to have been supplied for Kenya shillings 14,980,640. C, overpriced goods including sodas and alleged to have been bought for about Kenya shillings 500 shillings per 300 milliliters bottle, and a bale of tissue paper alleged to have been bought for Kenya shillings 2,750 per bale of 10 tissue papers, and a hand towel priced at Kenya shillings 3,600 shillings. D, works, goods and services alleged to have been procured for Kenya shillings 5,172,715.60 from companies including Mango Products Limited, Hildama Construction and Supplies, Brisa Construction and Supplies Limited, Prospera Ventures Limited, and IBM Pro Construction Limited without any supporting documents. Payment of contractors from the retention account of the works done more than 5 years ago, some of which companies had already been paid and therefore misappropriating county funds through double payments. 2, some of the goods, services, and works were procured without following the procurement processes. No tender opening committees were formed contrary to Section 78 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015, as read together with Regulation 25 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Regulations 2020. Similarly, there were no professional opinions done to the accounting officers contrary to Section 84 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015. 3, there was deliberate circumvention of competitive tendering of the same goods, services, and works by splitting of contracts to suit the request for quotation method, thus violating Section 54 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015, as read together with Regulation 43 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Regulations 2020. 4, most of the goods, services, and works were procured outside the approved budget as required under Section 44(2)A of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015. 5, The documents used by the departments were not clear and did not bear references to the procurement requirement, provision of dates, especially invoices generated, and signatures of respective officers. There was therefore blatant violation the provision of Regulation 68 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Regulation 2020. Six, no market survey was conducted as required under Regulation 43.4 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Regulations 2020. The contractors therefore supplied goods with exorbitant prices, contrary to Section 54.2 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act of 2015. 7. All of the subjects' goods, services, and works were paid in advance, yet the county has accumulated pending bills over the last 3 years of Kenya shillings 1.1 billion, which have been verified and are yet to be paid from the time the governor assumed office. 8. The report of the ad hoc committee on the alleged fictitious payments, tabled before Assembly on 5th August 2025, made pertinent and damning findings and recommendations that point to deliberate failure to act, neglect of duty, and even conspiracy on the part of the governor. To wit, A. The documents shared with the ad hoc committee by the departmental heads called to testify were not accompanied by the E-Team's invoice. This lends credence to suspicion that the documents may have been prepared to cover up for the theft after the whistle was blown. B. The payments were made in advance before goods, service and works were delivered or done, and as at the date of tabling of the report, some of the goods, services, and works remain undelivered to date. C. Documents that were used to process payments bore the signatures that could not be authenticated. Subsequently, certain officers whose signatures appear in the said documents have denounced the documents. D. The gaps highlighted in the report point to serious governance issues, concerns, and weak internal controls in Kericho County that the appointing authority, i.e. the governor, policymakers, county officers, and indeed all officers entrusted to deliver services to the county have failed to do so as required. E. There was an intention to defraud the county and violations of the Constitution 2010, the Public Finance Management Act 2012, County Government Act 2012, the Leadership and Integrity Act, and the Powers and Privileges County Assemblies, the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015. Under Article 179 of the Constitution and Section 33F of the County Government Act 2012, the governor has the overall responsibility of being accountable for the management and use of resources. 10. It is a matter of public notoriety that when the whistle was blown on these fictitious payments, the governor on 26 July 2025, while attending a function at Kamolok village in Cheboin Ward, rubbished the claims and called for stern action against the whistleblower. This shows someone who is either unaware of the happenings in the county or was deeply involved in the scandal. Roman number 2, misappropriation of national agricultural value chain development NAF-CDP funds. 11. On various dates between the year 2023 and 2025, the governor has violated the provisions of Article 10, 183, 21, 207, and 28 of the Constitution, and Section 48 and 159 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, and Section 33F of the County Government Act 2012 by aiding, abetting, condoning, and or overseeing the massive looting, pilferage, misappropriation, and misallocation of NAF-CDP funds, amounting to over Kenya shillings 351 million as at 10 June 2025. From the report of the Committee of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, Tourism and Wildlife on the implementation of status of the National Agriculture Value Chain Development NAF-CDP in Kericho County, tabled in the County Assembly on 6 August 2025, the County Assembly noted the following discrepancies in the use of the fund. A. The expenditure was used for farmers, cooperative societies, farmer producer organizations, found only 19 out of 30 wards in Kericho County. This implies that the funds that were meant for agripreneurs, whose role was to enumerate farmers and organize them into circles, was not adequately utilized. B. Each ward circle was meant to get Kenya shillings 1 million, yet the committee found out that of the 19 circles under the program, only 7 have ever received financial support since the inception of the funds. C. It is further indicated in the report that some SACCO received nominal support in kind, form of office furniture, and some farm inputs, while others have never received any support. D. Even those SACCOs and farmer producer organizations which received support in kind did not receive delivery notes when the furniture, computers, and other supplies were delivered, and they cannot therefore ascertain the prices, source, and therefore quality of what was supplied. E, the procurement of furniture and equipment under the NAF CDP program was conducted centrally with minimal involvement of key stakeholders. This does not only undermine the principle of transparency in procurement, decision-making, and lack of ownership, but also created room for pilferage and misappropriation of the fund. 13, the office furniture and equipment supplied under the NAF CDP program are largely of substandard quality. There was therefore no value for money and compliance with the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015, particularly Section 124, which obligates the procuring entity to select quality and cost-based selection, QCBS method, as the preferred method to be used to evaluate proposals. 14, the manner in which the few projects which were implemented were done show that they were done without following the project implementation manual published by the World Bank to guide the implementation of projects. 15, again, the governor used over responsibility under Article 179(4) of the Constitution and Section 33F of the County Government Act 2012 to be accountable for the management and use of county resources. 15, again, 16, there is evidence that the governor has been ordering withdrawals from the fund for reasons other those for which the fund was created by the donor. Evidence of this is availed as evidence of this shall be availed at the hearing and consideration of the motion. The mover will as well be asking the Assembly to issue an order under Article 195(2)(b) of the Constitution and Section 27(1)(c) and 2 of the County Assembly's Powers and Privileges Act 2017, compelling relevant banks where the funds were drawn from to furnish this House with a bank statement showing the withdrawal of the funds from 2023 to date, because there was no documents supplied earlier. Roman number 3, misappropriation of funds and unfair distribution of projects funds under the Financing Locally Led Climate Action, FLOC. 17, on various dates between the year 2023 and 2025, the governor has violated the provisions of Article 10, 179, 183, 201, 207, and 208 of the Constitution, and Section 102 and 107 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, and Section 33F of the County Government Act 2012 by presiding over unfair, skewed, and nepotic distribution of projects under FLOCA funds, imprudent use, misappropriation, and misallocation of FLOCA fund as follows. A, skewed and unfair distribution of projects under the fund with the governor's home ward, namely Chimo South Ward, alone getting projects worth Kenya shillings 21,701,590 shillings, while there are many other wards not only in sub-counties but even in Bureti sub-county, which have received not a single project under the fund. This nepotically skewed distribution of projects under the fund violates the national values and principle of governance and Article 10 of the Constitution, and in particular the values of equity, non-discrimination, equality, good governance, integrity, transparency, and accountability, the principles of public finance under Chapter 12 of the Constitution, as well as the provision of Section 102 and 107 of the PFM Act, which enjoins the governor to ensure fiscal responsibility and adherence to the values and principles of Constitution in the management of county funds. B, the Joint Committee on Water and Sanitation and Environment, Energy, Forestry, and Natural Resources, in their report on the implementation status of FLOCA programs, noted that some projects under the fund, namely Chimamun Water Project in Kabianga, Water and Environment Projects in Sereta Cheptoro Riet Ward, Toroi Tang Cooperative Society Milli Cooling Plan in Kabs House Ward, Soliat Water Tree Nursery Establishment Project in Soliat Ward, Donomare Bowl Water Project, and Lolaitich Water Project in Soliat Ward are marked as 100% complete, yet there are either defects in the works, incomplete and substandard works. 18. As a result of this unfair distribution of projects, wards like Cheblanga, Tlitin, Chai, Gipchevor, Chilchila, and Kunyak did not get even a single project in all categories under the fund, namely environment, agriculture, and water. 4. Misappropriation of county funds under Equalizer, Kazi Mutai program. On or about 14 February 2023, the governor engaged in gross violation of Articles 10, 183, 201, and 208 of the Constitution, and Section 102, 109, 110 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 by launching a program dubbed Equalizer Kazi Mutai Initiative and drawing county funds towards the initiative without a legislation to anchor the initiative, public participation, prior approval of the County Assembly, and the control of budget, and prior approval of the Budget and Appropriation Committee approval.
20, under the fund, a total of Kenya shillings 39 million were paid out without proper tendering local service orders for the services which were not delivered. 21, the County Assembly's report on other committee on Kazi Mtaani project pointed out various violations of the Constitution and the law in rolling out and implementation of the initiative. However, the governor deliberately disregarded the report and it has hitherto not been implemented. 22, the deliberate failure, omission, and unwillingness to implement the report of the County Assembly on Equalizer Kazi Mtaani initiative undermines devolution, the doctrines of separation of powers, and is therefore antithetical to the values and principles of governance and under Article 10 of the Constitution, the objects of devolution, and Article 174 of the Constitution. Number 5, misappropriation of funds under strategic intervention projects, SIPs, in 23, in various dates during the financial year 2024-2025. The governor engaged in gross violation of Article 10, 183, 201, 207, and 208 of the Constitution and Section 102, 109, and 110 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 by overseeing misappropriation of various projects under the Strategic Intervention Projects SIP Fund. For instance, the project of upgrading Cognac Dispensary to Health Center, which is a retender project for the construction and renovation of various facilities within the health center by MS Belitra Enterprises, for Kenya shillings 44,756,846, a total of Kenya shillings 8,575,186 has been paid for no works done. Indeed, when the County Assembly's Committee on Implementation visited the site, they found the contractor had only supplied materials, contrary to the Finance Department report to the Assembly that kitchen and staff house was at walling stage while MCH is at slab level. 6, other violations of the Constitution and the law. 25, not 25. The President and former Chief Executive, the President and former County Executive Committee members and Chief Officers have variously reported coercion by the Governor to make financial allocation for the Governor's own use from the funds allocated to their respective departments, and which funds they were required to remit through the Governor's personal assistance. 26, violation of Article 201 ADE of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 on principle of public finance management, and Article 226 as read with Article 227 of the Constitution by presiding over glaring irregularities evidenced by A, irregular award of contracts and evasion of accountability, B, willfully interfering in the procurement process and the award of tenders, skewed tender awards to various contractors at inflated rate, and in collusion with fraudulent contractors and suppliers, D, irregular implementation and unfair distribution of various programs in the county, and E, intentionally and negligently presiding over massive theft of county public resources, county public funds, as evidenced by the Auditor General's report for the preceding financial years, which have raised flags over various projects. 27. On 15 August 2023, the Governor compensated the victims of Londian accident from the County Emergency Fund to cover up for the funds raised by the public and misappropriated by a committee he had formed to steer the fund drive, and without cogent explanation of how the funds publicly raised for the victims had been expended. Evidence of Governor's engagement, connivance, and complicity in the aforementioned acts of misappropriation, misallocation, and legal withdrawings of county revenue and county finances to be found in report of other committee on alleged fictitious payment, that is KCA Exhibit 01, a bundle of sample vouchers, payment requisition, delivery notes, LSO CTC on the payments made, KCA Exhibit 02, Joint Committee report of the County Assembly on implementation status of National Agriculture Value Chain Development Project NAV-CDP in Kericho, County KCA Exhibit 03, World Bank Project Implementation Manual for NAV-CDP, KCA Exhibit 04, Joint Committee report on implementation status of local programs, KCA Exhibit 05, report on the other committee on Kazi Mtaani Project, KCA Exhibit 06, Committee on Implementation and report on the motion of strategic intervention projects, KCA Exhibit 07, a bundle of vouchers for payment of various projects under strategic intervention projects, KCA Exhibit 08, affidavits of Mr. Erick, KCA Exhibit 09, and video clips marked KAV 01 and KAV 02. 2. Misappropriating and or abetting misappropriation of the funds publicly raised for the victims of Londian accident. On various days between 4 July 2023 and 9 July 2023, the Governor grossly violated the provision of Article 10, 73 and 75 of the Constitution and Section 29 and 34 of the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012 by A, overseeing misappropriation of the funds raised for the victims of horrendous Londiani Junction accident tragedy, in which over Kenya shillings 9 million of public raised funds were lost. B,
Reneging in its undertaking to implement the report of the County Assembly's ad hoc committee formed to probe the misappropriation of funds meant for the victims of the accident, there is evidence that the governor filed a suit and or supported a suit by those implicated in the report of the County Assembly's ad hoc committee in Kericho ELRC petition number E006 of 2023, Dr. Wesley Bor and 5 others versus the Governor, Kericho County Government and others, and Kericho ELRC petition number E014 of 2023, Victor Tum and others versus the Governor, Kericho County Government and others. C, being personally and directly complicit in the flawed award of direct tenders for service providers during the fundraiser and the mass of the victims of the accident. D, the county governor has in this regard committed numerous and various acts in the course of his duties that are contrary to and in violation of the Constitution and the laws of Kenya. These include Roman 1, the authenticity of various payments cannot be confirmed. The fact that the exact amount of money expended from the sum collected during the fundraiser points to impropriety and suggests a clear fraud on those whom the funds ought to have benefited. A total of Kenya shillings 13,682,660 was collected at the fundraiser. A sum of Kenya shillings 423,000 was purportedly expended as past as facilitation, transport refund, field preparation, lunches and refreshments, printing, publishing and radio announcement. Other payments that were approved from the fund for were Kericho County Referral Hospital 2,037,524, Londiani Hospital 1,534,190, Supertix Kenya shillings 2,945,000, Supershine Line Limited Kenya shillings 411,000, Race Hotel Kenya shillings 100,000, County Commissioners Fuel 300,000, etc. 3. That when Kenyans from all walks of life voluntarily made contributions to aid the victims of the tragedy, it was never intended or anticipated that the funds will be misappropriated. With the blessings of the governor, where I are calling to ensure that the money is accounted for to the last coin and on whom the people bestow their trust. The governor issued contradictory statement in so far as the use of the fund is concerned. The contradictory statements point to his being complicit in the matter. 5. While the governor is on record indicating that the medical bills for the victims will be waived and taken care of by the county government, it is not clear why money had to be paid out from the fund collected to various public hospitals against the express and unequivocal representations of the governor. E, by his acts of omission and commission, the governor has grossly violated the provision of Article 75 of the Constitution, which demands that a state officer shall, whether in private or in public, behave in a manner that avoids conflict of interest between personal interests and public or official interests, or compromises public interest in favor of personal interest. F, by overseeing the misappropriation of the funds aimed at assisting victims of the accident, the governor violated Article 73(2), which demands from him selfless service based solely on public interest, demonstrated by honesty in the execution of his duties, accountability to the public for decisions and actions, and discipline and commitment in service delivery. By allowing himself to be a master of double-speak in such a grave matter that shook the conscience of the nation, the governor violated Article 73(1)(a), 2, 3 of the Constitution, which demand that he at all times demonstrates respect to the people and brings honor and dignity to the office he holds. By allowing himself and senior officials close to him to benefit from the funds, the governor violated Article 76(2)(b) of the Constitution, which prohibits a state officer from accepting a benefit in circumstances that compromise the integrity of the state officer. By failing to ensure that the decision-making in the executive office of the county governor are not influenced by corruption, nepotism, and other callous and improper motives, the governor has failed to exercise objectivity and impartiality, thus violating Article 73(2)(b) of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. Evidence of the governor's engagement, connivance, and complicity in the acts of misappropriating and or abetting misappropriation of publicly raised funds is to be found in the report on the investigation of London accident victims fundraising held on 4 July 2024, KCA Exhibit number 10, affidavit filed by the governor in Kericho ELRC petition number E014 of 2023, KCA Exhibit number 11, and video clips numbered KCA V3, KCA 4, KCA 5. B. Abuse of office. 1. Illegal appointments and lawful dismissals and transfers and usurpation of the constitutional and statutory functions of the public service. 1, the governor has variously engaged in gross misconduct and gross violations of Article 10, 73, 75, 232, 235, and 236 of the Constitution, gross violation of Section 17 of the Public Officer Ethics Act, Section 55, 59, 59A, 60, 62, 63, 64, and 65 of the County Government Act, Section 4 of the Public Appointments, County Assemblies Approval Act 2017, and variously abused his office by, number 1, by skewed and competitive and nepotic appointments of the county employees of various cadres. For instance, the governor recently hired his own brother, one Victor Mutai, as a revenue clerk. Similarly, the governor's personal assistant's wife, one Chief Kuri Masi, who was recently hired as a nurse on contract basis, was confirmed, yet there are a number of nursing staff who have been serving on contract for long without confirmation. B, illegally appointing one Mrs. Alice Bates, now judge of the High Court, as the county attorney when there was a substantive office holder, an act which Employment and Labor Relations, Honorable Lady Justice Wasilwa, affirmed was irregular and procedural and unlawful in Sang versus Governor Kericho County, and 2 others, petition E001 of 2023. In that case, the governor was found by the court to be in gross violation of Article 73 and 232 of the Constitution. His actions found to be illegal and unconstitutional, and ordered to pay cost of Kenya shillings 2 million and cost personally. The governor has therefore been already adjudged to be in gross violation of the law, and all the Assembly and the Senate. C, causing the advertisement of the positions of doctors, nurses, early childhood education, ECD teachers, just to endear himself politically when he knew the county government did not have capacity to hire. The applicants were subsequently not shortlisted, nor the alleged vacancies filled up. D, illegally deploying health staff by the notice dated 22nd July 2024 without any justification, authority and involvement of county service board, thus creating a crisis in health sector. E, since his assumption of office, the governor has dismissed a total of 10 county executive committee members, 6 chief officers, 2 chiefs of staff, among other senior staff, without any cause or reason, thus exposing the county to protracted litigation and the risk of huge compensation in damages. The governor has perpetuated these firings plea not for any reason but as a show of might, power, and authority, and that is where the abuse lies. Evidence of the governor's engagement, connivance, and complicity in the foregoing acts of illegal appointments, unlawful dismissals, and transfers, and usurpation of constitutional and statutory functions of county organs is to be found in Roman 1, Judgment of the Employment and Labor Relations Court in Kericho, case of Collins Sang versus Governor Kericho County, and 2 others. Petition E001 of 2023-2024, KEELRC, KCA Exhibit number 12. A bundle of notices from the governor dismissing the CECs, CEOs, and other staff, KCA Exhibit number 13. Copies of bundles of court documents filed in various cases, KCA Exhibit number 14. Number 2, subversion, discrediting, and impeding of the oversight role of the county assembly. On 3rd September 2024, the governor engaged in gross misconduct and grossly violated the provision of Article 10, 73, 75, 174, and 185 of the Constitution, and abused his office by writing to the Speaker, purporting to direct the Speaker on inter alia the timelines the Speaker should give the chief officers who are summoned by the Assembly for questioning in exercise of the Assembly's oversight mandate. Evidence of governor's engagement, connivance, and complicity in the foregoing acts of subversion, discrediting, and impeding of oversight role of the County Assembly is to be found in 1, a letter by Governor dated 20th August 2024 addressed to the Speaker of the County Assembly of Kericho, and 2, a letter for Speaker of the Governor dated 3rd September 2024, KCA Exhibit number 16. C, gross misconduct. Number 1, bullying, incitement, vilification of people and county staff. Number 1, on various occasions, the governor has repeatedly engaged in 1, gross misconduct, and 2, gross violation of the provision of Article 10, 73, and 75 of the Constitution, and Section 29 of the Leadership and Integrity Act by A. The governor has been operating with impunity as though he is above the law. On the second day of being sworn into office, the governor led a mob to invade a private land owned by one Mr. Jose Agiblangat Kogo within Kericho County and tore down the fence. The governor has since designated the subject land as illegal dump site operated by the county government without the consent of registered proprietor, National Environment Management Authority NEMA approval, gazettement by the county designating the parcel as dump site, and in total disregard of a court order issued by Environment and Land Court in Kericho in ELC petition number E001 of 2022, Josiah Keblangat Kogo versus County Government of Kericho. The governor has also obstructed the enforcement of orders by the police administration. The actions are illegal, contemptuous to authority and dignity of the court and the rule of law, unethical and demeaning the office of the governor holds. Further, as a result of the illegal actions of the governor, the county was condemned to pay cost. B, none of the dismissed CECs, CEOs, chiefs of staff, and other senior county staff were given fair administrative due process and hearing, thus violating the provision of Article 41, 47, and 51 of the Constitution. C, the governor has persistently intimidated, molested, harassed county officers who do not sing to his tune, leaving officers jittery and creating an atmosphere of fear, uncertainty, and despondency in the county, and thus creating a toxic work environment. This violates the provision of Section 11 and 13 of the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012. D, the governor has persistently used divisive and unbecoming language which undermines the office he holds, contrary to Section 8 of the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012. E, the acts of the governor enumerated above have collectively brought dishonor and disrepute into the office of the governor in violation of Chapter 6 of the Constitution and the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012. Evidence of the governor's engagement, connivance, complicity in the preceding acts of incitement, vilification of people and staff is to be found in affidavit of Josiah Keblangat Kogo sworn on 23rd September 2023 in support of the notice KCA exhibit number 17 to judgment of ELC in ELC petition 001 of 2022, Josiah Keblangat Kogo versus County Government of Kericho, KCA exhibit number 18. And lastly are the video clips. So honorable members, pursuant to standing order number 771, which reads, unless the Speaker for the convenience of the Assembly otherwise directs, voting on a division in the Assembly shall be by electronic voting. Honorable members, electronic voting, unless the Speaker for the convenience of the Assembly otherwise directs, voting on a division in the Assembly shall be by the electronic voting. 2, when the Speaker directs that an electronic voting to be taken, the division bell shall be rung for not more than 10 minutes, and the Assembly shall proceed to a vote at the expiry of the 5 minutes or such further time as the Speaker may, for the convenience of the Assembly, direct. Number 1, during electronic voting, members shall cast their votes by pressing either the yes, no, or abstain button. 4, at the expiry of the voting, at the expiry of 5 minutes or as soon as the result of the voting appears on the indicator board, the Speaker or the chairperson, as the case may be, shall announce the results forthwith. Honorable members, you can read your standing orders up to standing order number 8 will guide you on what to do. And I therefore put the question, will as many as are of that similar opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of that contrary opinion say nay? Nay. Honorable members, the voting shall be done by electronic as per standing order number 77. You may take your seats so that we proceed. Honorable members, we will now commence our voting. And clerk, you will facilitate the votes. Let us proceed in that manner. So, honorable members, the voting procedure, because it is in the standing orders, is that the first option is electronic, as you have seen in standing order number 77. And then you will be receiving your credentials either via, you will receive an SMS containing 1 IPPD number, that is your username,
password is, is should supposed to be your ID number. 2, voting link. A second SMS will follow with a secure link to the voting portal. And 3, you log in and vote. When you log in and vote, you select yes, no, or abstain, and then you submit your vote. When you submit your votes, votes are confidential and can only be submitted once. Don't press it twice. So we have 2 messages. Voting credentials, you will receive an SMS containing the same. That is IPPD number, which is your username. And then for password, that is what your ID number. And 2, voting link, a second SMS will follow with a secure link to the voting portal indicating the motion. Now we proceed as per the standing order, because I think everyone is in the house. Do we need to ring the bell? Everybody, every member is accounted for. You have to ring the bell. You draw the bar, please. You draw the bar. Draw the bar, Sergeant Atam. Yes. So we proceed. We have our order for those who don't have. They are honorable members. We provided you with a laptop, so when you raise your hands. What about your phones? Okay, we have our officers who are on standby to assist you. Don't just judge everything. We have our IT officers who are ready to assist you to vote. So we shall proceed to vote. For those who have, they can vote. For those who don't have, they can proceed one by one. Yes, one by one. We start from here. One by one. Who doesn't have the phone or the tablet? Yes, Honorable Francis. We start with Honorable Paul B. You can proceed. Honorable Gilbert Ngetich, you proceed here so that you can be assisted to log in. Maybe you can come here.
I abstain.
Order, Honorable Paul B. Abstaining is in, you still press the button. Order, there is no shouting, Honorable members. Order. You know, Honorable members, you can still refer to your standing order even when you are abstaining. Currently, we are under electronic voting. Electronic voting. Order, you don't direct this. You don't. I've even given you an opportunity to read your standing orders. You just read your standing orders on the number of voting. Order, there is no noise. Order. Yes. Order. Honorable Paul B. and Honorable Gabriela, I don't know what do you want me to do now that you are shouting at me. What is the concern? Our officers are here. Order. There should be no noise. Order. But you are logging in with your credentials. Is it a coincidence that you don't have a laptop? Let me see. Order, honorable members. Order. Voting is ongoing. Order. Voting is ongoing. Kindly don't shout, honorable members. Voting is ongoing. Yes, those who doesn't have honorable, yes. Honorable members, you are just, you have a right to vote yes, no, or abstain. No amount of shouting will change that. So, and we shall vote as by the standing orders.